What's up? Nah. Log in. I didn't change my password. Uh-oh. Did I? Oh, I logged. Oh! Get the account review. I didn't log out. Hello. What's up? Hopefully we can get Razor CT soon. We're just gonna chill time and wait for him. Do all our daily stuff in the meantime. Yo, what's up? Sound aware? What do you mean? You, bruh, you teasing. I can tell, I know for a fact the sound is there. You're teasing. Hello, Rishab. Ugh. What's up? What's up, my groovesters? No, it's to our daily maintenance. Stinky Rish in YouTube chat. Ooh, fight, 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 fight. Wow, is this even fair? Wow, is this even? Is this even fair? I'm actually a little curious what they give you. Come on, they give you a song. And oh, Sword Eye! Wait a minute. Wait a fucking minute. That is unbelievable. That is unbelievable. Oh, you're laughing at new frogs? They really are. Wow, that is unbelievable. I can't believe that. Mr. Toes! Let's fucking go! Mr. Toes! Or they do let you go with less party members. Interesting. Hello. The flute. They give you echoes. Cheer it. Alright, do it, Mr. AoE God. Look at him being an AoE God. Yes, stops being an AoE God. Come on. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna yell. I'm gonna yell. This is round 3 out of 4, though. Yeah, whatever. You know, I'm kind of curious. Yeah, Shimanowa's Killam troop. Okay. Just had to check. Groovy. Oh, I should have brought. I should have shut in. Oh, whatever. Oh, we can't leave. Is this TTDS? No. You can reset the round. I'm not gonna bother. It's Jawari though. Man, Ike is doing a real good job hitting those enemies consistently. Man, Ike's doing a real good job. Ah, I love Freeze. And Ike, very consistent character. Real. They give you whatever constellation you have. Yeah. Rare Hoyo Dub. Maybe. Morgana. We're gonna Morgan Urana. Ayo. What even was that joke? What are we doing here? It's Morgan time. Is saying bat chest outside of Twitch kind of cringe? I'm not gonna judge. But saying bat chest out loud, or like saying I'm gonna bat, as long as it wasn't in front of your family. As long as it's fine. As long as you didn't embarrass yourself in front of your mom. That's all that really matters. Honey, what is bat? Why are you gonna bat? What are you talking about, honey? Just learned what she is. Based on what? You have to make sure you mention batting at your next work meeting. Are you playing baseball? Who have actually used copium in a work meeting before? Copium? Opium? Do we need to report you to HR? Pogo? Do you mean pogo? Like the bouncy stick? Why are we talking about those? Ms. Copium, are you on drugs? You once said pog you at your workplace and you had to explain it to them. Nice. People clap. We must embrace the cringe when we become truly based. Hello. The Zelda music is too chill for me. People clap, we did it! The only Juju mode you can use IRL is based halt. Oh, Rip Bozo. People meeting at 10. People meeting. You say, okay, business IRL. Is that concerning? Nah, Shiny won't get staggered. You're telling me a shrimp fried this right? You're telling So I have an opinion on Punch Eye. I do. The opinion is just use Kazuha. But hey, you can do it if you want. If you really want to see Eye Plunge, you can absolutely do it. My opinion is, I don't really know why you would want to do it. Unless you just really want to play Eye. It's my official stance. Boing. Okay, every plunge feels bad to play, but I do have to question some of the practicality. They want to Yai plunge their stream IRL. You can, yeah. You do a run and plunge because it's fun. You just do it anyway. Nice. How is Kazuha full plunge aggravate? What? What? Did you know Kazuha does fizz plunges? Did you know without C6? Just have C6 Kazuha, yeah. C6 Lynette plunge? C6 Lynette Animo plunge. We played it last night. It was fun. Got hit by fault, y'all broke. Whoa. That is so peepo not cool. Or, that is so peepo cringe. That is so... Ugh. I can't believe you would do something so peepo cringe. Couldn't be my chat. Anyway. Did we get all the rewards from the Battle Pass yet? No. See if we can force resin to appear. Besides spending copious amounts of Primo Gems. When 60R beta official? Shrug? We gotta cook 20 food. Bruh, I can't even cook 20 of this food. Can I make 20 of this food? Where's Sweet Madames? Oh, that's right, I'm running out. Oh my god, I'm running out of stuff. 190 official. The thing about beta ER is, how many perfect parries do you hit per rotation? Is it 0? You better build 200 ER. Is it 0? Surely you can run 160 ER at beta. Wait, I didn't fight 3 weekly bosses? Did I fight the whale this week? Yes. Yes. Alright, let's beat up Tartaglia 3 times. Actually, let's beat up Raiden 3 times. Frick Raiden. Frick this Raiden lady. You hate 4 stars? Are you racist? Wow, this boss is annoying, I forgot. I forgot how annoying this boss was. Wow, that's cringe. Wow, that's cringe. Wow. She's so cringe. Even if it's faster, it's just annoying. Bruh. More racist than Sparkle? I don't know if you should be advertising that. I don't know. Oh, I didn't use... Whoops. Oh well. It's literally so cringe, I just didn't want to deal with it. Sparkle just unlocked the full game. You lost 50-50 on Black Swan, guaranteed for Sparkle. Help me, Mr. Sam! Oh, I can't even get the... Oh. Bruh. I'd have to do 20 leyline deposit challenges if I wanted the resin to say. Wow, we wasted all that time. We wasted all... Ah, that was a waste of time. It was content. It's fine. Stream content. We're still... Where's our guest? When will our guest people arrive? The expectations you've left are way too high. I don't know what you're talking about. Sparkle's gonna make Seela the top threat. He's streaming, maybe mention him on Discord. If he is streaming, let's just pop in. Go. Was he?
Yeah, overkill on crit rate, basically.
No.
Drop the crit rate and get more crit damage. And also, your Bronya is not fast enough to make slow ratio work. So I would play speed boost ratio. Play ratio 1 speed slow faster than your Bronya. How long till you want to chat? Good question, Jason. What's up? Yo, welcome. Yo, how much? Yeah, I don't know. I'm asking you. Do you want it to do right now or we can wait? I'm already on your Discord, by the way. What's up? Yo, welcome. Hey, Razer, I've read my builds. A bit to redeem another review. Wait. I'm available. Okay, then we're gonna do it right now. Sure.
Okay.
Let's do it right now.
We're doing it right now.
Discord. I'll join the voice chat. Thank you. What's up? Kill it. Thank you for the follow. Kill it. What's up, yo? Okay, let's go. Let me join the Discord.
Oop. Hold up one sec. Okay. Hello?
Yo, hello, welcome. What's up?
Hello.
Okay, let me, just testing the sound, just a moment. Let me increase your volume. Can you talk?
Yes, I can speak. I am speaking. This is speaking.
Okay.
We're talking
Yeah,
about
put it to 100%.
Honkai
Yeah, I don't know why
Starrail.
it's so low. Wait, it's so low in Discord, I swear. Wait, let me increase the volume.
Okay.
Okay, there we go. Nice, and let's see. Okay, just a test. Let me see Discord. This is the audio just for the chat. Oh yeah, by the way, is it okay if I stream this as well?
Yeah,
or you
go
want me
for
to
it.
raid you? Okay.
No,
just
go
making
for it.
sure. Okay, alright.
What's
so
going
how's
on?
the audio?
We're
Yeah,
talking.
just making sure. Sorry. I'll add you in the chat. My apologies. I'm trying to fix the audio, guys.
We found a Honkai Starrail content creator and Theorycrafter. Gonna learn how to get the game.
Theorycrafter in quotation marks. Smile. Okay. Yeah, just making sure people can hear you on my stream.
Yep.
Okay, is it good enough? Okay, perfect. Okay, let me prep the things up. How's the music? Audio, hopefully not too loud. Nice. So, thank you for having me once again, Jason. Very much appreciate it. Hopefully we're gonna have an amazing talk. So, let's go.
Yeah, let's talk. Honkai Starrail, Penacony.
Okay, nice. I actually did write some talking points down that we can talk about.
Oh, cool. Okay, what you got?
Okay, let's begin. But first thing first, I would like to know, actually, your opinion about this. What do you think about Honkai Starrail, quote-unquote, power creep, specifically?
You know, the thing about power creep is it's really easy to say everything is power creep when nothing exists.
Exactly.
Oh, there still is no fire DPS, so it's hard to say there will be power creep when there's nothing to power creep. I'm sorry, hook. I'm sorry.
Okay, I do play Hook, actually. I have V6 Hook, I play there, she still gets me 3 stars.
Yeah, I'm sorry. There is hook. There is
Hook player here. I play Hook. Wow.
Sam could power creep hook. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, yeah, but the reality is you could still make it work for 3 stars in MOC. And speaking of 3-starring in MOC, what's your opinion about zero cycling in general, or the advices we get in the, at least in Honkai Starrail community, that's perpetuated around zero cycling, instead of just focusing on 3-starring content for general advice?
I feel like it ends up being a fool's errand. You've set. You need to consider how much time it takes to hit the stat checks to zero cycle, and even zero cycling itself is a massive RNG fest. Even people who are well over stat checks will go, "Oh, I only have a 15% chance of zero cycling."
Yeah, and I believe that's quite a big problem, at least in this community, because a lot of people seem to get debated by these showcases or even these type of advices.
What do you mean, Sela isn't the best DPS in the game?
Surely. How's the deal? No, I'm joking. Yeah, Sela, yeah. I mean, we can also talk about Sela. I also wrote that point down to talk about, by the way.
Oh.
But, yeah, I'm ready. I watch you almost every day, by the way.
Oh, thank you so much. This means a lot.
No problem. Like, I've been watching you for a very long time, in fact. Back from, I believe, 2021, when you streamed the other channel as well, you know? But yeah, basically, I was mostly a lurker.
That's awesome.
But basically, we're also gonna talk about Sela. I also wrote that down. But basically, in my opinion, at least for the power creep, just as you said, right now it seems to me the direction they're going with the game, as you probably mentioned many times yourself, they're releasing like super obvious new enemies in Memory of Chaos or things like that, which really incentivize pull the new flashy, pull the new characters, flashy new toys.
Yeah, when you look at all the Penacony mobs, specifically the ones introduced in this update, I'm not sure if they're introducing more next update. They all have lightning weakness, wind weakness, or imaginary weakness, or fire weakness.
Yeah,
and there's like no exception.
Exactly. I believe there is only one ice weakness enemy.
Yeah,
and one quantum as well. Yeah.
Which is and the quantum weak enemy is the boss.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what we were cooking with that, but it's also another important thing I would actually like to ask you about this specifically. Since I'm also the one Genshin player. I mean, it's kind of obvious at this point. But yeah, so basically, I would like to know, what's your opinion about their approach in Starrail, where they basically give you more pulls per patch than Genshin, but also release more characters per patch, which makes you want to like get more units, more characters, coverage for their endgame content, MOC.
I think it has more to... I don't know if it's about them releasing more per patch as much as it is... The content has to be more specialized, even like talking about something like the enemies. Genshin has some similar stuff. There's the new boss that was introduced in this update, the Solitary Swanai, which heavily rewards you for specifically playing Riesli.
I do have Riesli plug.
Whenever that thing goes to Abyss, I'm expecting a Riesli rerun that patch.
Okay, that would make sense. But yeah,
so it's not entirely an original thing, but because of how type weakness works in Honkai Starrail, you lose... It's around 40% of your damage if you just don't match the enemy's weakness.
Yes, you do lose a lot of damage. And also, you do take more damage because you don't interrupt them, and it's like, you will take more damage as well that way. It is very noticeable, especially if you're like a low-invested account, let's say free-to-play. Not necessarily, you could be lucky. It is very different, noticeable, whether you play around the element or not. Very big difference. Like at the start of the game,
I understand that they didn't have Floor 12 originally. I only did mock pushes on Honkai Starrail when Floor 12 was introduced. So I'm not familiar with how much the DPS requirement increased.
They did increase it very much.
But you
have to play more around the element now.
Yeah, it felt real bad to just hit a brick wall. And a lot of, at least I've noticed, 11 this mock to be a lot more difficult than 12 because of how much you get interrupted by stuff like Srog and action delay. It just can completely screw you over.
Yeah, well, also speaking about CC, I would also like to point out that the new future, like at least the Penacony stuff, a lot of them don't seem to have that much heavy CC or CC at all.
Yeah, they don't.
Could it be they're going... Yeah, they could be going in a direction where they might release some new enemies with less CC just to try to sell a new sustainer that has no clans or something like that. What's your opinion
I
about
should
that?
ask, are you partnered officially?
No, I'm
Okay.
not. I'm just like you. We can talk about everything, all leaks.
Okay.
everyone. It's
So
cool.
we can talk about Aventurine, who does have no
Of
cleanse
course.
and no resistance interruption.
Yeah, but there is one thing I would like to point out. He has effect res, apparently in his kit, and also effect hit rate reduction. It would matter also how much is that number, don't you think?
I thought he only had it for himself.
No.
Oh, it's for the whole party?
Effect res is for your entire shielded party, and effect hit rate is a debuff on enemies.
Yes, I know that. Which is a ratio synergy.
Yeah, as well. He apparently also might have another debuff with the crit damage increase thing from his ultimate, which is basically 2 debuffs potentially. Yeah.
Cool.
It seems very interesting, I would say.
Yeah, that actually... I do want to go back to Genshin. Real quick. So, you're familiar with Ayaka, the cryo character released in version 2.0? How
I do. I got it from the first one.
People will expect you to pull 4 characters for Ayaka, and basically just for Ayaka. Well, at least 3. It used to be Kokomi was primarily used for freeze comps. Not as much these days, but yeah. So yeah, like Kokomi, Shenhe, Kazuha. This is a pretty fixed Ayaka team.
Yeah.
Do you like Honkai Star Rail doing something similar like that? Because we're getting, we have ratio. We're getting Aventurine, and that synergy with Topaz, who is another 5-star that just doesn't do much outside of these teams that are being built actively.
I would say, like, the biggest example, I would say it's potentially the Acheron. We don't know her number about, have you heard about her Nihility Trace thing, yeah?
Yeah, but there are a lot of Nihility characters. You Pella,
True.
Or
but just trying to
Silver
force
Dog.
you, I know, but trying to force you to, like, to have too many specific characters for something could be very tough for, let's say, free-to-play players. To make it something cohesive and functional. So I personally hope they don't go in that direction where it's like, you really would have to need to have that to actually make it work for 3 stars.
Oh, to work for 3, yeah.
Yeah, because my focus, like, what I focus mostly with my community is, like, get your max rewards. Like, if people want to do it faster, that's perfectly fine. I also can help with that. But generally, get max rewards.
Get max.
Like, most people...
Get your shit and go.
Most people care about that. Yeah, most people care about that, pretty much, yeah. Most people care about that. Like, yeah.
I care a lot about
also,
getting those rewards consistently.
Yeah, and also, not really a hot take, but in my opinion, like, speedrunning in this game is much more boring than I would say in Genshin, because you don't have a timer.
Well, it's about the strat. It is about the RNG. Having a 15% chance to 0 cycle is that's the interesting thing.
Yeah, but what if both parties get 0 cycles? How does it work then? I mean, like, let's say the PvP you were doing a couple of days ago, for Genshin.
A fraction of a 0 cycle. I cleared in half of a 0 cycle with 2 DPS uptime.
It's not so interesting, like, compared to having a timer, if you ask me, that is. But yeah.
I like strategy gameplay. Have you ever played a Fire Emblem?
Yeah. Not really. Never really got into Fire Emblem. But I did play some JRPGs, or at least indie turn-based games.
Okay. So,
but, never really. Yeah.
There is speedrunning for a lot of strategy games where it's clear in as few turns as possible. Like, if you're playing chess, try to checkmate your opponent in 2 turns or something like that, to make a metaphor work. Also, thanks so much for the raids, Aja.
Yeah, I just don't believe it's that, personally, at least to me, not that interesting to watch compared to, let's say, the other one. That's my personal take.
I don't think it's about watching it. I do think it's about the like, talking about it, planning it, executing.
Oh yeah, of course. But I'm also talking about as a watcher for watching the specific thing. Like, if you're streaming it or something like that. If it, like, as a viewer, I would also say, personally. But it's fine. It's okay to agree and disagree.
Well, I mean, the viewing experience is... It's melding at the RNG. It's actually the same as watching a speedrun.
Okay, fair. Yeah, it is true. People like to watch me suffer. That is true.
I used to do single chamber Genshin speedruns in like 2.0 and 1.6. So you would run like 30% crit rate on a character. Because you would have to, otherwise you wouldn't one-shot.
True.
And you would just reset until everything went perfectly and you crit. And that is like the experience of, oh my god, this is ridiculous. Why is this not happening? Dude, come on.
Rimbozo, basically.
That's the watching experience, and I think people like it.
I think they do, yeah. Because even back in the day, people who were like attempting to do floor 12, let's say in Genshin for the first time, or struggling, people love to watch.
When did
that.
you first 36 there?
I believe it was late December of 2020 as a free-to-play.
What update,
actually.
though?
One point just before the 1.2 patch, I believe. It was, I believe.
So it was the meta
trolls? I'm not
trolls?
sure. I think it was still the original. I
Oh,
believe it was still
U36 are the original?
The original, yeah. 'Cause
Wow.
it changed in January of 2021. Yeah, I was a sweaty gamer, I guess. Yeah. I mean, I did watch TC like from very late 2020. And so
I got
on,
35 stars on the original Spiral Abyss.
I think it was around that time.
Yeah.
Like, I still have the achievement or something. I think it was like very late December of 2020.
Nice.
But yeah.
Yeah,
And then when we got Ganyu and the new change floors, it was much easier.
The Meta Troll triple. Okay, hold on. For reference, 12-3. One side was 3 shield Meta Trolls.
Yeah, and you also
just
had the
to
ice
imagine
thing.
what floor 12 used to look like.
Yeah. I mean, sure. Also, obviously the damage requirements were also way lower than.
Yeah, they were
Naturally, because
they were way lower because you could do less damage, and they had a much lower expectation of artifacts investment, yada yada. But also,
True.
they just dialed it back after that first Spiral Abyss because it was a nightmare. It was fun.
Yeah. I believe the hardest one that I had, like at least in 1.x series, was it where they introduced, what was the name? Lector, Herald, what was it? Something
Yes,
like that. Along those lines, yeah.
the Electro Lectors in version 1.4.
That was the one I had to spend some time to clear it, yeah, I believe.
Yeah, doing that on the first night, no one knew how those enemies worked. No one.
True.
And how to group, because they did 2 of them on opposite sides of the Abyss.
But yeah, basically, another thing I would like to ask, what do you think of Black Swan and DOT teams in general as of right now? Because I know you pulled them, you got them.
Yeah, I think Black Swan's awesome. I think I pulled Kafka at a viewer request, and they offered to help get Black Swan as well because they just wanted to see Kafka and Black Swan on the screen, and I'm very thankful for them doing that.
Yeah, it's certainly a very strong team. Yeah.
Before I was playing Kafka with no dot, so I have no reference for what Kafka looked like with Sampo or Gwenifin.
I mean, before Ruan Mei, it was a bigger difference specifically. Like if you played Kafka before Ruan Mei, and let's say you play with Sampo and so on, you had Asta or Gneifen and no Ruan Mei, I would say that was the biggest difference. After the Ruan Mei, it definitely buffed a lot of Kafka teams in general, and now with Black Swan even further. And speaking of,
how much did Ruan Mei buff Kafka versus the entire roster, though?
I would say the speed buff also heavily benefited as well. The speed buff also made it so much easier to build these teams. Because she does provide a nice speed buff for Kafka teams as well. Yeah. Obviously have the damage penetration. Depending if you also have E1 for defense ignore. I'm not sure the exact number on top of my head. But it was a very significant change.
It's 20%.
Very significant bump it was, yeah.
Yeah.
Some people in my chat are telling it was like a 2-cycle difference or maybe even more, yeah.
I know when Black Swan was in beta, there was a lot of chatter about people being skeptical about how big or little of a damage increase Black Swan would end up being, especially compared to Ruan Mei. I don't know if you have an opinion on that.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
When Black Swan was in beta, so when 2.0 was in beta, there was skepticality, people saying she's only 15% better than Sampa.
Okay, that was a really dumb take because I seen those TC calcs actually. Those TC calcs were based on single target only, And in reality, for Sampo, you know how E4 of Sampo works, perhaps?
No.
Okay, so basically, E4 Sampo allows his skill when you have let me just read it again. When you have 5 or more stacks of wind shear, you will immediately trigger 8% of current wind shear damage, okay? So basically, Sampo's skill could trigger the Arcana stacks, which count as wind shear for Swan. But the problem is, in a single target fight, sure, the bounce attack will hit everything that target, and you'll get your stacks, you'll trigger it. But when it's a multi-target scenario, it's a different story. And in reality, Black Swan is obviously really good for Blast/AoE content because of her Blast AoE capabilities. And Sampo exponentially falls off in such a scenario, which is the common scenario as well. You don't have any single targets, and even Black Swan, when it's like Black Swan being, let's say, 10-20% better than Sampo in a single target environment, in reality, that's like the worst case scenario for her Black Swan. And even in her worst case scenario, she's still better. And in her best scenario, exponentially different.
What I always said about that was,
yeah,
I don't think people understand how big 10-15% is in terms of total team output.
I think so too. Yeah.
For reference on what that looks like, I'll use the Ike example again. 10-15% is going from Rosaria to Shenhe. Or Venti to Kazuha. It's not small! It's really important and quite noticeable.
It is, yeah. But people, I think, they just think 10% like is still, perhaps, at least in this community, think it's not as big. It's still a difference, and that's even Wasker's worst case scenario. And she already performed like, there is no single target content as of right now to begin with. We can also talk about more that later.
It's supposed to be next month, right? We're gonna get the Sam fight in March.
Yeah, I also had that plan to talk about the next rotation, which is gonna be in 2 days. If you like to talk about
it's in 2 days? I don't even know.
I mean, technically, it's gonna be on Monday or, Monday for Asia. So basically, Asia gets it first, yeah. For us, it's still gonna be Sunday.
Tell me about it. Tell me about it.
I mean, sure. Let me share you the link of the lineup as well, so you can watch it with your chat.
Is it with a bunch of the new enemies, or is it just Sam?
It is new enemies, yeah. Oh. And there are some new mechanics that are good to know. Well, let me just prepare that home cat or whatever the site is called. Give me a moment. There we go. Just a second. There, I have it open. And where do I post the link, actually?
You post it in my chat or Discord.
Lobby chat. Okay, lobby chat on the Discord.
Sure.
I'll do that. Okay, actually, so the next one should... Yeah, what's up?
I just want to punch.
Okay.
I think I might be able to find it myself.
You still don't like Planche? Okay.
Universe, fiction, monsters. Memory chaos, here we go.
I believe it should be this one. This should be the next one. Let's see if the link works. Oh wait, the link didn't work properly.
I got it.
Okay, found it. Let me just make sure we're looking at the same thing. Let me open your stream. Give me a second.
Okay.
And then we can see. There we go.
Wait, there's a second dude next to Sam? Wait, there's...
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah. Wait. No. I don't think... Wait, are you looking at floor...
I'm looking at 12. Is this the wrong 12? This is the next...
I think it's the... Yeah. You have to go one back. I believe it's the other one.
Okay, it's this one. Wait, no, it's not this one. Is it this one?
It's this one with the memory meme, and Sam is on floor 11. I believe it's this one.
Oh, Sam is on 11.
Yeah, look
with 3 dudes.
Yeah. Fun times.
Single target DPS check.
Yeah, basically for the memory meme thing, it's really favored for Dot. Also, imaginary characters such as Danheng Ayel is gonna be nice here. Ratio will all work great. It's a very straightforward fight if you have the character. Super easy. You can look at 11 and 10. And 10, yeah. 10 has the new gorillas. Do you know how they work?
I do know how they work. They kill themselves if you have a shield.
Yeah, but the interesting thing is this gorilla will summon the dog, and the dog, when they unalive themselves, they will provide a speed buff, 30%.
Oh.
And this speed buff will also be applied to Kafka, at least one of them, because it stacks, it's 2 buffs from 2 dogs. And one dog should be next to the Kafka. So if you get the dog, Kafka will also get a 30% speed buff. So she's gonna bump from 157 speed to 30% more. So it can be quite annoying. Check. Yeah,
She's just gonna be running laps around you.
Yeah, but that would be a solution, obviously. Playing it. Yeah, what's up?
Something I would actually mention and complain about. The gorilla is the enemy mechanic is they want you to have a shield.
Yeah.
Kafka, the mechanic is you need to have a cleanse.
Exactly.
There is no shielder with the cleanse.
Yeah, but that's where Aventurin comes in. Remember, he could have a high effect resistance.
He's not available yet.
I know, but I'm just saying for the future in general, for this type of mechanics in the future.
Yeah.
Like, that's what how they try to sell you the new sustainers, perhaps.
That is.
It's like, you have the shielder, but they also provide you like a CC protection or something like that on top. Like, just to try to, Corpa, get more money out of us.
Yeah, there's the Chef T-Rex. The Chef T-Rex is a really funny enemy.
It's super easy with DOT teams, actually.
Yeah, he
Only
blows up.
one mate.
Let him cook.
Yeah, it's kind of, yeah. Also, it sounds very funny. It actually sounds very funny. Very funny noises. But yeah, basically, I don't think a lot of people will struggle for this MOC if they play around the turbulence, because in this game...
What is the turbulence? Basic attacks deal 50% increased damage.
The skill point
is
specifically,
consumed. Oh, so as long as you don't play Jinglu, you're doing good.
Yeah, basically spam your skill points. So, yeah, this is basically to sell Sparkle as well. But basically, if you can snipe the Turbulence as a free-to-play, you're generally gonna be fine in this game, but it's only getting harder to quote-unquote brute force. Let's say you're a free-to-play with investment, not even exactly a day one player, you're gonna have a super hard time to try to brute force without having the element and without turbulence. Extremely hard.
And without having the perfect sustain.
Exactly. Sustainers play a big part, but also supports are huge in this game. I always advise to people who want to make the game easier, try to snipe OP supports, such as Ruan Mei, if you want to make the game easier. It's not a must or have or anything like that, but it does make the game easier.
You mentioned
yeah.
Imbibber or Dill.
Invader Lune, yeah, what's up?
Yeah, Imbibber Luna. How do you think the matchup differs between him and Ratio for these layouts? Do you think one's more beneficial towards another character?
Well, currently with the Turbulence, you will spam more skill points with Danheng IL, so that's gonna provide him quite more advantage. However, Ratio, it's still gonna work pretty fine. I wouldn't see a problem, but the one thing that you have advantage with Danheng IL as well is by being a blast attack as well against this memory meme enemy, where it summons those two odds on the side, you'll be able to break them right away, your allies out of that CC very quickly. So it also kind of helps Danheng IL, like, is pretty good for this fight. But in terms of like,
Man,
if you have
everything is Imaginary Week. Wow.
Yeah. It's pretty much to sell Danheng IL.
It's both sides.
Yeah. So you could literally have Ratio one side and Danheng IL if you happen to have them both for whatever reason, yeah. But yeah.
What are Jeopard's resistances?
Gabbard resistances, I believe they're going to be.
Oh, he's got 40%.
Oh, you mean the
40% cryo? That's what I was looking for.
Oh, okay. I thought you were. Oh, yeah.
20%
it's
wind,
always
20% fire.
And 50% control, CC as well.
Yes, 20% resistance to quantum too. Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing is, you know what's very confusing to me? They're releasing Sparkle right now around the corner, but there's not that much quantum stuff for a quantum team. Like, I would assume they were trying to sell you like a quantum team or something with Sparkle release, and there's not little to no quantum whatsoever, which is very interesting.
It's Sam.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one guy. Okay, sure, it's just Sam. Fair.
It's Sam, but Sam also takes the same, or has as much HP as the rest of the floor combined.
Yeah. He has a high HP bar as well, but at the same time, his mechanics, Sam will damage himself. Like, he will consume his own HP, I mean. So, it's doable, it's fine. But you do need to spam skill points. You need to basically use the combusted skill points to get him out of this secondary combustion state as quickly as
Yeah.
possible.
But just play Xingqiu, right?
Yeah, also very interesting thing, since you spoke about Jingliu, originally Sam had ice weakness, and I
Yes,
believe
they
they changed
removed
ice
it.
to... Yeah,
Imaginary.
yeah. I wonder why.
I wonder why.
Yeah.
Because they want to sell Ratio Adventurine. Makes
Yeah,
sense.
I think so too. Yeah, I believe so too. That's the case, and
He already has a
Also-
mechanic that rewards you for playing shields.
exactly there are, and I believe they will probably add more gimmicks in the future with for shield stuff. But generally, in the direction they're going in this game, they're just applying a lot of gimmicks that they want you like to have characters for that gimmick or niches to make it quote unquote easier to play. Otherwise, you're gonna have more resets, more struggles, and being more annoying, basically, to incentivize you to spend more, pull more. That's my impression, at least.
Yeah.
Very heavily in this game.
So, yeah, it is
up?
spend more, pull more. It is like, it's kind of blatant. Hey,
It's-
I'm looking at 12. I'm looking at this enemy lineup. The first side, it's perfect for Kafka Swan. Everything's lightning or wind weak. On the second side, everything's imaginary weak. I wonder who's on banner.
Exactly. But technically, you could also play, if you wanted, Black Swan DOT on the second part against the meme thingy. It will also work there.
Oh yeah, you could.
Yeah, I've seen the gameplay. Like, there is some guy on the internet who does like showcases and stuff. Not the usual guy from the subreddit, somebody who can actually play a bit better. And I've seen even like pure wind teams such as Squawko, Ruan Mei, Black Swan, and Isik Sampo. It worked pretty well on this second side.
Huh.
But because it's a single target enemy, and like I said, Sampo will trigger every single Arcana stack basically very easily with his skill bounce, because it's just one enemy most of the time on the second side. So it worked pretty well. But that would be the only situation if you had to, like, if you don't have other lightning coverage and you really needed, like, let's say lightning on the first half, and for whatever reason you didn't build ratio yet or something like that. So there could be a situation like that.
Yeah, there could be a situation
So
like that.
it offers some flexibility, I would say, at least. There are some flexibilities you can have.
Do we know much about Archeron?
Yeah, did you not see her kit?
I've seen the
like,
kit, but
on
it didn't have
home,
any
yeah.
numbers.
Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, like
The
we
kit,
can only.
the kit is entirely just does damage. Period.
Yeah, the thing is, but like we're gonna have the kit basically on Monday. The actual numbers, we'll see what it's gonna change. There's still many unknowns. Like the people are not sure, the leakers or whatever. They're not sure how many flower stacks will be the maximum needed. Apparently, that's not confirmed whatsoever. Nobody knows, like, how much is it. And also, there was another thing I believe that wasn't certain. It was written on the subreddit, but I forgot exactly what it was. I can check quickly. Wait, let me find it. Because there were two things that they said specifically they were not sure about if it works like that. Let me just find it. Where was it? Acheron kit. It was on the subreddit, I believe.
Beta did not start
Okay.
yet? No, beta did not start yet. They delayed the Honkai Starrail 2.1
It's better
beta
that way, if you ask me.
because of Chinese New Year. They should just be getting back into the office this week, which is why the beta is starting. It's also why 2.0 is an extended patch.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not sure if I can find it right now. Wait, let's see.
So
But
you mentioned
found
you
it.
think it's better that way. How do you think that compares to Genshin's idea of having a bit of a slower patch and putting out a character like Chiori or Dia?
I would say Dia is my favorite character.
Okay,
Yeah,
groovy.
by the way. Yeah. I know how she is, but hey, I just like the character. It's cool.
That's awesome.
Anyway, yeah. Well, I would like to say like this. In this game, because the way the game is designed, they can pump out characters way faster. You have like fixed set of animations for characters. You don't have as many like rigging animations, whatever you need as in Genshin. You don't swim, climb, glide. I would believe in this game it's much easier and efficient and fast. And also it's not a spaghetti goat necessarily now with this game. And they can just pump out characters way faster. And I don't think they plan to slow it down. Because it's obviously more profits for them if they constantly keep throwing new
No,
characters.
I meant about the idea of a slow patch or having
I just
when
don't-
not all the employees are in the office, it's still
I
putting
agree,
stuff
but
out.
I just don't think they will do it because they want to
Yeah.
maximize their money as a bit. Like I'm thinking also from like a corporate perspective. Like if they can release or put characters constantly faster, it's definitely beneficial for them to maximize the sales. And also they do reruns like constantly on the side. Perhaps they're not confident that much in certain character reruns, and as well maybe that's why they do it. I don't know.
Okay, so Genshin's original patch that was in development during Chinese New Year was 1.4 because they hadn't quite version 1.5 was technically shorter. So 1.4 was the Chinese New Year beta. There was no new character during that update. They didn't start doing characters or developing characters during Chinese New Year until 2.5, which was Yai. Yai was in beta during Chinese New Year, and then it was Dia, and now it's
0.5
Chiori.
curse. Surely.
The,
But yes.
yes, the 0.5 curse is literally just there are less eyes on the project.
Exactly, yeah. So that's why I believe it was better that they delayed here for Starrail, so they actually work when everybody is at work and you don't have some intern con doing God knows what. Okay, so yeah, I think it's better that way if you ask me.
Okay.
But I know a lot of people wanted to right away to get the info, but I rather wait 2 weeks or whatever so it's done properly than have something scuffed.
I like
Just-
I do like just having the content, be able like consume content and get excited for next content. We live in a society. Anyway,
True, yeah.
but at the end of the day, the version release cycle, it does matter. It's something you can notice in the back half of basically every patch. Things slow down.
Oh, they certainly do, yeah. But this is intentionally done. The reason why they slow down patches, especially the second half, basically also with Zelda Zone Zero, it's gonna happen like this. They basically, in my opinion, intentionally make quote-unquote dead weeks to incentivize players to try out or play their other game. So they can basically, the player can hop between their games. Like, something is going on right now in Starrail, play Starrail. Then nothing is happening in Starrail, but right now it's happening for Genshin. And then ZZZ rotate. That's my impression out of this, especially with because right now, Genshin is basically like...
Yeah,
you're not gonna
Honkai
get main...
2.1 is Honkai Starrail's anniversary patch, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And also the main story for Starrail is going to be up to 2.3, just epilogue. So basically up to 2.2, I would say. So around that time frame, I would expect Genshin not to have many major things. And then when ZZZ should probably come out around, or probably going to be released around when Starrail main story stuff ends. So people hope to play that. And at the same time, I don't think at that time Genshin will have much going on. Just to incentivize players to hop on to their other product.
Man, I have not seen a lot of buzz for Z's.
Yeah, I played close beta 2 test.
Oh, how'd you like it?
I can tell you the best description about this game. It's a strategy board game with some combat element.
It's a strategy board game?
With some combat element. That's like the best description I got from somebody else who also tested the game. That's how it feels like. That's how it feels like. You primarily play mostly through the TV screens, and there you also have some combat element. That's how it feels like.
That is
it's not,
very different.
Yeah, that's my impression because the advertisement showed everything about action, gameplay, combat, roguelike action RPG, but in reality, you spend a lot of the time on the TV screens, which does feel like an actual strategy board game.
An actual strategy board game.
And then you trigger the combat events. Yeah, that's what was the impression I had, basically.
That is...
And, yeah.
Most of what I've heard is it's kind of like Honkai. That's most of what I've heard.
I played Honkai Impact 3 for over a year. And in Honkai Impact 3, at least you move around through the stages with your characters. Here you don't even have that. Here you primarily you're moving through the board thingy, TV screens. So not exactly, yeah.
You're moving through the board. Is it like small combat arenas, I guess?
No. Think of it like this. You're moving through a board game type of thing, tiles on a board. And then you
Okay.
trigger events, and these events might have some combat element in it or not. That's literally...
Or not.
Yeah, you have a lot, like, because remember...
So it's Golden Gears or
No,
or
ooh, far
Current?
worse. No, Golden Gears, you at least you move with your characters between stages more. No.
You
This
move
is,
with your characters between stages more in Simulated Universe?
Yes, in that game you don't even do that. In that game you just move through the board completely. You only see your characters technically when you trigger the event on the board. And then you're in
Whoa.
the stage fighting. It's really terribly presented, yes. Imagine playing a gacha game where you pull for waifus, but you don't even get to look at these characters most of the time. So that's how it is, yeah. I would say they could fix this, but at the same time, looking from a mobile player perspective, I'm very positive they would probably like something like this more. For a
Spending
mobile
more time
casual
in the
player
UI.
game.
I already thought Honkai Star Rail was a lot more mobile friendly than something like
Oh,
Genshin.
it is, absolutely. Starrail is very mobile friendly, and I would say Zenless Zone Zero is definitely gonna be also
Even
very
more
mobile
so, huh?
Even more so, but I would say definitely more obviously than Genshin. They basically want to make sure it's gonna work very smoothly for phone.
Yeah.
And by doing that approach, like, sure, it's cool for the mobile casual, but not so great for players who want to play an actual PC game.
So, I've played a lot more Honkai Star Rail on mobile than I've played Genshin.
Fair.
One of the things I've noticed, I don't know if this is a problem for anyone but me. So feel free to like say, what are you talking about? Is this really an issue?
Yeah, sure, of course.
So say you're out and about, you gotta put your phone down, or you gotta move over to the next tab and do something else real quick, and then come back to the game. The game has to reload every time you do that. It's not a seamless thing.
Genshin also has the exact same
Genshin has the
problem.
exact same. Yeah, it
Yeah,
feels like it
I don't know
wastes
why
your
they-
time.
I agree. This is really a weird design, especially for Starrail, because it's a turn-based game by design. Because if you play some other gacha games, I don't know, maybe Nick or maybe some other more typical mobile gacha games, when you like switch tabs, that doesn't necessarily happen.
Oh, it doesn't? I thought that was.
I don't think
thought that was
so.
normal, just because
I
of
don't
how the
think
games are always
so.
online.
No, like it doesn't happen for most of these gacha games. But specifically for Hoyo games, it does, and I have no idea why actually. Because like I'm sure some of you guys maybe play, I don't know, let's say Dokkan Battle, maybe somebody in chat. If you go in and out, you're just gonna be where you were. For example, it's not gonna load or something, or reload the game. Even,
It is because the game picks up RAM. Yes.
Yeah.
It's because it takes RAM. It's because it needs an internet connection. It needs to connect to the server. It needs to communicate with the server constantly.
Yeah. Perhaps. Yeah.
But
Probably
it's
that's
just
why, yeah.
they should really come up with some way to resolve that.
Yeah, I don't know if they will be able to resolve that, unfortunately. And I don't think ZZZ... I mean, they could do it for ZZZ, perhaps, by the nature of the game, how it works. Especially when you're on the TV screens, moving through the board. If you went in and out, maybe, maybe it would work, perhaps, for that. I don't know. But like people said, there is constant internet connection, RAM, and so on. Depends how intensive the game will also be. But as of right now, I would say for Zenless Zone Zero, I don't have high hopes for it as a PC player, but I would say that in China, for mobile casuals, they will definitely like it a lot, the way the game is presented for mobile.
Huh.
For PC players, it's a bit sus. Oh yeah, by the way, I forgot to tell you another thing, which is one of the most painful things ever. In Zenless Zone Zero, side quests are basically, every single side quest is a mini game, not even a mini game, but an actual game puzzle that you have to play on the TV screen as a strategy board. They even made a game out of the TV screens where you're playing an actual RPG game where you have to collect stats such as strength, agility, intellect, and you could play that thing for 30-40 minutes. It's like, how to put it? Imagine they put, or even Bomberman, if you ever played Bomber, maybe not.
I'm
It's a boomer
familiar.
game.
I'm familiar with Bomberman.
Yeah. But like, they basically yoinked a lot of quote-unquote games from the past that people used to play. Maybe they made their own twist or quote-unquote a shittier version of it, and they put it inside of these TV screen mini games they want you to play. And also, you remember the quest book? The telephone thing you had in Starrail that I remember once you complained how much you have of that. Yeah.
I will pretend that I know what you're talking about. Yes.
You know the phone thingy in Starrail when you have like messages
Yes.
from characters.
Oh my god. Yes. Oh,
In
no.
Zenless Zone Zero, you can't skip that. You have to
can
go through
barely
each
skip
one,
it
and
in
it's
Honkai.
extremely slow. It's extremely slow. Like, you literally have to wait for them to write the text. You can't even click to generate the text instantly. You literally have to wait seconds for the message to be written. It takes somehow, it's even worse somehow. I don't know.
I don't know, man. The thing that I always worry about is this idea of cannibalizing your market. You know, you mentioned how they give you lulls, so the player base is constantly spending across different games.
This is
people
very risky
don't have enough
business,
time to do that, and people don't have enough money to do that.
Exactly, and that's my belief about the rotation. That's why they do basically, they make it, nothing is happening right now in Genshin or Starrail, something big is happening in our other game. Please check it out.
I don't think that's a good strategy.
I don't think so either, but it seems to me they're trying to like rotate players. And think of it like this. Imagine you're a long-term player in Genshin, you're not really spending much money, but then they hook you up with their new game where you're more likely to start spending money again on their game, and it's the same company, and that's how they can potentially start getting money again from a person who did not spend money anymore in Genshin.
Do you think Honkai Star Rail is cheaper to develop for and maintain than Genshin?
I would say probably yes. Probably yes, because when Genshin was created, it definitely was created on a more quote-unquote spaghetti code, I would say. Meanwhile, Starrail was probably created with a better code in mind, and it's definitely more cheaper to pump out characters and to create them. Like, overall. I would say it's definitely cheaper. Like, lots of these, like, it's still a higher quality compared to other turn-based games in gacha market, but it's still definitely way cheaper to maintain than Genshin.
You know, speaking of this idea of a gacha market, how do you feel about people referring to gacha as a genre? Is gacha its own genre? Is it a full market?
I would say mobile games that basically use these loot box systems, predatory FOMO tactics, whatever, that's why I would usually bunch in the category of gacha. Not exactly necessarily from the gameplay perspective, but more of the predatory gamba systems they have. In that category, I would categorize the game, not necessarily by genre.
The reason I mention it is because everyone talks about, oh my god, this next gacha game is going to be the Genshin killer.
Oh yeah, I also plan to talk about Wuthering Waves, by the way.
Okay.
I had also that written down.
We can talk about Wuthering Waves, but the thing that I'm trying to talk about is, people are really weird that only a gacha game can compete with the Genshin Impact or Honkai Star Rail. Like, no, these games are AAA games.
Exactly.
They get competed with by any game on most platforms. It doesn't have to specifically be monetized exactly the same way to be competitive, or even in the same genre.
Exactly. And here is something I would like to point about Wuthering Waves. A lot of people have expectation about Wuthering Waves perhaps being like a Monster Hunter World type of PC game / console, but the problem is by design, it's designed by gacha with the FOMO, predatory tactics, and all tricks you can have in this type of monetization game.
Can you explain some of this to me? So,
what's up?
Whenever someone tries to hype up Wuthering Waves, they just talk about Dark Souls and Monster Hunter. This game is not developed by FromSoft or Capcom. I don't understand it. Have you seen the end game mode? It's usually Spiral Abyss. There was like an NDA leak of Closed Beta 2 already, and I saw it. It's usually Spiral Abyss. I have the Circle Arena, Timer. It's kind of samey. Like, a lot of these gacha games by design will have monetization system based games on this monetization will have systems done in a place to maximize their profits, and they're very comfortable with always using these timed systems. The game design rationale.
It's much more I will say it's much more restricted in that way, like what they can put out to maximize their sales. Because like you said, if it's
Spiral Abyss and Mach are meant to be near impossibly difficult for the casual player. Especially a new casual player. They kind of exist as this borderline unreachable goal, or like insurmountable goal that gives the player motivation to keep playing, even if it's unreasonably difficult and caters towards whatever is new. And
precisely,
they give you something to stay on the treadmill for.
Exactly, and the thing about the difference, as you mentioned, with Monster Hunter World, especially Elden Ring, their goal is to make a game, sell you the product, and after you buy the product, they don't have to have systems in place within that product to keep making more money because they don't have it. Their sale is just selling the game in the first place.
Yeah.
After you buy it, they don't care what you do with it. But for these free-to-play gacha monetization games, it's in their interest to keep you hooked with their systems, and the systems are carefully designed around getting the most money out of you. And that's why, yeah.
I think you could even say, specifically Dark Souls and Monster Hunter, these fights aren't really meant to hold up. Monster Hunter fights get very boring after about 30 kills. Because you've seen it all. The thrill is gone. You're not really going to get your heart rate going the same way.
But like I said, for these companies, they just like, if they're selling just a box price product, they only care about, we got the money, you bought the game, that's it. After what you do with it, they already got the money, yeah?
Yeah.
But for these gacha games, they have to have these systems in place. And that's the problem with Wuthering Waves as well. They will have the same FOMO limited time events where you're going to miss your festering desire or something like that. You know, like all the similar same practices from Genshin that you have, Wuthering Waves will also have to employ it if they want to make more money from casuals. And also, one thing I pointed out with Wuthering Waves specifically, even if they have a higher budget right now, can they keep up with this budget if they're not making enough money post-release? They would have to drop down in quality, which consumers, the players, would not like it. Because you probably know from Genshin specifically, originally, Genshin plan was much smaller. I think they had like a 5-year plan. Also, the original Inazuma was way smaller in scale from what I remember. And they basically, by getting more budget, they were able to expand and do more with it. And if Wuthering Waves doesn't get that, it will suffer post-release as well.
One of the things that I like that they took the time to do is they redesigned all of their characters for Wuthering Waves. The new models look significantly better. Than the old ones. True. They also put them through the Genshin filter.
Yeah. Some people even say that the new UI they have, it's way too similar to Genshin as well, and some people don't like that. Supposedly,
But I think the fact that they went through and redid all of their previously done work, it's a sign of good faith.
It's a good faith sign, but I would also like to point out Blue Protocol. Blue Protocol did something similar, but you know how Blue Protocol perhaps ended up. It still was not good enough for players. So even if the developers change things, it's a good sign of faith, but until we actually try to play this closed beta 2 or the game itself, we're not going to be certain how good are these changes. Because like, devs can change it, but that doesn't automatically mean it's going to be better for us as players, or that much better. So we'll get to play it, hopefully, and judge and see.
Yeah, hopefully.
So I would be more skeptical. I wouldn't get debated by the hype or anything like that from a dev letter, basically. Just be like, you know, actually try the game and then we see type of deal.
Yeah, things that to look out for are definitely going to be, you could say Spiral Abyss, but I'm more interested about the map design. There's Genshin has some pretty interesting, I guess you could say it's map design, where
I think it's very
the areas in Genshin are built like they're theme parks. Even its world quests are done in a way like that.
Yeah, certainly right now. I believe starting from Sumeru, it was way more apparent about the theme park, I would say.
Yeah, well, there's literally a theme park event, but yeah.
Okay, fair.
So the way Genshin's world quests tend to work is they start you at the opening of the area and they take you around and let you do guided exploration.
Yeah, I believe they started with Sumeru specifically. I don't remember Inazuma having exactly world quests on that scale. Maybe something, but from Sumeru onwards,
Sangonomiya Shrine is go to the four corners of the island and light up all the shrines.
Yeah, maybe I don't remember that one, true. Yeah.
TF Island is you have to explore the island 3 times. Yes, you have.
I mean, fair. I mean, it's been years, okay?
Yeah.
Like, I remember more distinctly about Sumeru with the quest of Aranara, where it led you around the map. And
the
I know
Aranara
people didn't like that, but I kind of liked it.
I did like the Aranara quest. Also,
I think it was nice. Yeah.
The Sumeran jungle, it's just really fun to explore. It's big.
Yeah, I had blast with it. It was super fun. Absolutely.
Yep.
But yeah, people were complaining it was too long, but at the same time, you didn't have to speed run it. Like, you just played at your own pace. It wasn't time limited, yeah.
Yeah, I also enjoyed it. The first desert area had really fun underground exploration. Like, it felt like you were doing tomb raiding.
Exactly, especially when you didn't have the underground map and you're actually exploring and lost. It was fun.
It got a little frustrating to get lost. Okay.
I remember you and your scarabs, okay? I remember that one.
The scare... you're gonna get me tilted about the scare. They're so hard to collect on day one. They were so hard to collect on day one.
I remember, I watched it.
It took hours.
Yeah, true. But yeah, basically, for Wuthering Waves, I believe Wuthering Waves could compete better, perhaps with Zenless Zone Zero, because they're being close released around the same time. And it is probable that Wuthering Waves could yoink some players who originally wanted to play Zenless or will not like Zenless. But getting people who played Genshin for a very long time to drop Genshin when there's heavily invested over the years for Wuthering Waves, it's going to be much harder. It's easier to get people off a game to the other game if they're not invested for as much. And since Zenless comes around the same time as Wuthering Waves, I think they have a better chance with that, perhaps. Genshin is going to be difficult.
I never really thought about Zenless as competing with Wuthering Waves.
I would say to some extent, yes, because people will try Zenless. Let's say Zenless comes first. People try Zenless, they turn out, oh, this is more like a board game, a TV screen, we don't like it. Oh, here's the other game that just came 3 weeks after, let's try that instead. Like that type of deal, I mean.
There is
by the timing of release.
Yeah, there is the other Genshin killer that we all forgot about that my chat wants to mention.
Tower of Fantasy, yeah.
Tower of Fantasy.
Well, I can debunk that in one word. It's not a single-player game. Actually, it's not a sentence. It's an MMORPG.
Yeah.
It's not the same, it's very different genre of a game as well. I would say Wuthering Waves is way closer to Genshin than TOF, obviously.
Well, the thing that killed TOF is, in my opinion, it's its world design. The open world. It just wasn't fun.
Yeah,
it just
was. I heard something about TOF specifically that the Chinese devs were forced to rush release the game because their license was about to expire. Because in China, they have the license to release the game, and the license was about to expire, and they were forced to release it as it is. Right. Supposedly, they didn't have enough time or something. But nevertheless, the damage was caused. So yeah.
I mean, it's never gonna be much better.
Exactly. I think so too, but I would say like this. Gacha systems in a PvP game, ribozo.
What do you mean you don't want to PvP a whole team of C6 R5s?
Yeah, it sucks. It's like, you just get, as a free-to-play, playing in a PvP gacha game or leaderboards, you're constantly swimming against the current, constantly as a free-to-play, and the moment you slip up, you fall all the way down. It's not a fun experience. It's almost like if you're a masochist or something, you want to go through that.
Technically, Honkai Impact 3rd has PvP.
Yeah, it has a leaderboard, and you basically think of it like Spiral Abyss, but you have a leaderboard where you compete with other players for timers. So if you didn't do the timer as the whale, you're not going to get max rewards. Sure, you could miss, let's say, 100 or 150 gems from that abyss, but in Genshin, you would never miss it in the first place. Like that. There you will, and eventually it adds up. It's still, it's still that annoying, yeah.
It feels so arbitrary. It feels so... One of the cool things that they did for Honkai Impact 3rd, though, is they released art books for some of their... If you scored high enough on the PvP leaderboard, you got a free art book.
I have a friend of mine who got it, yeah.
Which I think is really cool, and I would love to see something similar for Genshin. Even just come up with an excuse to give everyone free shit.
If they did that, it would probably be form of a giveaway, not necessarily playing the game. I would say for Honkai Impact 3, it's mostly kind of a pet project for the company. They really like the game and just keep it afloat, even if it's not that profitable, basically. Yep. That's why I have Honkai Impact Part 2, and like you said many times on your stream when I watched, what's the point of having Zenless Zone 0 when you already have
Honkai 2,
Honkai Impact Part 2? And I believe there is a reason, perhaps.
Okay.
Perhaps they just want to stay loyal like to their loyal customers, or like people who played over the years, since they're not making much money with this game anyway, perhaps the Dawei and Co just wants to have like a game in a way that's not exactly extremely profitable for them, and Zenless Zone Zero just trying to be a cash grab or something. I don't know. Just a throwaway, like make the most obnoxious things there to maximize money. Meanwhile, Honkai Impact 3, it's like we gotta do like more skins, because like in Honkai Impact 3 they make a lot of skins, but in reality the skins don't bring as much money as characters, because not everybody has the character for a skin. That's one of the reasons why I believe they don't release that many skins in Genshin.
Yeah. You know,
it's just, yeah.
The joke about Genshin skins is they only release the skins when people stop playing the characters.
Exactly, but the thing is, it takes money, resources, and time to make a skin. Why not just use those resources to make a character where everybody is a potential buyer, compared to a skin where immediately a certain part of the player base is cut off from being a potential buyer just because they don't have it. So it just corporate, just want to maximize money. In Honkai Impact, they don't care, it seems, and they just keep throwing them. So that's my opinion. They just want to like keep this pet project up, and for the players who still enjoy the game, or potentially for new players, even if it's not as profitable. Meanwhile, Zenless Zone Zero is definitely going to have all the tricks in the book to maximize the profits, for sure. I believe they're not going as hard, because they even changed the gacha in Honkai Impact 3, and they didn't copy the gacha of Genshin or Starrail. You don't have 50-50 in Honkai Impact 3, even with the updated gacha system for Part 2. So that kind of tells me a bit that they have a definitely different approach to Honkai Impact 3.
You know, here's a really cool thing about Honkai's gacha. It's not just 3-star weapons. It's when you don't get what you want. You can get credits, or you can get the character XP resource, or weapon crystals.
That is true. That is true.
I really wish both Genshin and Honkai Impact 3 had this mechanic.
Yeah, that would be very nice. But the problem with the original Honkai Impact 3 gacha was, or at least because you had the leaderboard PvP game, if you were just playing single-player story, you pulled the character, which was fine. But if you actually wanted to, quote-unquote, play Abyss and compete with other players, you needed to get the weapon, and you needed to get stigmatas, which are the artifacts or relics, but it's gacha. And they're also very painful to get. Like, you didn't have a guarantee system. You could easily get duped. Like, it was really even worse system than the weapon banner, I believe, in Genshin. Like,
the funny thing about Honkai Impact 3...
But if you don't compete, it's fine. Yeah.
It's 5-star weapon equivalent, 5-star light cone equivalent, is the weapons will literally have text. When equipped to X character has X effect.
Yes. Yes, you get an additional ability as well. So basically, let's say in Starrail or in Genshin, you get the C0 character, 5-star. It's usually quite, most of the time, quite functional at its base. But in Honkai Impact, if you don't have the weapon, you don't, like, it feels very bare bones, like it's missing something, because you don't have that extra ability as well. You get an extra ability from the weapon.
The thing that I'm kind of complaining about by mentioning that is...
Yeah, do tell.
It literally removes the possibility of using weapons on other characters.
It does, and this is another thing they decided to do in Starrail as well, by limiting to character paths. Because you don't have weapon types, but they limit it to the path, and also like super niche specific stuff to not to incentivize you to pull more different light cones or weapons. Because like in Genshin, you have more flexibility with certain weapons than in this game as of right now. I would say.
You've read Navi's weapon and Chiori's weapons, right?
I don't remember Chiori weapon on top of my head, but
okay.
you can refresh me.
So this weapon is called Uraku Mitsugiri, or Misugiri. Normal attack damage is increased, elemental skill damage is increased after a nearby active character deals geo damage. You get twice the effect.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's... Wait, they started to pulling a Honkai? Wait, what?
This weapon has half of the passive unless you play with a geo character in your party.
Wait, so they're trying to make it more restrictive now? Okay.
Verdict is very similar. Increases attack, and when characters in your when party members obtain elemental shards from the crystallized reaction, the equipping character gains 1 seal, increasing their elemental damage. The seal lasts for 15 seconds. The equipper may have up to 2 seals at once.
Precisely, yeah. I mean, I did get that weapon because I like the axe. The drip is great, okay?
The drip is great. I think the passive is very funny, where it's you have to
Yeah.
play Crystallize.
For Navi, that is. Yeah, but yeah, like perhaps they will also start doing this in Genshin, because I would say that they try to they love to test a lot of things between their games and then implement this feature in their newer or upcoming games or even between the games. Remember when we had like the Labyrinth Warriors, whatever it was called in Genshin, the event,
Yeah,
you know, like
2.3.
simulated universe. Yeah.
2.2?
Yeah, I believe. Yeah, with the Xinyan and stuff.
2.2.
So, yeah, 2.2.
Yeah.
And basically, they like a lot of these features they tested and then they put it in their new games. Also, Honkai Impact 3 before Genshin switched to a semi-open world, by the way. So they like to test a lot of different things between their games, and what sticks, they try to implement it perhaps in the new game or even in the current games. So if they're seeing how well something goes, let's say in Starrail, they could start to make more restrictive, niche weapons in Genshin as well, like you said. Because they see, okay, this is actually working, people are paying anyway.
Weapons have to, kind of by default, they have to get more specialized over time, the more weapons
Yeah,
that
of
are
course.
released.
It's same for characters, I would say.
Yeah.
I wonder how they're gonna do it in Starrail, actually. I guess you're just gonna have Yu-Gi-Oh cards, passive effects, descriptions. Very
Yes,
long.
they already do.
I mean, it's gonna be even longer, okay? I used to play Yu-Gi-Oh, so yeah, it's gonna be quite long, I would say.
Would you roll for
That would be
Endymion?
Sorry, what?
Endymion. I think it's the Yu-Gi-Oh
the
card with the
pendulum
longest
card.
text.
Yes, I know that card, but don't remember the fact. It's been a while. Yeah. But they made it even more long and obnoxious. But, oh yeah, I forgot to ask you another important thing. Speaking now of, because it's not exactly related to Yu-Gi-Oh, but it's Starrail. Staples. Right. What's your opinion about support, such as Ruan Mei, which, could you consider this like staple type of character that you can virtually use almost everywhere? What's your opinion about having such characters in the game?
My opinion on having such, like, staple characters.
Yeah, that you virtually almost play it everywhere.
Oh, okay,
They're just that good.
The thing about Genshin
like,
Impact, when you talk about power creep, is the sausage really gets made in its off-fielders and its supports. That's where the real power creep happens. A new DPS character that does slightly more damage than XY DPS character in a similar team, yeah, you could say that's power creep. It's not as blatant. Well, it's not as egregious as releasing a new support that makes all the characters on your account do like X% more damage.
Precisely.
And the idea of releasing characters like that, it is nice for helping old units keep up. The thing about Genshin is you can only wheelchair a unit until they have 3 fixed characters in their teams. It's something you can see with Xiao, and you're going to see it next patch with Ito. When your teams are 3 fixed units, their team flexibility does not exist anymore. That's it. You are a finished character at that point.
And I believe of this flexibility or inflexibility, I believe they're gonna keep doing this more in Starrail, but just releasing more units where you will have to have, like, they will want to shoehorn you in specific combination of characters to make it work. I'm just afraid if they ever will do something like that, you can't mix match as much anymore to make it like still easy to get 3 stars. I'm not sure how they're gonna make
I'm
that.
not sure about it being... The easiness to get 3 stars is less of a concern as much as it's getting 3 stars with a character.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, can that character still... Yeah.
You were playing Genshin Impact in 1.0, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so you remember how much hype there was for Xiao.
Yes.
Before he released in 1.3 and even after.
Yep.
It wouldn't be a stretch to say Xiao was the worst DPS, or arguably the worst 5-star DPS in the game from 1.3 until version...
Farzan, I assume.
3. Was Farzan 3.3?
I'm not sure. Was it 3.2 or
3.3?
I think it was 3. No,
right?
wasn't it? Whenever it was the one that I released, yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't 3. Yeah, I think it was either 3.2 or 3.3.
Yeah, either 3.2 or 3.3. But yeah, there was a point in which it was genuinely near impossible to 36 stars, Xiao.
Yeah.
Or at least not impossible, but it was exponentially more difficult than other characters.
I mean, speaking of Zhao now, we could bring another character that used to play quite a lot. Sela.
Yes, Scylla.
So
Scylla has a lot of zero cycle hype, which is why I kind of mentioned it earlier.
Do you believe that Sela might get like quote-unquote Zhao treatment in the future, where they will release a support or some type of character that could directly benefit her and make her smoother and nicer to play?
I think it's either they're going to do that or they're going to release another Quantum DPS. But it is called Sparkle. It is called...
True.
Sparkle is her name.
That is true. We can also talk about Sparkle, by the way. I also plan to do that. But speaking of Sela, I do have Sela on my free-to-play account, and without the signature, or not having good gear stats, it is quite painful. It's really
painful.
I would say from my experience with Sela, she requires, at the moment, way more investment with your team to pull some decent or good results, also even to comfortably clear the content, like in MOC. Yeah. Just have it to S1 Bronya, I guess. Get lucky, you know? and signature Lightcode on top of on Sela.
You know,
it's like...
Actually, something I've kind of tried to ask about, I haven't gotten a great answer. So, Honkai Starrail lets you buy the standard 5-star light cones from the shop for the cost of 30 wishes?
I do not recommend it for free-to-play nor low spenders.
Okay.
I don't think it's worth it because at the end of the day, it's a standard Lightcon that you could get from standard banner, and standard banner is not getting anytime soon, at least as of right now, new 5-star weapons or characters. So the probability of getting the Bronya Lightcon should relatively stay the same, unlike the 4 stars in the standard, which they keep expanding. So basically, if you're a free-to-play who uses 30 pulls to get Bronya Lightcon, it's a luxury, basically. Because anytime you miss those 30 pulls to get a guaranteed 5-star character, you know where you lost them. And also, if at any point in time you get Bronya from the standard banner, GG, rip Bozo 30 pulls. I don't think, it's like, it's a luxury thing if you want to do. It's probably definitely for bigger spenders, easy to do. If you're a free-to-play, think of it as a luxury. If you want to do it, I do not recommend it. I don't think it's cost-efficient whatsoever. And on one of my accounts, I don't even have Bronya on that account. And it's perfectly fine, normal, easy. Yeah.
People get very offended whenever you say anything negative about Bronya.
Yeah, I know. The problem I would say about Bronya is that a lot of people in the community are showcasing or talking about, let's say, E1 S1 Bronya or E2 S1 Bronya, but a lot of average viewers, casuals, will think they're talking also about E0 Bronya, which is a quite big difference between these two characters. Okay. Whether you have those Eidolons or Lightcone or not.
So I do not have Bronya's E1 or Bronya's Lightcone, and I mean,
with Jiggly's fine and Blade.
I found Bronya very frustrating from an aspect of your SP economy.
It's really bad. Basically, if you have E1 and S1, it alleviates so much more SP economy, and you also have a larger pool of characters to play with. If she's E0 with no Lightcon, you're much more relegated with something like Blade and potentially even Jingliu, because they don't spend SP all the time. Generally, Sparkle will not be... Like, I would say like this between Sparkle and Bronya, speaking about this, actually. If you do not have Bronya on your account and you're looking for a hyper carry type of support, Sparkle is a pretty nice pickup, especially if you do not have, let's say, E1 S1 or E2 S1 Bronya. Then Sparkle is a pretty nice pickup for your hyper carries if you need it, if you want to have that. And also like to point out about Sparkle, the difference between Sparkle and Bronya is that Sparkle can buff crit damage out of turn as well. So your, let's say, Jing 1, for example, Lightning Lord will finally have that crit damage. I saw some gameplay with Sparkle, Jing 1.
Our general.
Yeah. Basically, the general, Huoho, Tingyun, and Sparkle. And Jing 1 had close to 100% crit rate. And almost 100%, or about 100% crit rate, and very low crit damage, like 100%. And they got crit damage from the Lightcon, the new one, which gives you 40%, and Sparkle. So their Jing 1 was literally like, I'm around 100% crit rate, around 200% crit damage. I would say Sparkle will allow, for example, Jing 1 much easier to build him more into crit without sweating about having crit damage. Because maybe you don't know about the new Erudition Lightcon, but it's literally a free 40% crit
The
damage
new
stat stick.
Erudition Light Cone. No, what is this?
It's called The Day the Cosmo Fell. Basically, it provides 24% attack, and when the user will attack at least 2 enemies that have the same weakness, you will get crit damage buffed by 40% for 2 turns. So combine this with Sparkle, you'll get quite a lot of crit damage without having to look for a lot of crit damage in your substats gear.
Nice.
So it can be basically easier to build.
So Jingwan might be good in Pure Fiction.
I mean, I saw the MOC gameplay leak. He did it in 2 cycles on the next MOC, but that's the turbulence from Sparkle. If you remove the turbulence, I believe it still should be 4 or 5 cycles for 3 stars, relatively nice and easy. But
From 2 cycle to 5 cycles.
I'm just saying. I'm just
The turbulence
okay.
is that good? Wow.
Okay. No. Let me explain. I'm just putting 5 just to be, just highballing it because I could say 4 or 3 cycles even, but I'm not sure how much the turbulence contributes. So I'd rather play it safe and say 3 cycles. Because the turbulence with Sparkle is really good because you spam more skill points and get the turbulence up and going.
Sparkle next.
Just to play it safe, basically, but probably could push even faster. But it definitely does help him, but at the same time, Sparkle value will literally come for people who are looking for a hyper carry support and they do not, they only have E0 Bronya or have no Bronya. It will certainly help a lot because Sparkle out of the package E0 works pretty well with all kinds of hyper carries outside obviously of Jingliu and Blade because they don't really use skill points. So that does work. But that's about it.
Even if you don't, she has the specific quantum synergy where she gives quantum characters an additional attack.
Yeah, that's nice, but as of right now, it is kind of weird because like I mentioned earlier, the new MOC doesn't have that many quantum enemies or quantum at all, and they're pushing Sparkle with that trace. So I think it's probably for the future, potentially quantum teammates as well, where you will probably use her.
The next quantum teammate is a follow-up attack character? Or follow-up attack support? Jade?
Oh yeah, that one, yeah. Potentially, yeah. I'm not sure. I don't remember her kit well. There wasn't that much about her. But basically, Jade, yeah. But basically for Sparkle, I would say it's going to be nice for people who don't have Bronya or are stuck with E0 Bronya and can get E1 Bronya with the signature. And they play something like, let's say, Jingwan, Sergentis, hyper carries that are not Jingliu or Blade specifically. However, for a double DPS team, Sparkle does fall off quite a lot compared to Ruan Mei. Ruan Mei is much more noticeable. I saw the gameplay of some guy testing out stuff and... wait, are you still here? Did we? Okay. Hello? Wait,
hello.
Okay. Just making sure this guy. Sorry. Yeah, if I talk too much, do let me know. I can, do let me know.
No, I'm just listening.
Okay. So I saw some gameplay basically with, I believe it was Fushuan, Ratio, Sparkle, Topaz, and it performed really poorly, really slowly as well. And the Ruan Mei variation is obviously so much better. I believe it was like what? Even with the Ratio Turbulence on the current MOC, I believe it was it like 4 or 5 cycles or something like that?
That is actually an interesting point where I guess I should point this out. Topaz is a character who does fire damage against one enemy. Aventurine and Ratio are both imaginary characters.
Exactly.
Do you think Topaz does enough damage to warrant a slot in that kind of team?
Well, the thing is, first of all, I would like to also point out that the Aventurine ultimate is surprisingly actually single target. That crit damage debuff increase he has, I believe. Let me actually read it again. Right. It's single target, so it's definitely going to be nice for Topaz or Ratio. But the problem, I believe, is that we would literally have to test this out, basically. Because the difference could be, especially if it's E0 Topaz. Because you could just be basically playing Sparkle with Ratio, Aventurine, and then you have another support slot. Or something like that. And just play like a solo hyper carry type of ratio as well, without Topaz. I'm not certain how is the efficacy with Topaz at E0 without Lightcon.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm questioning.
That's also. But I believe the E0 Topaz ratio Topaz ratio E0, no Lightcon, with Ruan Mei and Aventurine, if he has 2 debuffs, should be pretty decent against fights that are also weak to Imaginary, obviously, and Fire. Because you'll be able to break a lot, do more damage. Like, the Fire break is nice for usually normal enemies. It's quite a lot of damage, but the Pyro, the Fire dot, follow break damage thingy, that follows, it's not as strong. So yeah, it's that could play a big part, I would say, but I'm not certain. I'm not certain how they want to push it, but it could be a situation like you said, where you're just gonna play solo hyper carry ratio if you don't have an invested topaz. Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder if people
possible.
will just kind of end up. It's easy to assume uniform resin investment on paper.
Yeah.
And I wonder if people, because that's not necessarily reality, if it's just, why would you play Topaz when you could just play a buffer for ratio? Or another
Exactly,
buffer.
but I mean, there is another argument as well. Team flexibility. So let's say the Topaz ratio team will still get you 3 stars, maybe 1 cycle slower, or let's say supposedly. And the hyper carry version, let's say it's gonna be better, but you need to split your teams apart for whatever reason. Let's say you need that hyper carry support on the other side, and then you still have Topaz available with ratio if you happen to have it on account. So having some flexibility, it certainly can and does help, I would say. So I would not completely disregard the Topaz ratio combo with Aventurine potentially, but
No, I'm really interested in it because
yeah, I'm pulling Aventurine myself. I will play that. I will try it out.
I keep trying to farm the set for ratio. I have some really good crit pieces on the break set.
Yeah, I would say, yeah.
How do you feel about no offset?
What do you feel about what, sorry?
The artifact grind in this game versus
The relic grind in this game is far worse than Genshin, if you ask me, because you don't have off pieces.
Yeah,
That's and also very like I can explain. It's very simple. Let's say in Genshin, you got really lucky and you got an amazing piece with great CV. That piece could be potentially used as an off piece for years to come for new characters and still maintain the set bonus. In this game, you can't do that without losing that set bonus. So that's kind of gonna suck. Let's say you get a really good piece, but then a future character, we really want that full set bonus, but you won't be able to use that greatly rolled piece without losing that nice OP new bonus, whatever it might be.
The set bonus that you kind of really are using the set for.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know. We'll see how it goes. But regarding Topaz, I believe it's gonna work really fine with Ratio and Ruan Mei together, and should work really nicely because Topaz will also get buffed by Ruan Mei, so she can perform some damage. And the debuff for follow-up is nice. And also forgot to mention another thing. The Nambi follow-up can also help you to trigger nicely chain triggers with Ratio Ultimate as well.
Yes, you can.
It's gonna be very nice in that way. I already played that myself. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
But I'm waiting for Aventurine to potentially see how it's gonna end up being.
See how it.
But I do believe you can.
It's
interchangeable.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it is interchangeable, I believe. You could just go full. Because on my other account, I'm going a full hyper carry ratio. I'm gonna basically try Ratio, Silver Wolf, Sparkle, and insert your sustainer, Locha, Fushwan, whatever.
Yep.
Basically, I'll try that too, because I don't have Topaz in one of the counts.
Yeah. Apparently, Topaz is gonna. People have said Topaz is rerunning in 2-1. I don't know the rumor. I haven't followed it.
There is no post on the subreddit, so it's just hearsay. You know, Twitter, TikToks. Yeah. If it's not on the subreddit, I generally wouldn't even consider it. If you ask me. So I would wait and see what they have to say there. But it is a fair speculation, at least, because she was released quite a while ago. And she definitely, with the current Aventurine, definitely there would be some synergy potentially. And that's why it kind of would make sense if she was rerun with Aventurine. Or, like, not maybe at the same time, but like Aventurine first and then she's the second half. So people have, quote-unquote, more gems or whatever to get them both. So yeah. It's possible. As for the Sustainer, it's a big question. For Sustainers, we're not sure, because Fushwan would kind of compete directly with Aventurine, so it would be very weird if they were running the same banner. Locha, to some extent, yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
there were. What do you? I think rerunning in Dill was an interesting choice after giving everyone a free ratio.
I'll explain why. I believe the rerun of Danheng IL and also Jing 1 was already planned quite some time ago because of the Chinese New Year. Originally, Danheng and Jing 1 made quite a lot of money in CN, apparently. It's a favorite character. And they figured out to release a CN type of character for the Chinese New Year to maximize the profits. Maybe that was their plan, and now by releasing Ratio later for free, they still stuck with the plan. Because perhaps people still like Danheng IL that much in CN as a character, lore, and whatnot. Even if they have a free ratio. I would say that's a possibility.
Yeah,
Perhaps.
I can say, like, subjectively, I feel no pressure to roll for him because we already. I feel like we have imaginary DPS covered.
Exactly. At this point, the only people who would pull Danheng if they already have ratios because they really like Danheng as a character. That's about it. Yeah, I would not recommend people go because I remember back in the day actually when you didn't play Starrail, you were on a break, I suppose.
Nope.
When Danheng came out, he was super hyped as the best thing in existence. And there were a lot of people showcasing E2 Danheng, which he gets a lot of boosted, like super big boost. And a lot of people mistook that E2 Danheng as a E0 Danheng being as good. So he was kind of like being overrated at E0 because people are getting debated by E2 showcases.
I love Zhao discourse.
Yeah, I know. That's basically like, it's like we're living in samsara. I swear, a lot of things that happen in the Genshin community are just repeating the same in this game. Like the takes, the doom posting, like...
Monoquantum can never be power crafted as absolute consistency. Fundamentally broken team.
I saw Monoquantums with Sparkle gameplay from Shui, QQE6, and Sela. The Sela one, I believe it did it like in 3 cycles when every single character had the Lightcon on signature. I believe like everybody had a signature Lightcon, even Sparkle, Fushwan, Silverwolf, and pretty stacked gear as well. The free-to-play version, like without Lightcons, it was far weaker.
Yeah.
It took way longer, yeah. I would say for Sela, the biggest design problem, in my opinion, with Sela is her reset. Because it requires,
It's a very feast or famine mechanic.
Yeah, but I can elaborate this a bit further. So basically, think of it like this. Even if they release a content, like we have Pure Fiction for Erudition, which is multi-target. Now imagine if they release content for single-target exclusive fights, and you play Sela in a single-target exclusive fight, but then you don't get the resets, wouldn't ratio still just be better then?
Yes.
That's the design problem in my opinion. Like, how she's gonna get resets if you make a single-target hunt content, which is generally good for hunt units, but for her, not that great. But you have a 2-target or 3-target content, that's where destruction units come in, such as Jingliu. So I feel like she's like stuck in a weird spot, regarding that design choice.
Well, it's meant to be for stuff like Mach. Even looking at the boss lineup, they're giving you the biggest single target, or like one of the biggest single target DPS checks ever in Sam. He's got 3 dudes next to him. So you can play
yeah, but
Sela.
those dudes go away relatively quickly. Like, sure, you're gonna get some resets, but
the point is that you get at least 2 resets.
Yeah, you should.
1 reset.
You can get 1 or 2 resets. It's something.
The problem is when you can't get to that reset, you just kind of get screwed.
And that's where the reset gameplay comes, and a lot of people don't want to just keep resetting as well. Yeah. Just crit, like, I swear, some people have 96 crit rate Sela, it doesn't crit, reset the floor, just like Eula gameplay.
96, they have a 96 250 set.
Yo.
Why don't you have a 96 250 Sela?
No, I don't have, but I know some people who even have like 100% crit rate, like, that's one of the characters that's like also Sparkle is gonna help, because now for your Sela, you'll be able to go like full crit rates up stats, snipe as much as possible, and all the crit damage you're missing, Sparkle will compensate with that. And obviously also if you have the signature Lightcon, will help too. You get even more crit damage if you want to do that way. But at the end of the day, it just requires more investment to get the job done compared to something, let's say like Jingliu, which would require less investment to get the job done as well. Like in a respectable amount of cycles. And I would say it's an investment thing as well. Cell is just more expensive. Like it's a more expensive type of character as well to make it
Yeah,
work.
it is.
Yeah.
Because
So I don't know. Yeah.
you need to hit very specific like stat thresholds to get the optimal performance out of her, and that's where things get very frustrating when you don't.
Yeah.
hit them.
Speaking of stat thresholds, I know you also talked about speed tuning. What's your take about speed tuning?
It's kind of a myth.
It's kind of you don't believe like
I don't
Sheldon
believe it
Cycle-
really matters. I don't. It as with as
Yeah.
much gravity as people say, unless you specifically play Bronya. I think the Bronya community has gaslit themselves into thinking this is important and matters
But
for
do
every
you
character.
believe at least having, let's say, 133.4 speed, like
Yeah, that is important.
Okay, yeah, because
But that's just a stat breakpoint. That's not
exactly
speed tuning.
because in this game, it's very like I also do like account reviews or carries, and when I see people who don't have like the bare requirements of speed, such as 133.4 speed, or let's say 134 for ease of use. It's a night and difference how slow and bad it is because you just don't act enough times within a cycle at all, and it's actually like it's not even a skill issue. It's like it's either you have it or you don't. It's like unless you have, let's say, you have Eidolons or Lightcoins just to brute force even if you don't have the speed, like a lot of damage. But as an average free-to-play player, if you don't have at least something, the minimum what I would say requirements, you just can't do it.
I wonder how much of that falls down to. So, ideally, the speed system is meant to so you play your characters at different speed stats. But the way the game is played, because of how buffs work, they're tied to your active They're not tied to the caster's turn. They're tied to the party's turns.
Yeah.
With very few exceptions, such as Ruan Mei's skill.
That too, yeah.
So there's not and Ruan Mei is also an inherently SP positive character.
Yeah.
They give you very little reason to build these characters slow. It's a failure of their development, more so than anything else. You kind of just want everyone to be the same speed tier right now, and that's it.
Yeah. But there are some people, like, for example, who, if you go faster speed, let's say enemies are fast 158 speed, like the average, let's say the average fast speed of enemies, it's now 158. Sure, there's some now 190. And let's say we have let's say a Black Swan that's faster than your enemies, that could be beneficial to get more Arcana stacks on them before it's their turn, for example. So I would say there are some scenarios when it can help, but it's not needed. Like, even if you play a Black Swan at 135 speed, you're still gonna get 3 stars in MOC. It's actually more like, if you just want to push things further,
the difference between 155 speed and 140 speed on Black Swan.
I mean, I can show you the chart if you want. Do you want to take a look at it?
Okay. The speed, enemy speed doesn't change that, right?
Enemy speed can change if, for example, now the dog will buff them 30% speed. So.
Well, I'm asking, enemy speed doesn't change the amount of actions you get per cycle.
No. It should be same.
Yeah.
Okay, let me see. What do we have?
Let me pull up the speed chart.
Yeah, I have for MOC and also for Purification. Courtesy of Kafka mains. They made a really nice one. I'll post it in the Discord chat.
Okay, let's see.
Let's see if it works. This is the one, and the other one is for Pure Fiction.
Okay,
I think it looks quite
this
nice.
one is for Mock.
And the second one is for Pure Fiction, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and the funny thing is you don't even see the decimals in the game. So you literally have to go like on Enka or actually try it in the game to see who's in front. Yeah, it's kind of stupid. But that's how it works, yeah. Well, let me show it for the viewers as well.
So the difference between 140 speed and 154 speed is you get an extra action on the 5th cycle.
Yeah, that's kind of whatever. Because
that's what I mean by...
Yeah.
There's not really a difference between that speed, or 140 and 150. As long as you're above 140, you're good. Yeah. And you don't have to you don't have to think about it.
Yeah, I don't think it's a problem. You could, like, for people who are trying to zero cycle or push further, they obviously will go more. But it's not a necessity nor a requirement.
No.
Like, getting on the higher end, it's like, if you already go to, like you said, 133 and also 143, where you actually get to act in the 2nd cycle, like 0, 1, 2, that can also be kind of nice.
Someone like Rowan May makes
If you can
143
push
significantly
100,
easier to hit, which kind of goes back to Rowan May being
Exactly.
the
It's
staple.
much easier to, yeah. And also she provide like it's much easier to get higher speeds. So with Rowan May, it's much easier to make your characters faster than the enemy. And then, for example, Black Swan can get more stacks on enemies before it's their turn. For example, that can help, but you also have to be lucky with the substats. Either you have it or you don't, but I don't think you have to force yourself to get it because it's still gonna work just fine.
How do you design a character that wants to be played with no speed as a support?
Wasn't it Robin, perhaps, that she kind of disabled? What was the Robin thing again? Like she disables herself? Okay, let me... Does anybody in the chat have a link for the Robin thingy? Because she had something very interesting in her design, where she basically made her, like, disabled herself, so she's not being played, and then she just provided, like, a passive buff for the rest of the team. So she's basically... She doesn't even, like... Does she even get her own turns? I'm not sure. Right? Let me find it. What is the Robin thing?
Robin? She's dead.
Yeah,
so
sure.
Of course she's disabled.
It's okay. It's a dream. It's a dream. Okay, let me find it. Robin. Okay, I'll share it to you as well. It's gonna be on Discord. Just a second.
Okay, I think you would have to make an SP negative character or an SP negative support whose buffs are dependent on their turns. So they have to use their skill every turn they have, but let's say they...
do let me know if it opens.
You only give them a turn every 2 cycle, or once per cycle.
Yeah.
Or
this one. It's just Kit. Yeah, Robin.
Yeah, this.
It's a picture. Yeah. Let me show it for the chat as well. There we go. Yeah, basically something like where the support literally gets in a disabled state, and then they just provide like a boost for your entire team.
So this would be a character that you want to build slow?
I'm not sure. That's why I'm just saying that depending how it works. Yeah. Because like how long is the disabled state gonna start? I have no idea. Also, does the increased speed? It's also for herself. Yeah. Actually, wait, that's E1. Never mind. I thought she increases her speed at base. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Yeah, I'm not sure.
No, what I'm...
yeah.
You'd have to do someone like...
Yeah.
Well, okay, so you know how Bronya Sparkle, they want to skill every turn.
Yeah.
You'd have to have someone who skills every turn and gives an absurd buff. But there's also no reason to build speed on them. Because the buff is like just long duration.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like that's why I'm not sure for Robin. Like, what if it's like you use it once and then it lasts for quite a significant amount of time that by the time the fight is over? I'm not sure,
No. Rowan May is played slow for Zero Cycle? Yes. Rowan May is played slow for Zero Cycle. Rowan May is not played slow for optimal damage per cycle over 5 cycles.
Pretty much, yeah. True.
That's Bronya? No, it would be Bronya if Bronya buffed your next 5 actions, as long as Bronya didn't move again.
Yeah, but I think eventually... Eventually they would... Yeah,
I think speed tuning could actually matter if they released supports like that. But right now it is just hit this speed threshold with every character on your team and you'll be fine.
Yeah, basically.
And nothing else will really matter.
Yeah, if you go beyond that, you can if you want to, but you're already getting max rewards and everything.
You can min-max turn order for your Zero Cycle to apply the correct...
Yeah.
If you want to apply your debuff slightly faster, so let's say on a Kafka team, people will tell you, you need Black Swan to be faster than Kafka. No, you don't.
You don't.
You really
My
don't.
Black Swan is faster than Kafka because I was lucky with the stats. I personally like it, but you don't need it. I played also Black Swan. I tried all variations of the build.
The difference is 1 cycle, and you lose a little bit of damage on the 0 cycle. That's it. It's not that big of a deal.
Exactly. Like I tried different kinds of build just because I can. I was lucky with the stats, but what matters the most for people like in these communities, like Twitch and YouTube, so on. A lot of people who watch the content for like who care about Memory of Chaos, or at least I don't know about Genshin, but I would still probably the same. Most people care about like how to get 3 stars with my favorite characters, or what to use to make it easy and comfortable to get 3 stars.
Yeah,
like, usually
absolutely.
this is what people want to know.
Yeah,
and that's
absolutely.
also what I usually focus on, because this is what people most care about. And personally, I would be really happy. I mean, obviously a lot of people would be, if you also did TC for Starrail, because I believe you would help the community quite a lot.
I thought it would be. I think it would be funny. I've talked about this. If I just when the Adventurine and Archeron kits just drop, I did like just one stream for Honkai Starrail and just put out a thing.
Yeah, like
I think it would be funny and like, hey, he's doing Starrail. Wow.
Yeah, but still, I believe you would help a lot of people, because at the end of the day, this game is, FOMO, all that stuff, and by people being more informed, they will less likely get debated to overspend the money perhaps they don't have and whatnot. So I believe, yeah.
Well, I'm on a very utilitarian streak for that kind of advice right now.
Oh yeah, sure.
On Genshin, like what is the quickest way and easiest way to 36 star? It's honestly to pull something. You pull on some of the banners that patch. You need 4 stars. You need 5 stars. The way to get 4 stars is to pull 5 stars anyway. Waiting for months isn't going to help you. Waiting for months is just going to be waiting for months. You're not necessarily going to have an easier time if you wait for a specific rerun than if you were trying to play now.
Exactly. You could make it around your favorite units as well to get max rewards.
Yeah. Getting max rewards once you've already like hit those breakpoints, then it's like, yeah, you can maximize your favorite characters. But right now I'm kind of focused on the rush, I guess. Kazuha is once a year. You can't say Kazuha is one of the best characters for getting a first 36 star when he's not available right now.
Yeah, I would say the difference also is, I guess, the release cycle, because the game is almost going to be 1 year old, and perhaps, you don't have people who've been playing the game for years to come here yet.
Yeah.
So perhaps you also have a different, approach, I would say, to some extent here.
Honkai Starrail also just, it boils down to, who's on banner right now? Yeah, Mach's pretty good for that.
Or other characters that can potentially also snipe the turbulence. Because you also have some characters on the side that we can also use this turbulence and it will help you. That's also what it comes down to, I would say.
Yeah, there's turbulence. For example,
yeah, depends on the turbulence.
The hardest thing on for getting Honkai stuff off the ground and account, it is speed threshold as well, because you need to hit speed threshold while building every single character on your team.
Yeah.
It makes someone like Black Swan very difficult to build,
especially for new players.
Yeah.
I would say, because imagine you started with Black Swan banner and you don't even have Kafka, and you don't have any other, you don't have Ruan Maid, you miss quite a lot of supports that would enable her further, and you don't even have, let's say, E4 sample, which would also make it somewhat work better.
Well,
so yeah,
at least Black Swan is Nihility with Death Shred.
Yeah, at least you have that, true.
So, she's probably pretty good with Archeron.
But there is also Pella, which you can get from shop twice a year, basically. So, at least you have that guaranteed to get. So, at any time a new player starts the game, it's going to be 1 to 6 months for them to get the Pella guaranteed, if they want to do so. 1 to 6 months,
yeah.
Yeah, depends where they start, which month, because it's fixed month, just like in Genshin,
how do you... Yeah, it is nice that Tingus is on so many banners.
Yeah, it is nice. Yeah, I finally got the E6. Fog.
Yo, I pulled for E6 on the Ruan Mei banner. I got E2 Ruan Mei.
Oh, no. Okay, yeah. Yeah. I mean, the more Eidolons and Lightcoins you get, you will, especially with characters such as Ruan Mei, you will make the game far easier.
Yeah, my Sila finally feels good.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to struggle anymore.
Let's go!
I don't think you're going to struggle. I don't think so.
That kind of goes... I guess that kind of goes to Sparkle as well. Because Sparkle has almost the same E1, E2 as Ruan Mei.
Yeah. I mean, we can go over Sparkle Eidolons as well. Specifically E1 and E2, actually.
Yeah.
I believe the Lightcon, it's primarily a stat stick. It's a big stat stick. It's nice. But her Eidolons are pretty good. But it's, of course, as always, disclaimer, it's not needed. But here, if you look at E2, it does provide you a defense ignore. So
Yes.
you could add this up with the you could make it like, I believe it's 3 stacks, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Actually,
24%.
Yeah, 24%, I believe. Yeah. So it can get pretty ridiculous. Yeah. E1 the tag boost is also pretty nice. So she does become even much better at E1 and E2. However, I'm not certain whether E1 or E2 will still make it better over Ruan Mei in a double DPS scenario. I'm not confident about that necessarily. Because if you have E1 Ruan Mei,
If you have E1, E2 on Sparkle,
yeah,
you could very easily make the argument. Yeah, you have E1, E2 on Ruan Mei.
yeah, exactly. That's why I'm like, I'm not sure at that point.
Anyway, the reason I mentioned Ruan Mei's Eidolons are Ruan Mei's Eidolons, her E1, 20% def ignore, her E2, 40 attack percent.
Yeah.
Deja vu.
Yeah.
They're switched for
Basically-
Sparkle. It's Sparkle's E1 that gives attack percent, E2 gives def ignore.
Yeah, yeah. I think in this game they try quite hard to get people to get the potentially incentivized get that E1, get E2. I'm sure for Acheron they're gonna do the same. Whether it's gonna be really that good or not, it's still gonna be potentially done in a way to at least debate average players, casuals, to think it's really good and get it. Because it's gonna be also top up reset with anniversary most likely.
Yeah,
So I would not be surprised. Yeah.
Archeron stuff is it ignores her one stack of her check, which
Yeah, but you also get an energy point every turn.
Yep.
The thing that's also kind of very huge. But we're not certain about the passive. Whether the passive is a debate, because I believe it's a damage dealt increase independent from any other buff. When you have 2 nihility units, it's the most, and when you have only one besides Acheron, it's a bit less. We don't know how much is this the number. Maybe you just play, let's say, Acheron plus another nihility and harmony unit, and you're gonna be just fine. But in the eyes of an average casual player, they might think that Trace plays a bigger role and be more likely debated to get E2.
yes,
That's what I would.
I
think.
was gonna talk about this phenomenon that you can notice in Genshin.
Yeah. Do tell.
If a character's passive isn't maxed, people will say, "Oh my god, this is unplayable." Furina can't max her fanfare without C2. C2 must be you have to have this to play the character.
Yeah,
Then it must be terrible. Or Nivelette. You can play Nivelette without 3 stacks. Why would you play Nivelette with Furina at C0? It has to be C1.
Yeah, I mean, personally, there was only one character, 4-star in Starrail, that kind of tilted me not having C6. E6. Shui. You know what she does? Or not at all?
She breaks.
But
enemies,
basically,
but apparently she's only good against enemies that are constant weak anyway. I don't understand.
Yeah. But the most tilting thing about Shui, in my opinion, is let's say you're stuck at Eidolon 5 and you're just close to E6, and her E6, you have basically a stack mechanism. Like when you get A stacks because you did damage to toughness bars, she performs a follow-up attack. Yeah.
Right.
And E6 effectively reduces the stacks to 6. And each time you're on E5 and you see your Shui being 7 out of 8, you know that if she was E6, the follow-up attack would already happen. And that number is always on the screen, tilting you and being like, you're just that close to have that E6.
At least,
like
okay. Shui is a 4-star.
Yeah, I know.
So
I know. But that was like the most tilting thing, because it's there in your face, like, you know, like, hey, if you just had that extra Eidolon, it would be, the follow-up attack would already happen, the fight would be already over. So I think by just like visualizing these things to like, you know, let people know, it can also
I think the thing that
psychologically affect you, yeah. Even if it's not a big deal. Yeah.
I think the thing that's like more psychologically affecting is knowing.
Yeah.
Let's say your Black Swan doesn't have 120?
Yeah.
I
don't have 120 effect hit rate.
120 effect hit rate. People will say you cannot play Black Swan without 120 effect hit rate. The fact that it is not max makes the character unplayable.
I tested Black Swan even with 100%. It still works great.
Technically, if it has a 90% chance to apply, it's fine. It's not a real problem.
Basically, exactly. I would say the thing is, even the TC for Black Swan, they were mostly recommending around 120%. Even if you have less, it's still gonna work just fine. Because at the end of the day, only the big bosses have a higher effect res anyway as well, to have a lower chance to apply her dots as well.
Yeah, the idea that something needs to be maxed out to be used is not.
Yeah.
It's a weirdly prevailing opinion.
Exactly. But if they try to show you that in your face constantly, it can be like a psychological effect that's gonna like that's
it's like an OCD thing. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's what they did with Shoyu basically. It's constantly there on the screen reminding you, showing you like, oh, you don't have this, but you're so close. That's why. Like, and I think maybe they'll do more tactics like this in the future to incentivize people psychologically to get the eidolons or whatever, something like that. Yeah. And I believe also in this game, I'm not sure how it's gonna go for the future, because like you said, I believe in Genshin, once you start getting 36 stars in Genshin, you just keep kind of snowballing from there.
Yeah, once you get 36, it becomes harder to lapse.
Yeah, and that's the thing I'm not certain yet in Starrail, because we're barely 1 year into the game. Is it also gonna happen this with Starrail, or are we gonna keep going like, it's not going to be like a snowball effect necessarily, and you'll just have to keep pulling, getting more characters for investment. What do you think about that?
I think it becomes hard because of how purpose-built a lot of the stuff is. But it could definitely happen. Well, yeah, I 36 starred for the first time, and I haven't struggled yet because you just kind of keep building.
Yeah, I mean, personally, for me, back in the day, when I did 36 stars first time, I think it was like, what was it, guys? Was it end of 1.1 patch, or my free-to-play, or start of 1.2? I don't even remember. It was like basically around 3 months after the game, just like Genshin. Similar to Genshin, how long it took on my free-to-play to get 36 stars, actually. But the thing that I noticed is that as soon as the turbulence went away, it was immediately, if I didn't have that new turbulence for the characters, it was immediately much harder. And it was like close runs, like barely doing 3 stars. Wasn't like, it was very shaky. It wasn't like
it's shaky, but you were still able to do it and give it another.
But it was very, very shaky. It didn't feel like, because in Genshin it was a very snowball effect. Even back in 1.2 when we got Ganyu, when they changed the floors finally. Or was it 1.3? I'm not sure. Was it 1.3?
It was 1.2 when they first changed it. They changed it again in 1.3.
Yeah, and then it was kind of snowballing for me onwards from there. But for Starrail, I had like, hold up, like, it was a bit different in that regard. But I kept smartly pulling the supports and OP sustainers. I got Fushua and all that stuff. And I was kind of able to... Unstable, yeah, that's the word. It felt a bit more unstable, yeah. Obviously, for Genshin, it did slow down, at least when the Herald Lector thing happened. Yeah, but...
Yeah, the Herald Lectors... That was also just a very different thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it has the different mechanics. That's the thing I worry about when I talk about Honkai Star Rail, and the idea of that once you've done it once, it becomes easier. Yeah, yes, it does, because it's easier to hit the damage checks. But sometimes the damage checks are not the mechanics checks.
And especially if they keep... They also, like you said, they like to reuse a lot of enemies, or even combination of enemies, to make it like more obnoxious if you don't have a certain type of character to deal with it. For example, the new dogs, which buff 30% speed, they could intentionally place these dogs with some older bosses, like let's say Kafka and so on, just so those bosses get 30% speed boost. Or like, try to make it more annoying overall, even with the older combination of characters. But they definitely do reuse quite a lot of fights. Now at Penacony we got some new lineup of enemies, and I believe we're gonna get even more, hopefully. So you have some diversity at least.
You'd hope. I really did feel that, specifically with the last Mach 12 and the new one.
Yeah.
It's so samey. It really felt like I was doing the same floors over and over again.
Well, for me, necessarily didn't perhaps feel samey, probably because I have 2 accounts and I play different teams, so I kind of spice it up. But if you were just playing the same team through it all, then definitely I would say it feels samey, yeah. Besides the turbulence, that is, yeah.
There was the ratio turbulence, but...
True. Yeah, a lot of people are also like, without the ratio turbulence, you will need some more debuffs now afterwards. So we'll see how people will accustom to that. And also, speaking of MOC, what do you think about pure fiction? Actually,
I don't like it, to be completely honest.
really?
I find it a lot less engaging than mock.
Did you try the latest one as well? Yeah.
Yeah, the Black Swan Kafka one, yeah.
Yeah.
I
apparently
have
there-
36 starred both iterations of it now.
Okay.
It's just kind of something that I don't treat as a primary goal the same way I would mock.
I see.
I don't know if it's just because I think it's fundamentally easier and it feels like a waste of time, or if this feels less engaging to me.
I believe there might be another reason. Probably because when they introduced pure fiction, the damage requirements and overall the difficulty was intentionally lowered compared to that current MOC for people to get adjusted to this mode. The next pure fiction already did increase, like, at least for free to play, it's like they had to start to play with the sustainer as well. So people literally had to go with the sustainer against that Argenti, so they lived. Like, if you don't have, like, you know, super stack damage. So they are increasing. Like, if you look at that home cat site, whatever,
Yeah.
it seems they are getting more HP and so on. They're also adding that ghost eye thingy, whatever it was. You know, the 1.5 event, or maybe you didn't do the event.
I did it. It took 8 hours.
You survived. Yeah,
It
that's
took 8 hours.
yeah, I know. That was very long. And I'm like, am I playing... It felt like... People are sometimes comparing Genshin to Starrail, like, you don't have so much dialogue or whatever, and yeah, you have that event.
Yeah.
That was a lot of dialogue.
It was all
But yeah. Yeah, it is a lot, yeah. And I have 2 accounts, so rip me.
It was a soul-crushing experience.
So, certainly, yeah. Then we have, for pure fiction, maybe you see it on screen, or maybe you can find on the home cat site thingy. The newest pure fiction that we're gonna get like 4 weeks later, it will have this side. What's the name? Cirrus, yeah. And I'm not sure here if the survival requirements, let's say, obviously you have E2, S1 characters, you're probably gonna still stomp this very easily. But somebody who's with E0 characters, no light cons, they might have to start looking more into sustainers or even CC protection because the deer is coming.
It also has the deer.
Yeah, the tendril thingy that can CC. So yeah.
Is this even the same game mode at this point? If they stick the deer at the end, this is just mock again.
No. It's a separate mock with more targets, so you can hit more targets.
Is it even though at that point?
Yeah. Why? I'll tell you why. It's a bit of a joke, but okay. Dawei's favorite character is Himeko, okay?
Yes.
So when he realized that Himeko was not doing that well in the game, he told to his devs, make something where my Himeko can shine. And the devs are like, yes, boss. And there you have it. Surely.
Maybe.
But yeah, basically, Himeko dominates this stuff. Like, it's 4 or 5 targets, you have a great time. Same with Herta, if you use it.
Cuckoo.
Yeah, Kurukuru, it's fun. Like, I personally like to play Summer Edition cards, just Herta, Himeko, and made together.
Oh, we found where the ice weakness went, though.
Yeah, what? Yeah, MOC. Pure Fiction, sorry.
Pure fiction.
Yeah, you can still play your Jingliu here, by the way. It's fine. Yeah, you can still do easily with Jingliu as well. Because the thing is, my recommendation usually for players is as well like this in this game. Because now they added a new mode. I also recommend players, if you want to like easily and consistently clear both modes, to try to snipe characters such as Ruan Mei or characters such as Jingliu, which work really well in both modes.
Do you see someone pulling a character like Argenti just for...
I have Argenti, so...
Okay, would you pull Argenti again in the future? Just
I got
for pure
him,
fiction?
chat paid me to do 1 multi-pull and I got him at 0 pity.
Okay. Nice. But that's the story of how I got
it. It's like, I was like, you want me to do stupid things? Pay up. Because I don't do it. But yeah, basically, now Argenti is fine for pure fiction.
The question was, would you pull a character just for pure fiction? Is it that much of an objective for you?
Nah, personally, as a player, I try to make it like, especially in my free-to-play where I'm not swiping, you have a very limited roster of characters. So picking characters that work in both modes, and if you want 3 stars consistently, it's much better to go about it. If you don't care about the 3-starring gems, whatever, then obviously it doesn't matter. But if you care about it and you're limited character pools, it definitely helps a lot.
You know, the subject
So,
of
yeah.
gems. One of my biggest like tangents about Honkai Starrail.
Do tell.
Sure, it gives you gems. It doesn't fucking give you anything else. It doesn't give you
wait.
credits. It doesn't give you heroes or heroes wits.
What do you mean? Memory of Chaos? No, you have a shop now.
Yeah, there's a shop now, but even then, like going from, it doesn't feel like you get a lot just from playing the game. It's
The
really hard to
resources?
level characters. Yeah, resources
Yes.
besides gems.
Yeah, I would say it is. Yeah, speaking about the resources, there's one thing I don't understand. Why did they start to introduce the new trace materials in this game? Like, it feels so random to me because in Genshin originally,
In Genshin,
you had
it's the equivalent of new talent books.
Yeah, but let me explain for Genshin. In Genshin, you started with Liyue and Mondstadt. You already have separate talents for regions. So,
Right.
talent books. So it was kind of obvious, okay, they're going to keep doing that. But in this game, the traces were generic for, you know, you had Herta Space Station, Jarilo 6, and Lofu. And now all of a sudden, they decided to bring this feature, which I personally feel it's a downgrade. And I don't know why they would do that, especially when the game was being praised as like, oh, it has better quality of life features than Genshin. But this feature doesn't seem quality of life. It seems like going backwards to me. It feels so random as well.
I don't mind it because what they've been giving out
Yeah.
for rewards instead of
Yeah.
the trace mats. That being said, the new event gives you the direct trace mats for Black Swan.
Yeah, they
but
do that.
stuff
they
like
did it before too, yeah.
I think it's called gold. I think it's Gold Gears that gives you this resource. There's the
Yeah.
tiers or whatever they're called that can be
That's the
converted
battle
into anything.
pass. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
for the paid battle pass specifically. Yeah.
Yeah, the tiers of dreams.
Yeah, that's a huge quality of life change. I wish Genshin had that too.
I wish they would just give this stuff out like for doing everything. If you
Yeah.
get open a chest, get tiers of dreams.
Yeah, I think this would be amazing. if
Clear
at least
mock
they
for the
gave you
first
from
clear
events.
chamber of mock. Even if you don't 36 star, get a bunch of tiers of dreams.
Yeah, I think this would be one of the huge quality of life things. Maybe for the anniversary or some big special event occasion, they might give more out of that stuff. It's possible. But we shall see regarding that.
No.
Also, what's it? Yeah, do tell.
I don't mind having the differentiated talent mats or what is what the fuck are these things called? Trace materials.
Traces, yeah.
Yeah, trace materials. I don't mind having them differentiated as long as the rewards don't get wasted.
Fair. Personally, I just don't like the practice because originally it was never like going in that direction. It feels like out of the blue to me. And also it does hurt pre-farming as well if you wanted to pre-farm for stuff. Because now, yeah, do tell.
It hurts pre-farming, yeah, but
It's corporism, basically.
that's for, yeah, they do that intentionally, so you
Of
play
course,
the game.
yeah. Basically, it's for Corpa. But another thing, wait, I forgot what to say. Yeah, there's another thing I want to say about this. Oh yeah, quality of life changes. This is probably a hot topic as well. What's your opinion about Genshin not getting these quality of life changes as quickly as, let's say, what Starrail is getting?
I would
Do
need
you have
an
any take on this?
example of what quality of life change you mean.
Quality of life change, for example, the relic XP leveling thing, artifact XP, you know how you level it now, how you have it in Genshin, yeah? How it's much smoother. I believe this was added in Starrail. This feature was added like literally this patch.
Yes,
Which
it was
is
added in
less
Genshin
th-
first.
Yeah, but Starrail is not out for that many years. Like, it took more for Genshin to add that feature. So, I just want to know your take about it. Like, what do you think about like them being so slow with quality of life changes?
The fact that it is every update now for Genshin means it's more of a conceited effort.
Yeah,
Concerted
I
effort.
believe that.
They're just putting more thought into it now than they were before. I think that just speaks to a change in policy. And like
I hope that's the case too, yeah,
development.
because right now they're doing it really nicely.
Genshin Impact's
Except
next update will tell you, hey, we recommend you pull a 5-star weapon for your character.
okay.
They're adding weapon usage metrics.
Wait, really?
Yes, it's
Okay, I
not a
already saw
joke.
your-
They are
Yeah, I
going
already
to tell you, hey, you should get a 5-star weapon for this character.
Oh no. Okay. Yeah, Starrail probably have these two shortly after. I bet.
I dislike how much of Genshin stuff is statistics driven. I wish they would just give you more control. For
Yeah.
for the quality of life stuff.
True. I also saw your talk about the artifact recommendation thing, how it's scuffed. Yeah.
It's scuffed just because it's statistics driven. You would 75% of Hu Tao's have Crimson Witch. Crimson Witch is nowhere near her best set.
Probably because a lot of inactive accounts who don't play perhaps Hu Tao anymore.
Like you can try to excuse it. The fact that that's what the game recommends is not good.
Yeah, exactly. But that's the problem with the statistic system. It might take in accounts of characters that are not playing, accounts that don't play that character anymore, and they have just the old gear on that character from the past. And that would still be counted in the statistic, I assume.
Yeah, or even just something as simple as, hey, your artifacts are statistically better than everyone else's. Equip more def and HP.
Yeah, for Dea, they recommend the... What's that flower? Whatever set was supposed to be for Dea. You know, the copium.
Vorkash's Glow.
Yes, that's recommended.
It is... It's not our best slot set for Burst anymore, but it was for a time, slightly, technically.
Fair.
And then they released Mishasai Hunter. Oops.
I mean, Hunter, everybody uses that now, mostly. A lot of characters in this.
I still think it's really scuffed that Vorkash does not interact with... the HP drain mechanics don't interact with Vorkash's.
Yeah, it's too bad.
Yeah, it would actually be Yelan's best in slot set for in Furina teams. Right. It would give you a really nice excuse to farm it.
Fair. Well, it is what it is, I suppose. But I personally believe that for Starrail, like sometimes, like we said earlier, they will test features in one or the other game and then implement it in the other one. So, for example, what they're going to do with the weapon statistics, I'm very certain in the near future, Starrail will probably get this feature too. These Corpa business decision things.
Yeah.
To incentivize people to spend more money.
Regarding how long it took Genshin to get the stuff, the fact that it is every update now, it's not once every 3 years.
Yeah, that's really good.
That's all that you really had to say. Like, now that they know it's a problem, they're going to continue working on it.
Do you think it has to do something with player retention rate, perhaps, and that's why they're pumping out these quality of life changes, or not at all?
I don't think it has to do with player retention. I think they're trying to buff their player adoption metrics.
Oh, yeah.
So, adoption is the amount of players who will play the game for a week and then just stop because the game didn't get to them.
It didn't hook them.
It didn't hook them.
Perhaps they will redo or remake the early segments, perhaps. Because that would
be cool.
Yeah, probably that would help for new players. Because going through the Storm Terror, you know, the flying thing, that's kind of like, I don't know. If you remember, like the tutorial thing.
Yes, you have to do the on-rail shooter segment.
Yeah, it doesn't give a good impression for a new player, yeah. I believe the Starrail did quite a decent tutorial. The only gripe I had it was you couldn't increase the speed of combat at the start. I know like why they force you to play in slow motion at the start.
I don't even remember. I don't even...
Yeah, that's how bad it is. Like, you're literally forced until you go to fight the boss or after the boss first, you know, the end destroyer, whatever. You have to play in slow mode. Like, normal speed, slow mode, basically. And I think that's so, like, off-putting for many players, you know? Like, it's really slow. Yeah. But,
regarding the adoption thing for Genshin and Starrail.
Option chance what, sorry?
Adoption.
Adoption, yeah.
Doing something like free ratio is really nice for retention and like bringing players back, but and getting people into the game. But if it takes so long to start, it's a problem. How do you streamline Genshin and Honkai Star Rail's openings?
You mean openings like the
tutorial segments? Yeah. Do you think they would be able to remove the Kaya Lisa domains from Genshin's tutorial?
Perhaps they could combine it or something like that and change like a new domain. It's combined with them or 3 both together as a team.
Oh, they could
do
something. Oh, that would be interesting.
They could do something. That could do like streamline a new domain that does showcase more of the new mechanics about the game, because Mondstadt is obviously nothing like what you have now with Fontaine or Sumeru. It's way more advanced. So by just making a new domain altogether, so people can get accustomed to the newer Genshin, not what we had in Mondstadt in 2020, it would give a better impression, because I'm sure there are a lot of players who played Genshin just first few hours in Mondstadt, which is obviously nothing like what you have now in Fontaine or Sumeru experience. And
I
they
think
didn't like it and they quit.
they're nice tutorials, but at the end of the day,
Yeah.
the dungeon crawling content is not what people play Genshin for.
True, of course, but it would shorten the tutorial, and also perhaps you could make it more expansive.
You
and
could
explain more mechanics, the new ones.
You would
Exploration
ideally
whatnot,
ideally you would set up like overworld puzzles to explain those mechanics. Instead of
or
having them in a
you could
dungeon.
also do that. That's also maybe
ideally.
even better idea. Yeah.
But I guess either way.
For Starrail, the easiest fix would be just to allow you to speed up the combat from the start, because then you go fast through it with it. Maybe that's why they slowed it. Like maybe that's why they didn't force it to go fast, because then you would be too quick or something. I don't know.
Here's an unrelated bit of quality of life that I think Genshin should really implement.
Do tell.
So, do you know how you only get stamina from an Animalculi and Geoculus?
Yeah.
Or Geoculi? They really should just make it. There's a stamina cap, and no matter what oculi you submit, it gives you stamina until you've hit the stamina cap.
That's a good idea, but Wuthering Waves did actually something different. Apparently, the sprinting does not consume stamina, but only dodging or dashing. What do you think about that, actually?
That is kind of what Genshin's been doing. Characters like Wanderer use Kyuguroku points instead of stamina,
I know.
and swimming uses aquatic stamina, which is a different stat that is a fixed value at max. Whenever they introduce things that would cost stamina, besides combat mechanics, they don't anymore.
Yeah, that's one thing that's very interesting listening in Wuthering Waves, that like it's a baseline kinda that you just can sprint all the time. I wish they did something like this also in Genshin, but perhaps it would ruin the exploration for like earlier zones, probably. If you could run all the time.
Changing the oculi thing would only be good for new players. Yeah, that's the point.
But that's the point, yeah.
The point is for it to be good for new players. The point isn't to 100% Mondstadt and leeway before you play the rest of the game.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very tedious, I agree, because a lot of people just want to move to the new area, but when they move to the new area, they don't have the stamina from Mondstadt and Liyue, and it sucks, yeah.
Yeah.
Perhaps they will change this. This is a good take, actually, Jason. I believe they will probably do something about the... This is actually... We could cope and write in the survey, but this is a really good one. Because then people could just go play the new area and get the stamina,
play the newest content, get the stamina.
That's actually an amazing take.
Get the materials for new characters, because you're going to... The only characters that are unobtainable, or the mats are unobtainable for at the start of the game, is Inazuman characters, which by itself was problematic, and they did rectify that, where you can just go to Sumeru, or every region from Sumeru onwards, and get the mats.
Also, speaking of Genshin, what was your favorite zone to explore? I think I know which one, but...
favorite zones?
Yeah.
I say Chasm.
I liked Chasm a lot too, personally.
Chasm's just a fun map.
I also kind of liked Enkonomi, especially the music, I would say. But
I had a lot of fun with Enko.
Yeah,
that gave us some really good world quests.
True, it was very nice. Also, speaking of music, did you like the Penacony music style?
No.
No, not too
I expected it to be a lot more high energy.
Yeah, I mean, you had the Sam boss music, I guess. So.
I haven't listened to it. I listened to the soundtrack in the opening areas. And like,
that's basically. Why
is it so slow?
I think it's a design decision, because technically, this city area, whatever, it's frozen in time just before midnight or something like that. Maybe it's like I don't know.
I think I was maybe too invested in the trailers, where they advertise it as it's Space Vegas. It's very high energy rap music.
Yeah. I like some of the combat theme.
I really did expect something more high energy for the city themes.
Fair. Yeah, it could be like a bit more lively, especially Roaring Twenties from in America. Yeah.
Yes, Roaring
absolutely.
20s.
Yeah, that's basically what it is based on.
Yeah,
I agree.
it's a
It
little
could be.
too peaceful.
Yeah, but maybe it's also foreshadowing or alluding to something as well. Maybe that's, I don't know. Well, maybe it's gonna go like more energetic later on, like next patch or something.
I don't know.
Copium, surely.
Because they're going for like the very. It's
Yeah.
all about illusions.
Yeah,
Kind of similar like magic tricks.
yeah, illusion, slice, and treachery in
Yeah.
Penacony. But in my opinion, Penacony is literally metaverse.
It's metaverse.
It's metaverse. It's literally a Corpa world.
Mark
where,
Zuckerberg's dream.
yeah, it's literally the only drink you can drink is a sponsored Corpa drink. You can't drink anything in this world. It's like, in my
Fanta.
opinion, this is like, yeah, and you get the advertisements in your face. It's like, this seems to me not like a dream place to be, but seems like a shittier version of real life where Corpa takes over and literally shows the ads in your head and face.
It's a great episode of Futurama, by the way. It's
Yeah,
great.
yeah. I'm like,
Good
yeah,
show.
great show, by the way. Yeah,
Yeah.
true. So I just found it kind of surprising. Yeah, what they were thinking. Yeah, with this stuff. But
Like,
it was like, yeah, do tell.
I understand, but I do wish because the areas they're so not self-contained. They're not really meant to be explored in the same ways as Genshin. I don't think you're meant to spend as much time in them.
Speaking
You
about
can be a little bit
exploration,
more ambitious with the music.
Did you like the 3D map? I mean, the wall crawling exploration thing.
I like
Did
the
you
wall
that?
crawling exploration. I think the maps need a lot of work. But
Yeah, one thing I didn't. Yeah, do tell.
the exploration's fun. Or the chest stuff. I like the puzzles in
Yeah.
Penacony. Maybe
Yeah,
besides
those-
the literal jigsaw puzzles.
True, that's kind of whatever. But the only thing I didn't like about the wall walking thingy, you know the thingy you have to pick up, the orange pedestal, whatever you call it.
Yes.
You know, sometimes you have to like backtrack back and forth to re-pick it up. I feel like it can be kind of tedious. For at least for me, it was like having to
I don't
like
mind it.
retrace my steps to pick it up. Like I wish just they changed that. Other than that, I pretty much like them. But yeah, I usually Pepega streamer struggles at the puzzle, and chat laughs at me. It's real content. Yeah.
I like the clocky puzzle
Sure.
with the perspective shifting. That's really cool.
Yeah, I
as
think
well
it's very
as
nice.
the world gets slanted so all the buildings look like they're on the same level. That's cool.
Do you think Genshin will apply like puzzle systems like this, where you're gonna walk over on the walls,
On the
It could be
walk on the
interesting.
walls. Genshin's
like you have in Penacony? Like, do you think they could make a system like that for exploration?
they could put it in a domain. I don't think they can put it in
Oh,
exploration.
okay. It
The
already exists, somebody intended chat. Official domain.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, official domain. But they meant, yeah, fair.
They can
Apparently
put it
they
in
did official
domains without a
domain.
problem. I think it's a little too.
Yeah.
It has to be a closed box.
True.
You can't leave on the side of the wall.
I think it could be interesting if we actually had that again, or like more of it. I think it's interesting, yeah. Also, yeah. Also, another funny thing I could ask you: what are your anniversary predictions?
Oh, for which
Smile.
game?
Starrail.
What does Honkai Star Rail's anniversary will give you 110 pull. It will give-
Wonderful. Okay.
They gave everyone
My-
a free ratio. You're not getting anything else.
Yeah, because I mean,
Maybe you'll get a
ratio
free
being-
cheat sheet. I'm sorry, a free buy low. I'm
Surely.
sorry.
Yeah. I mean, I believe for anniversary, like you pointed out, ratio is going to be given out for free until the end of 2.1 patch, which is including with the anniversary. So you could technically treat it as a quote-unquote early anniversary gift as well.
Yep.
However, I believe whatever happens, there's gonna be drama about it, unfortunately, because either if Starrail gets it really good, then people will complain. If it gets really bad, then people will still complain. So it's kind of lose-lose situation for Hoyo, and I'm actually very curious how they're gonna handle this situation.
I think free 10 pull and a standard 5-star.
I believe personally they will probably give 10 to 20 pulls and then potentially extend the selector to 600. Like give an extension to the selector standard, which is right now 300 out of 300.
That's like, that's kind of icky. That's kind of.
I know, but like they could just extend it. Like here's your new goal to 600.
Wow. They could.
Get your E1 Bronya guaranteed. Smile.
Wow, that is a yikes. It's perfect. It's
I
brilliant.
know. That's what.
Hire this man.
I know. But that's like when I play these games, these gacha system type of games, I always think from a corporate perspective, what would they do to max out money out of something? And that's how usually I think from that approach. Because if you like, I can have visual thinking as a consumer what I would like to have, but as a corporate business, you obviously have different goals. Unfortunately for us as consumers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Would it be retroactive? It would have to be retroactive.
Yeah, I think it would be retroactive. I think it would be just like a new. Think of it like this. Right now, you have the selector which has 300 progress, and they would just make it for every new account and old account. New goal 600 as well. So when you get 300, you can continue from 300 onward to 600. And I believe it would be retroactive. Would make sense. Otherwise, people would complain. But it's definitely something like a corpa they could do.
The thing is, it takes so long to get 300 wishes. It doesn't even matter if it's retroactive.
Exactly. But it's a perfect kind of scuff thing they Hoya would like to do.
Yeah,
probably.
I've always talked about Genshin's anniversary. They have a chance to do the funniest thing ever and give everyone a free Chi-Chi. It's the same as giving people nothing, but it's a free 5-star and they can't complain.
Yeah, but it's basically it's marketing, and also like if the game has less content or not much to do, they usually give things out to, retain players or make them happy or something like that. This is a common practice even in other gacha games that are way more, have less content and things to do. They basically just give you more pulls or free characters to try to keep players happy and stick with their product. Yeah. Even if the product itself doesn't have much content. Not talking about Starrail specifically, but like some other gacha games with way less content. So yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
How do you feel about Western gacha games like Destiny 2?
FIFA.
FIFA, Destiny 2, Roblox.
Yeah, the loot
Overwatch.
box system. Yeah, basically they categorize it like this. In the West, they call this a loot box. In Asia, they call it, I suppose, gacha. So
yes, Apex Legends.
It's a different approach in the Western. In the Western monetization, it's a different approach because in West they don't try to sell you waifus or waifu whose bando appeal. Like
when I'm saying gacha, I'm using it to refer to a live service game.
Okay. Any live service game.
Yeah, any live service game, to be honest.
Oh, okay. I mean, I believe there are live service games that don't have gambling-like mechanics.
No, they don't. They don't all have gambling-like mechanics, but they all do.
There are some exceptions.
They're all competing for your time and your money.
That is true, and that's the big difference between, let's say, Elden Ring. Elden Ring doesn't compete for your time. They sell the game, they got money out of you, then you do what you want. Yep. For these live service games, it's their intent to, keep FOMO, all that stuff, to keep you hooked to the game as much as possible and potentially make you a spender and get as much as possible out of it, yeah.
Sports stars are basically the waifus of the West.
Yeah. Also, yeah. What's your opinion about a recent thing like a few months ago where the CN government tried to make some heavier
I think it's awesome.
Gacha? Yeah, I personally think so too.
I think it's a shame that it got shut down by lobbying.
I would say like this, the draconic approach they have, I don't obviously agree with it, but the result, which you don't have the gambling, FOMO stuff, I would definitely appreciate a lot. Because I play, let's say, Starrail and Genshin, not for gacha gambling pooling.
Well,
I save my pools, I get my guarantee characters, and that's it.
It may be the Communist Party of China, but it's a capitalist government.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Runs with that system, basically. It works for them, I suppose. But at the same time, perhaps something will change in the future. At least I'm from European Union. I mean, you probably guys can tell I'm from Europe. Yo, what's up? And here in Europe, it is possible they might do something about these loot boxes or stuff, because in Belgium and Netherlands, they already did.
Yeah, they did.
So it's definitely possible something might happen.
The reason it can't be categorized as gambling is it's a surprise mechanic, because you're always guaranteed something.
No, also
it's not that it's about the money. You're always guaranteed something. When you gamble, you can lose. You walk away with nothing.
Yeah, but I believe there is an actual legal definition about this. Apparently, it's because for gambling to be considered as gambling, you have to win an actual prize, like you have to win money out of it as well. Apparently, it is a part of the context of what gambling is by law. I believe you can easily Google this up.
But yeah, even
Something along those
going
lines.
past the money, you always get something.
Yeah.
And
yeah, of course.
the argument I would make is the something you get is not what you wanted, and it's not what you paid for. You are not paying for a service. It is gambling.
Yeah, personally, I would
it is
be
not
big fan
a
of
string
that.
of money. I give you this money. You give me this You give me this item or this service product.
Exactly. Personally, I would prefer direct purchases and stuff like that, so it's at least upfront.
Yeah.
If if it really has to be a live service game and whatnot.
Are you familiar with War Farm?
Warframe, yeah, I actually played it long time ago back in Alpha. Then I played it again for a month or two a few years ago. I'm not very familiar with it, but
the point is it's monetization. You can pay upfront for all the new stuff, or you can farm.
Oh yeah,
for it.
that I am aware. I believe Unlike Destiny, I believe Destiny is Destiny is a trial game. Basically, disguised as free to play, and literally have to pay stuff just to play the game. That you can actually play the game normally.
Wonderful.
Yeah, that's my understanding. It's basically a trial game disguised as free to play, and you actually don't even get to play much of the game until you start buying DLC, this and that, and then you can play. Basically, yeah. Also,
how do you?
Yeah,
the problem with I guess Genshin Honkai is how prohibitively expensive E6 stuff is. How do you shift away from a gacha? Do you just have someone go into a shop and go, yeah, I'd like 6 copies of this character, please?
Personally, I think they would have to redesign the game where perhaps they're not selling dupes anymore, but they're just selling the direct character with a more complete kit without dupes and direct purchases.
I don't think they would do that. I think they would...
I know, it's less money though, but...
They would have to sell... There's technically an Eidolon material. Kafka's Eidolon, Eidolon and Constellation material.
I just remember.
They'd have to sell these, or have some way to obtain them free to play.
They could also do it like this: a special track, like a battle pass, where for free to plays, you keep doing the track to get some of the currency, which would allow you to unlock an Eidolon over a long time, or you pay to skip the levels and get it faster, or have a paid track.
Yeah,
some gacha games actually do this, where you can grind out the Eidolons for your characters. But it takes a very long time to get it, or you can swipe to get it faster.
Yeah, I think that's what they would have to do.
Something probably like that would happen. There are some games who already do that, actually.
Shard system? Ideally not shard system where you need like Ideally it's just like a round figure.
Yeah, by the way, do you believe... I'm surprised this game, like some gacha games systems have a milestone mileage ticket. Like let's say you did, 100 pulls, and then when you reach those 100 pulls tickets, you can use it to buy any character that's on a rotational shop or something like that.
Genshin has a shop. But
Honkai
Starrail has a shop. It's just not very relevant. It's just
Oh yeah, speaking of the shop, what do you think about Genshin also getting talent books to be able to be bought with Stardust, like what Starrail has with Princess?
They already have it. They've had it forever.
No, you can't buy the talent books from with Stardust.
Oh, Stardust, no. You can buy it with Genesis crystals.
I meant with Stardust specifically, because in Starrail, basically Embers, which is equivalent of Stardust, you can buy traces, which are talent books.
What Genshin has is the Dust of Azoth, which allows you to cut down your resin on
totally
boss
forgot
farming.
about that currency.
Dust of Azoth is... It's essentially a mandatory resource to buy from the shop.
Yeah.
You buy out the shop once and you never have to buy more again. I still have never had to re-up Dust of Azoth after buying it out when it debuted.
Fair. Also,
but it is a borderline mandatory resource because of how much resin it saves you.
Yeah, I used it back in the day. I don't really use it as much anymore. I don't know.
You don't have to use Dust of Azoth?
Not really, but I don't pull all the time, I suppose. I just save my resources. I don't know.
Yeah, I pull every character, so it's
Okay,
really
fair,
important.
fair,
It's
yeah.
really important for me.
Yeah, okay, that. Yeah,
And
I don't.
I've played on new accounts. I did a new account speedrun 6 months ago now, or not 6 months ago now. Something
Yeah,
like that.
I saw it. The Nouvillette thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, New Villette or Tau Banner.
Yeah,
Dust of
I
Azoth
watched
was
it.
critically important to. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to level the characters.
Okay, fair. True. Yeah, I was just wondering if they would like. It's still nice an option if they give you though, but it is what it is. And speaking, there's another two things I would like to talk about. The first thing is about the usage rates. Like, what's your opinion about these usage rates of, let's say, Memory of Chaos? I guess you also have it for Genshin Spiral Abyss.
So, Genshin, the Spiral Abyss ones that people bat, or like people, not to use a better word, people are
yeah,
fixated on. It's the same group of players every Abyss, and it's people who clear in the first 24 hours. Quite frankly, that is not the usage rate metrics I'm interested in.
exactly. And I believe
And it's
this is
also just a definition biased sample because there's no randomness.
exactly. But one thing we'd like to ask is in Genshin community, the usage rate still very prevalent in the community, or they moved on from it?
You know, it depends who someone's favorite character is.
Okay, fair. Okay, yeah, fair. Because in Starrail, they're very, like, still, you could see it on subreddits, heavily upvoted and very invested.
People will just kind of support whatever evidence points in the
their-
direction of their favorite character is the best.
Fair, yeah.
And it even goes as far as what content creators people will follow. If someone really thinks, trying to think of an example of this. Nahida is the best character in the game, and Dendro is fundamentally broken. They'll follow a lot of Zajiv content and listen to a lot of his takes.
Fair.
Or even something like Ioimiya, they'll pick Sekapoko.
So basically, whoever promotes the favorite character they like, they watch.
Yeah, they accept that opinion, and they'll reject other ones.
Yeah, I don't think that's how it works. And I believe this is the same problem we also have with tier lists. I believe in Genshin, we moved away, like at least the general consensus of community, moved away from tier lists. But in Starrail, they're still very prevalent in the community, like on subreddits or even people still heavily being invested into them. What's your opinion about tier lists as well?
My opinion about tier lists. I think tier lists are a really fun way to open discourse. If you were doing a tier list and you wanted to start a conversation, like, hey, I think this is a little overrated, you would rate it lower and people would have a reaction to that and start the conversation.
PvP with the chat, basically.
Yeah. I think tier lists are a really good way to open that dialogue.
Okay, that's a fair point. But what do you believe about tier lists, like as being used by the community as a metric for something? What is bad or good, or something like that?
They can almost never be like objective, though. Like it's really, it's just they just kind of don't work like that. They just kind of
fair.
It ends up being. Whether it's someone's opinion, like, that's awesome, and, like, it's a good way to express an opinion.
Yeah.
The problem is more people who take them out of context and will go, oh my god, XYZ said this, can you believe it? Oh my god, this is the thing now, look at this tier list.
Yeah. Precisely.
my favorite Theorycrafter said, or tier listed, this is better than this. Oh my god, this changes everything. I can't believe they would do that.
Do you think the tier lists, when they're being used in this manner, is it actually harmful for the community? Like potentially misinformation or unnecessary negativity and whatnot?
Sorry. That's,
no problem, it's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. You could say that it's negative for the community.
Yeah, because I seen it a lot. There are some,
But you could also say they're positive for the community because they are engagement.
True.
They help grow, or they help channels grow They are content.
True. So when are you making a tier list? Smile.
I do tier lists at the end of it. I usually do tier lists either in very slow patches or at the end of version cycles.
Okay, fair. Good to know.
Everything's been released.
Yeah, you know what would be funny? MOC or like a tier list about Starrail. You probably could do that sometime too.
I did one as
Smile.
a joke.
I know. I saw it. I think it would be, like if it's
What I would
fun
like-
or something like that. I think it would be funny.
Wheat fishing.
But
Like at the end of the day, it's really easy to say, yeah, Brody is S tier until the next Harmony releases.
true.
Everything is so in flux. There's not really a moment to settle down. Yeah, and I
Exactly,
feel
it
like
constantly changes.
the version change is probably the cleanest break for that. If you made a 3.1 tier list, it's very easy to dunk on Nilu when Nihida's not in the game yet.
True.
And it's very easy to say Dendro main character and Cole are some of the best units in the game.
True. We all used Dendro MC back in the day. We had to.
Yeah.
But yeah, basically I believe for tier list specifically, some depends on the criteria as well, but a lot of these tier lists usually have criteria for the current, let's say, iteration of Memory of Chaos or something like that. And like you said, it's very quickly changing. It's not like stable. And I believe a lot of people who look at the tier list, which is, for example, designed for just a specific Memory of Chaos now that lasts, let's say, 40 days? After those 40 days, you actually need a new one. But what if the player, who's a new player, built characters that were good for the previous iteration, according to the tier lists, but now for the new iteration, they're not as good? What do you think about that? Do you think people are getting debated by this?
Yeah, I think they got you. I was about to say, I think they got debated.
Yeah, because I think a lot of people don't read the disclaimers or just crop the screenshot of the tier list itself with no context or information, and I believe it's being like causing quite a lot of damage that way in the community. For example, out of context.
It's hard to say it's damage when these are conversations that happen every day anyway.
Yeah, of course, but fair.
You could say a lot of the takes are being platformed by the tier lists, but they are still prevalent takes and opinions.
Yeah, true. There are certainly very prevalent in, I would say, Starrail community. That's I was wondering how it is in Genshin community nowadays.
Genshin,
media, I don't know.
Genshin community they haven't learned a thing. Ganyu will never be power good. Ganyu is the best DPS thing. Everyone will save for the Ganyu rerun. Don't pull anything else.
Oh, okay. It's still like that.
Hey,
okay.
have you heard anyone talk about Nivillette?
I sure did.
It's disgusting. I hate it. It's disgusting.
Fair. But, I mean,
that's a character I actually
gameplay.
like and enjoy playing. But the community reaction, it's just...
Yeah.
It is problematic.
Yeah, I think you have quite a lot of overlap with Starrail about this stuff as well with the community.
Jinglu, oh my god!
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
Just
when
get-
Jinglu releases, there will be no good content for her.
Yeah. Or, what happened? Did you disconnect?
No.
Oh, okay. Alright, so basically, yeah, for Jinglu, it is very highly rated still by people, but like you said, eventually they will release other damage dealers, combinations of characters, or even lineup of enemies like No Ice Weakness, or some other gimmicks where she's not gonna be like the best for everything, obviously, because they want to promote you to get more characters, spread your roster, Corpa, basically. They're very like heavily incentivizing people in this game, like spread your characters, roster, coverage, gimmicks, mechanics, combinations, whatever. That's at least my perception in this game. What about yours?
Yeah, absolutely. It kind of goes back to what I was talking about with Genshin, where it's kind of easier to take a more what's available, do that approach. Use what you have instead of look for things you don't.
True. Yeah, because also another thing is, in this game, rerun seems to be much faster than Genshin. So perhaps...
Rerun's faster than Genshin because they started with 2 banners.
Exactly.
Because they kind of learned from Genshin.
Do you think there is a good argument for certain characters to be recommended to get on a rerun? Let's say, for example, Ruan Mei, and so on? Or you believe they're gonna release so quickly new Harmony supports that will even potentially overshadow her?
By the time Ruan Mei reruns, if she is still like this staple of, yeah, this character is near best in slot or best in slot in all of these teams that you are currently playing. Yeah, go for a rerun. Yep.
Fair. Yeah, I mean that's my opinion as well as about Ruan Mei right now is like a strong. This character is good to go for on a rerun as of right now, personally. But
very similarly, like Genshin, yeah, Kazuha's always good to get in a rerun. Kazuha does not rerun very often. He's very hard to get. It's not really great advice to tell someone, yeah, wait for Kazuha. Okay, how long am I going to wait? Okay, how long?
That's the thing I was wondering, because in Starrail, they do rerun characters fast. Let's say they rerun them, I don't know, every 3-4 months. Would this change your view, perhaps?
It's going to shift depending on... So, I think the arbitrary metric I came up with, chat, is if you focus on being a pretty hardcore player, ideally you're 36-starring Mach or Abyss after 3 months of gameplay. Yeah. That's the arbitrary target we came up with. And at that point, if you can get any character you want in 3 months, that's sure. But if that doesn't manifest...
Then just get the stuff right away so you can do it, especially if you want to do it. Unless, I mean, there are some people who might be like, that character on a rerun is my favorite character, so I'll just wait even if I don't get the gems. Yeah, you could have some argument, people like that too, I suppose.
Yeah. They haven't rerun Locha.
Locha hasn't been
who's one of those characters that people really, really like.
Well, Locha did, efficacy is way lowered due to Ho-Ho. I mean, we can talk about Ho-Ho and Locha as well. I did not pull Ho-Ho because I already have Locha, but Ho-Ho is much, stronger, I would say.
The offset for that is Ho-Ho takes skill points.
Yeah, but the problem is with Locha, that is true, because my Locha, multiplication Lightcon maybe.
Yeah, the third-star Lightcon.
Yeah, so basically I run my Locha with multiplication and wind set, and he's super fast at just generating skill points for the team. So gimmicks like that can work, but I would say Locha is gonna shine back in content if they release content where you need Mass Dispel, or want Mass Dispel to make it easier, or something like that. Because right now it seems
Locha shines in teams with more restrictive SP economy. So whenever you play someone like Bronya, Locha is just fundamentally more useful than Huo.
Yes,
because the team is more playable.
I would say it depends also on your investment, because if you do have E1, S1 Bronya, I know.
But you could also have E1 Huo.
Or that, or even Ruan Mei Light can also provide a skill point, actually. Yeah. So there are other ways to counteract it. But Locha still works. If people who like Locha, I play Locha quite a lot. It's probably one of my most played characters on one of my accounts.
I've always referred to him as this game's Zhongli.
It's a fair assumption, yeah. He's very brain off to play. He plays himself. He's just there, spam basic attack, press ultimate if you don't have to care about the spells. It's very like Zhongli. Zhongli's put up the shield. That's it.
But the thing about Locha is what he gives. He's a healer who gives skill points. Huo is a healer who gives energy and attack, and because that is arguably more useful, she consumes skill points.
True, but there is also
as
now
her resource to do that.
But right now you also have, for example, Sparkle, which, for example, right now you kind of wanted Locha with Danheng IL, but because he uses 3 SP, but with Sparkle, she kind of does offset that, don't you think?
Yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely.
That's what I think. Personally, I believe for Locha, the biggest glow up is gonna be when they release Mass Dispel content, or when it's even in pure fiction, let's say you need a sustainer and everything is imaginary weak and you play with Ruan Mei, Locha Ultimate is very good at at breaking imaginary enemies as well.
Now, the thing about Locha is adventuring is gonna kind of punch in on his turf. It's gonna...
Because, but
they're both imaginary. The difference is that they both don't consume skill points. The difference is Adventure is a shield instead of healing, and he doesn't have...
True, but Aventurin doesn't have AoE attack specifically. He has
he doesn't have
single
AoE
target ultimate and bounce attack.
Yeah.
Follow-up, yeah. I would say that's the difference as well. It depends. I'll get the Venturin with my topaz ratio counting. I'll try it out, but I think it's going to be great. But we'll see. I think Locha can come back to some degree, but I don't think it's a character that I would necessarily recommend on a rerun, because you have so many other options. Just like you said before, you get a lot of new options now, and by the time he gets rerun, there's also going to be a Venturin as an option by then.
It feels like they're eventually going to reach the point where there's a sustain for each major like team category. I was talking a little bit about the Ayaka team that was released over the course of from 1.6 until 2.4. That was when Shadow released. Yeah, 2.4.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. They're doing the same thing for Ratio. Ratio was free at AR42. What I'm trying to say, Ratio is Ayaka. Ratio
True. Yeah, but I mean, if you've seen, have you seen probably Gallagher as well? Like, he's a sustainer for break effect. Like, break effect sustainer scaling.
I thought it was for Dot.
He has break effect. Like,
Okay.
you can check the kit on the same site where we've seen Aventurin or like the MOC.
He's an attack healer, though, and I think people are
He
skeptical
scales
about
some
a
break
4-star.
effect for healing, actually.
Oh, I thought it was attack.
No, actually. You can check. Let me show
Let me
you.
see.
Yeah. You go to, you know how to find it, yeah?
Yeah, I know how to find it. Hidden.
Okay, good.
Gallagher.
It's...
Skills. Fire damage, decreases target's attack, heals, selects mark, basic.
It's the trace,
enhanced,
basically, yeah.
Tech, talent. Enemies the mark take increased break damage. When enemies the mark or attack, Gallagher regenerates HP. His heal bonus is based on a percentage break. Oh, okay.
Yeah. In my opinion, it seems that like kind of pushing him to be perhaps like a sustainer for pure fiction, where it's like he has the AoE, like fire break, which is kind of nice to normal enemies in pure fiction, I suppose. But you still have some of healing, so you don't die in that content, especially as free to play. That's my impression, at least, based on this.
That's interesting.
More like a pure fiction thing.
He's a pure
because
fiction
of AoE
character.
fire break.
Huh.
Could be, yeah.
Could be.
Because, especially his Eidolon, like, Eidolon also E6 improves his weakness break efficiency and his own break effect, so his ultimate is gonna combine with True and May. It should break a lot of those fire normal mobs in pure fiction, and
also,
Himiko's just gonna trigger follow-up.
Being a fire character in pure fiction gives you synergy with Himiko.
Exactly, and also with Herta and Ruan Mei. You could just play this team replacing, because Asta right now obviously works really well, but if they release content in the future where they're taking more damage and you need still some kind of sustainer, this could be an alternative for, especially if you're not that heavily invested with your characters.
That's
just
really interesting.
Unga bunga through. That's what my impression of this kit at least is. But we'll see when we get the numbers.
I really
of course.
read about him.
Yeah, fair.
He looks like Dante from DMC5.
Yeah, he looks great though. I like the design though. Yeah.
I'm sure you've seen that there's alleged new Varka art
Yeah, I saw it.
that
yeah,
references Gallagher.
I saw it. Yeah.
We'll see what comes of that. The last Varka art turned into Riesli, or ended up being Riesli, so maybe it's not
Capitano? What? Check. It's gonna be Capitano, surely. Spoiled, yeah, surely.
Yeah.
Capitano under the mask. I mean, it's possible, but yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, by the way, I saw the thing, sorry if this is more about Genshin. I saw the Pyro Archon thingy.
Yes.
And when I told you your stream, you were talking about Jean Crotch or something.
It's
like,
really detailed. I don't know what to say. I don't know what.
Okay. I guess I just, yeah.
Jean's crotch, it's overly detailed. I don't know what to say. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I just noticed that your stream, and that's exactly what you said. I was like, wait, what? Huh? But yeah, anyway, the Pyro Archon.
Yeah.
Do you think it's actually gonna look like Himiko after all?
Yes.
Or, okay, good.
Himiko has orange eyes, red hair. What is the leak that we have for Pyro Archon is she's orange hair, red eyes.
Yeah.
It's inverted Himiko colors.
Pog.
I expected. We know her name is Murata.
Yeah, we know that's true. Yeah. So it better be. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it also could just be very loose. I don't know if you're a Honkai Impact 3rd fan.
I
Nahida,
I did. Yeah.
Nahida is a Honkai Impact character. She's Terry.
Yeah.
She looks almost nothing like her though.
Yeah,
it's very
same
loose.
voice actor in JP though, but that's it.
Yeah, there's a resemblance, but it's very loose.
Yeah.
It's mostly in the haircut.
Be like that. Oh, do you think it's gonna be like that for Pyro Archon as well? Like a loose reference?
I mean, even Raiden doesn't really look like Raiden.
I mean...
Her eyes are a very different shape.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I would say Acheron is closer to Raiden, especially one of the skins variations of Raiden Mei from Honkai Impact 3.
Show a picture of Terry.
Terry. Yeah. I mean, she's grown now. She has like a new form where she grew up. Actually, yeah.
She looks like this.
Yeah, well. Let me find it. Yeah, I mean, she grew now.
Yeah. But yeah, this is technically Nahida.
Fair, yeah. The closest thing you got for now. Maybe they'll make another one, who knows? I mean, we have 2 Bronyas in Starrail.
Yeah.
It could happen in Genshin too.
It's such a reach. They share a VA. They have the same haircut.
Yeah.
It's not really a reach.
Yeah. Also... oh, just a second. Who's right? Oh, okay. But yeah, basically... another thing about Natlan. Obviously, we all did the story. There's something talk about Dragon Kin. Do you believe there's gonna be like actual dragon waifus in Natlan?
Dragon waifus. I think they'll do more elf characters with like pointed ears and maybe like a scale feature. I think they could do that pretty easily. Just to keep it subtle. I don't think we're gonna get Z's characters in Genshin.
Yeah, I mean, I actually liked quite a lot of some of the Zenless on Zero character designs, at least. I think they were cool. I don't know, maybe you didn't like them, but I kind of like them. They're okay.
You think we'll get a Dragon Maid?
That would be Pog. I mean, I played Yu-Gi-Oh, so I know what's Dragon Maids.
Those are a reference to an anime.
I know that too. Yeah. But that's what reminds me first, because I played that in Yu-Gi-Oh.
You want a Dragon Maid?
I mean...
I think we'll get characters with like...
Duel, yeah.
We have characters with horns. We have characters with tails. Sure, I'm sure they'll do a character with like a little bit more reptilian features. We have characters with lizard eyes.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible, yeah. Meanwhile, also, do you think they will actually have some skins in Starrail? At all?
Skins?
Do you remember
is there
March
a slot for them already? There's actually not.
Do you remember March 7 skin that was like for 2 scenes in the story and then it's gone?
No.
You didn't do the Topaz quest? Or
the what? No.
Huh? You didn't do the Topaz quest? Skill issue. No, but seriously. It was a Belobok story with Topaz, like Topaz collecting the depth from Belobok.
Do you think they'll release a giant trash can skin for Sampo?
No. Sampo might get the 5-star version, though. It's possible.
Probably.
Can I talk about the story?
Yeah, we can talk about the story.
Okay, so basically, if you did companion mission of Sparkle, apparently Sampo is getting his mask back, and that could be like a 5-star version or something, yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
Sampo will probably get a 5-star version. He's been in all of the story.
Yeah, he's Mr. Worldwide.
He's never left the story.
He's Mr. Worldwide. He was even in Lofu, by the way. He actually, like a neutron bomb, he planted it in Lofu or something.
Yeah. So he's an important character. He's as important as Danhang, at least.
Yeah, true.
They will definitely make him a 5-star.
Speaking of characters, the most important question. Which is your favorite character in Starrail in the story? Not for gameplay purposes, because I'm probably gonna say Jinglio, but like, whatever it's for
in the story.
What question?
In the story!
Yeah, which one did you like? I mean, or you skipped too much? I don't know. Just wondering. Yeah.
Dr. Ratio?
Ratio, okay, it's okay. Personally, I liked the story. Like for story, I think one interesting character. It's an ultra hot take, Sampo. I think he spice ups the plot. He can make like potentially more interesting things going forward. From that perspective, not his personality or whatever, but
when are they gonna make Duke Inferno playable?
Worse than Signora. Yeah, off screen. Not even on screen.
This wasn't even on screen.
Yeah, that's like we gotta downgrade. Don't give them hope. Yo, yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
They put out a short introducing his team. It's really funny. It's really...
True. I mean, the other members of the Annihilation gang, at least of that group, at least, are alive. So, like, they're free agents roaming around, whatever. So, yeah. Do you like Constance or Katerina or something like that, or not at all?
Ooh.
The new ones. You didn't watch the trailer, or it showed them.
I don't know the names. I don't know.
Oh, really?
I don't even remember what they look like, to be honest.
The one with the red hair. Okay, the one with the red hair and with the ball and chain.
I actually don't even remember what they look like.
Really? Oh my god. Okay. Wow. How do you remember Duke Inferno? You don't remember anybody else?
Because he was in the story.
I mean, sure. Okay, fair. Okay, fair.
He had a story quest where he tried to kill Oster or something. I don't know.
Yeah, speaking of Duke Inferno, if you open the pull screen for Black Swan, in her splash art, there is a skull that looks like Duke Inferno's.
Black Swans.
Splash art, yeah. Yeah, splash
art. Hold on, I'm getting
left.
ambushed by a trash can.
Oh, okay, fair. Yeah, I'll show you on the chart.
Let me pull up a picture.
Yeah, you glitch open the wishes. It's in the wish. Like, top left. Above the orb. Do you see it?
Hold on.
Yeah.
Characters.
I mean, you can just open the character wish pool bar.
Yeah, here we go.
Top left, you see it?
Oh yeah, here's his head.
That does look kind of Duke Inferno. I'm like, Yeah, I don't know, sus. Basically, everybody in Penacony lies. Trust your crew, that's it, basically. That's what I learned from Penacony so far. Trust no one.
Trust no one.
Yeah. Stick with your crew. Easy.
Also, don't trust Signonians, apparently.
Yeah. The Sparkle thing, wow, yeah.
Sparkle's, she's a bold new direction that's never been done before.
Very, in my impression, very insane character behavior. Like, actual insanity. From her companion mission, if you did it.
Yes, I did it.
It was
where I did the quest where everyone is Sparkle.
Yeah, yeah, basically. Also, do you plan in Starrail to pull like for every new character or actually?
I hope not.
Okay, fair.
It's so expensive.
Yeah, I agree. Even in like, oh yeah. By the way, what do you think of Lightcon banner system in this game?
It's great.
Do you think? Because I heard something from Leaks in Genshin, like. Are they reworking some banners in Genshin or something, like an extra banner? What was that
Apparently they're going to add a third banner that's going to feature, presumably, the unsellables.
Oh, okay. Reboss, never mind. I thought they would maybe change like something with the weapon banner.
They might, but no.
Would be nice.
A weapon banner rework, or banner system rework is kind of overdue.
I think so too, yeah. I think so too.
They could. They could rework all that stuff.
Speaking of banners, have you seen the gacha in ZZZ?
Nope.
How it looks like? Okay.
Grace.
Yeah,
Grace,
I know. I saw you when you watched that video. I know. I watched your live reaction to that one. But basically, besides Grace, like you have characters, you have a standard banner, you have an event banner, same gacha as Genshin, and then you have a weapon banner, supposedly, might be. And you also have things like pets. If you ever played Honkai Impact 3, you know what elves are, maybe.
Oh, you gotta pull for your Sealies?
Yeah. So basically, the little thingies are also as a 4-star or 3-star from gacha, from the other banners. So you could have additional banners separately, not just weapon gacha and character gacha, but also these pet gacha, and it's very powerful.
Just give me Hero Sweats and Mora on the banners.
I know.
That's all I want. Instead of getting 3-star weapons.
I'm just confused.
It's
Why
the
would they
perfect solution.
Yeah, because I noticed and also in Xenozone Zero, story costs stamina, like the earlier stages of Honkai Impact. By the way.
Right.
So I don't know why they did that actually. It's like it feels like a lot of features in Xenozone Zero, they're literally going backwards and implementing the undesirable features from Honkai Impact 3 into the game. It's kind of very weird.
It is like the reason I always talked about Z is in relation to Honkai Impact 3rd too.
Yeah.
It's because they look so similar.
They do, especially Part 2. Especially if you saw the Part 2 gameplay of Honkai Impact 3, it's very close to like feel of ZZZ. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe just testing grounds. I don't know. Like, it's super weird. It's like why the downgrade? Why they have extra gacha? Like Starrail, quote unquote, kind of made it better, quote unquote, but ZZ somehow made it even worse than what Genshin already had.
Worse than what Genshin already had.
Yeah, because you remember the weapon banner, like how original banner it was, like and here they're like, okay, you still have the weapon banner, but you also have the pet gacha alongside. Like, I don't know. It's gonna drain a lot of your pool.
Pet gacha is really, it's kind of bizarre.
Yeah,
it's a bizarre statement.
Yeah, I know, but that's how it is. It's like you pull the little pet, it goes around with you and has like specific buffs, like light cons, like you said, for example, the weapon for Chiori have like specific requirements. So specific, such as like, if you have the entire team of this faction, or like teammates of this faction get, I don't know, 30% crit rate.
Yeah.
For example, and then another on top effects, like super restrictive niche things. So on these pets, I remember. Like not just the type of character, but also the faction the characters are.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
It's weird.
Yeah, and also another thing I'd like to ask: did you ever consider actually trying or playing Wuthering Waves at all?
I think I would play it if I got invited to the beta.
Yeah, I know I didn't get in the beta yet so far. Like they can, you can recheck every day if you applied for it because they're giving it.
I didn't apply for it. I didn't.
Oh, okay. Ribos.
If I got a content creator like, hey, please play our game.
Fair. I think they did that probably.
We'll pay you money.
True. But will you try the game when it actually comes out or not at all?
I tried Tower of Fantasy, so I'm not gonna say I'll never do it.
Okay, fair. Yeah, I would like to see you at least try, see how it goes. I'm sure people would like to see your impressions of it as well.
I feel like I'm depressed. I feel like everything's kind of negative right now.
Really?
Life.
Oh.
Life. And like it I don't know, it feels like I'm very pessimistic about a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you some uplifting things, perhaps, at least for content creations. I am certain, like, a lot of people value your opinions and words, and a lot of people would appreciate, for example, and still do appreciate when you do TC content for Genshin, and if you do it for Starrail or some other games, I'm sure a lot of people who would play those games would watch you and really enjoy your content. Because I do. I mean, I've been watching you for a very long time.
Yeah, thank you.
As a lurker primarily, but I watched you for a long time.
Not everyone
I really enjoy your content.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm glad we got you on stream.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Like, sorry if it was a very long talk, because I had some talk points prepared.
No.
So that's
not at all. It's content. It's content.
Yeah, sure. I mean, if you want, we could do it sometimes again in the future.
Yeah, for sure.
To you.
I'd be happy to.
I love to talk. I think it was a nice discourse. I'm sure people were also interested. And since I do play both games, we kind of have like, and also we can talk about.
Just kind of went back and forth.
Yeah, exactly. And also because we're not on the program, we can talk about everything. So it's kind of much more open. Let's do it that way. Yeah. But yeah, thank you for having me, Jason.
Yeah, thank you.
I hope you guys had a great time.
This is Razor_CT. Check him out for Honkai Star Rail and Genshin Impact content. Anything else you want to plug?
I will plug you. There you go. Let me shout out you as well. I mean, I do have a YouTube channel, and feel free to check me out if you want. I'll have pre-release kit analysis next week for Acheron.
Ooh.
And all that stuff. We're just gonna first impressions of the kit, basically. When we get the numbers, we're gonna take a look and I'll make a video. Acheron, Aventurine, and that stuff.
Yep.
Yeah. Basically.
Archeron or Aventurine? Which one are you more excited to see?
I'm interested actually quite a lot in Aventurine because I really want to see how it's going to work with the ratio follow-up stuff. Because my favorite team in Starrail is basically DOT teams and follow-up teams. That's like my favorite teams. So I'm very interested about that. Acheron, I'll still get it on one of my free-to-play accounts. Probably she's going to be quite strong and very easy for free-to-plays. Like to, plus I don't have any lightning coverage on that account. So definitely it should fulfill that role for me.
Lightning DPS it's her and Kafka, right? That's it?
I mean, it's Jing 1 as well, if you happen to have it. But personally, I skipped 1.0 patch completely, except reroll on Cell on one of my accounts, because I came with foresight that, like, 1.0 stuff is probably not worth for long term to pull for me, personally. Like, I was going with that approach.
Yeah.
And then I had more pulls for other stuff, and in retrospect, I think it was a good decision to not use actual pulls on Sela. Personally, okay?
I pulled Sela at the start of the game.
I know. Just like, because I never planned to get her Lightcon, that's why. Without the Lightcon, it's quite a big difference, I would say.
That is... A lot of people will say characters are meant to be played with their 5-star weapons. And 5-star light cones.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that?
Yes and no. I would say yes and no, because it literally depends on the investment of the character, what it requires. How many substats of gear or what kind of teammates do they need to be able to get the job done for 3 stars? Is the 3-star, like, I don't think right now, I mean, the 5-star weapons are not done in a way where it's like, you actually have to have this weapon, otherwise you can't literally do it. I don't think we reached that point yet, at least.
I don't think we'll ever. I don't think we can ever reach that point. Characters aren't that insular.
Exactly.
They always interact with new stuff.
Precisely. And as they spread the rosters, eventually there will be things overlapping with new characters with old and so on. Surely. So it should be okay. Yeah. But personally, I don't really pull much for Lightcons at all. Rarely I pull for a Lightcon. I just go for C0 characters, E0.
Yeah.
More characters I enjoy, so I can play more different stuff, basically. That's it, basically. So yeah. Once again, what's up, Dutel?
No, thank you. I was going to say, it feels like a lot of 4-star Lightcon options feel really forced. I'm not sure why.
Very scuffed. What did you say?
I feel like a lot of 4-star Lightcons feel forced, and I'm not sure why.
You mean like forced to be used on characters, or
like, I don't know.
I mean, there is no Favonius weapons in this game.
Yeah, there's no Favonius weapon. There's no like.
Yeah.
This character's best in slot weapon is the 4-star, and like the 5-star, it doesn't do that much.
Yeah, that
I
is
guess
true.
there is one. There's Resolution, Pearls of Shining Sword.
Yeah, I mean, you also have Meshing Cogs and Memories of the Past. It also provides energy. However, Meshing Cogs does give energy also when you get hit. Memories, I believe, it doesn't.
Yes.
So that's basically it. Yeah, I would say. But as I said, I personally believe, like you said, it's gonna stay. Just get the characters, you'll still be able to do 3 stars. You don't necessarily have to go for Lightcons, but if you want to like go further or make it like even easier the game or something like that, it certainly does help as Eidolons, but it's never really a necessity or anything like that. Yeah. And hopefully it doesn't change that it would ever be, and I don't think it will.
Support characters have always been, I guess, more impactful than 5-star weapons.
Yeah. In this game, also supports play a big part. I would say my criteria for these characters in this game, it's usually first OP supports, and then followed up by sustainers, and lastly, the damage dealers.
Ideally, the line between support and sustainer is going to get blurred.
Yeah, they will, because they love to basically put new characters that do different things from other characters in this category slot.
Yep.
Because you have to understand that the Lightcons are limited to the type of character class, path, whatever. And basically by releasing, let's say, character, like for example, right now they released like for example Shui, which is like you still want to have some break effect on her, and only recently they released a 4-star destruction gacha lightcon that happens to have some break effect, so you can actually build it. So I think the lines will get blurred by like making the things that are like this used to be only exclusive for this type of character or class spot, whatever. It's going to be more and more spread out.
Or even something
and
as
more
simple
variety.
as Adventure Teen has 2 debuffs, and
Yeah.
he buffs your damage a little bit, and he does follow-up attacks just so you can proc Numbi. Just
Exactly, and also having
that
enough
for
debuffs for
most
ratio.
intents and
Yeah.
purposes is a support who is also a sustain.
Yeah, that's what I would believe. But,
Even if he just does, I am 100% sure Adventuring does piss for damage. He just
not
won't do damage. There's no way he does any damage.
I mean, he scales crit rate on defense, but he's scaling on his follow-up attack scales also on defense.
No.
I don't know how. Yeah, could be a Fushuan situation as well, because maybe you don't know, but Fushuan has crit rate scaling traces and whatnot. And some people were originally thinking about playing Fushuan as a quote-unquote damaged, more like more
Her ult
damage
does a little
oriented.
bit of damage.
Yeah. But I think it's gonna be similar situation with Aventurin, where he's gonna do some damage, but it's not gonna be necessarily what people might think. But who knows? Maybe we can wrong. Maybe they're gonna be like, here's your sustainer that also does damage, but that would kind of break the game, I think.
It would kind of break team building.
Yeah, because that would be like all over.
There'd be
what
no
do you have
reason
in
to play
Epic
anyone
7?
but him.
I never really played Epic 7, but they heard about the tank meta or something. Or they had like tanks that did damage or something.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. I think it would probably make, yeah. Like, why would you even pull DPS at that point if you have like something that does the same damage but also has survivability on top? Like, obviously.
Or why would you could, if you, the idea of the universal sustain is, I think what I'm saying is gonna be, it's not gonna be this in the same existence, or as useful. Presumably, they're gonna continue to be more specialized and more offensively oriented.
Yeah, I think so too. I think they will do that too. Just like more specialized niches and whatnot. Yeah, I don't think they want to release perhaps too many quote-unquote staple characters because they want to incentivize people to pull more characters. At least
Or
that's
they
what-
want to release
yeah.
staples for team archetypes.
or that, yeah, or that.
If you play Dot, you want XYZ characters. These are your staples, and then you can play different dots afterwards.
Exactly. I would say the core pretty much for DOT right now. Like, Hoho is a pretty very nice for DOT teams as a sustainer slot. And then you also have the Kafka, the Detonator. Then you have Black Swan. And then they could also release another future DOT character such as Physical, Physical Dot, or maybe even a second Detonator. Because
you
some people
think
were talking. Yeah.
Kafka is... yeah, I was going to say, do you think Kafka is replaceable?
Not really, because here is the point I would like to make. If they release a second Detonator for dots, why not just play them together and detonate more dots? I don't know. Like, unless if they make an enemy that's literally like a shock immunity where you cannot apply lightning weakness or something.
Yeah.
They could do, shock dot. They could do that. You have enemies that are already in the game that literally have shock immunity or a
Right.
specific debuff, like dot immunity. But it's just a little enemy for now.
I'm not
They
sure
do
if
it in
I'm
the-
being overly optimistic, but there is... Archeron is another lightning DPS who does want to be played with Nihility. A lot of
Yeah.
these dot characters are Nihility. How feasible
Yeah.
is it to slot Archeron into these teams?
Acheron right now has literally nothing much to do for dots. She seems like some
Right,
people
but
would
if she
even-
just does a lot of damage, how
Yeah,
how
like
problematic is it?
I would say I think they put her in Nihility specifically because for Nihility units they usually also have AoE and blast attacks, not like single target oriented such as hunt units.
The
So
fuck?
because Nihility are much more flexible. Like you have Nihility units that are like single target oriented, which are Silver Wolf, and then you have units that are like multi-target and blast. So Nihility has quite a lot of flexibility for some reason. I don't know why, but they have a lot of variety with Nihility characters, and they can be all kinds of things, kinda. And she's basically just a straight-up damage dealer. And I assume her flower is probably gonna count as a debuff since she's a Nihility unit. So you can use Good Night and Sleep Well Lightcon
Yeah.
to boost her damage, most likely. That would make quite a lot of sense, I believe.
Yeah, that would make sense.
But at the same time, like, we know we don't have the numbers, so take it as you will, guys. We don't have the numbers,
We don't
okay?
have the numbers.
Yeah, not yet. It's gonna be in a couple of days, but it's still. I would say it's a very safe assumption, especially if those debuffs will count as actual debuffs, the flowers.
Yeah.
And if she and how much damage boost she will want? Like, is there any, you know?
I mean,
We should, yeah.
if it's the Genshin school of, yeah, character has this passive, you're never meant to max it out. Or if you max out, it's
Yeah.
really forced, where you want to be playing with two other Nihility characters, chance they max out with two, you'd only want to play one. In some of her
Yeah,
optimal
probably it's gonna be
teams.
like that too. I don't think, yeah, it's probably gonna be something like that. That's at least my suspicion.
We'll see.
But Acheron, from what I've been told, at least the voice actor of Acheron did say on social media that her animations are gonna be like super flashy. So at least it's gonna be like super big deal character for many players for anniversary, like something, you know, waifu, flashy.
Yes.
Maybe she has also big numbers.
People love Raiden.
Yeah, exactly. So, and she's being released for anniversary, just the same, you know.
Yep.
We top up reset conveniently.
Top of
So
reset. They're doing
they're
it.
gonna be like, yeah, get that T2, yeah. Japan.
Round 2.
We're in the samsara, yeah. It's repeat. They learned. Yeah, I know. But basically, that's how it is. I will still get Acheron because I do want lightning coverage on one of my accounts where I have 0 lightning coverage. I play two accounts, basically. Battle Pass Supply, which is basically Welkin Battle Pass, and a free-to-play account.
Has anyone
If I
looked
was
at
not- yeah.
the combinations of enemies and how much coverage you actually need on an account right now?
Right now, the combinations of enemies, I don't think they checked it. Like, I believe Pridewind did check it, like, for current floors. You have it there, but I don't think you have it for overall of all enemies combined. But definitely now with ratio, you could get away with not necessarily having like every single element right now, because there is overlap, like you said, with elemental weaknesses between enemies. But eventually, when they keep adding new enemies, eventually they will put in a situation where you will have to have more different elements, or even the same, because they could force you, like, you need lightning side on the first half. On the second side, you also will kind of need lightning because the ice or whatever has a freeze immunity, or you can't break them with ice. Like, they can do things like that.
Are there
Or
any
damage
ice-
resistances.
Are
Yeah.
there any ice characters who actually want enemies to be frozen?
No, I mean specifically for, like, not just break damage, but like if you can't break damage their toughness bar as ice character, you will do less damage. Also, you don't
Yes.
interrupt them, you take more damage,
Yep.
and also
It's
they
just
could
a
have a
bad
60-40% ice damage resistance, such as Kukolia.
Yep.
So there could be situations where there might be overlap where you have a really strong character, but this character has to be used on the first half because the second half doesn't favor them, and your other option is not that comfortable for the second half. So eventually they will force you to spread the roster, and I'm not sure if it's gonna be enough just have each element of each character. I think it's also gonna come down to mechanics, like, is it blast, is it single target, is it AoE? That's how they spread the content by pure fiction, by forcing you, like, here, now you also need AoE units of this element.
It's interesting.
Or something. Or like, I mean, Jiggly can still brute force, sure, you have blast.
It's
attacks.
very hard to force Jinglu through pure fiction right now.
Yeah, but it's still to some extent. It still worked for me for 3 stars at least, but yeah, it's
It
not...
barely worked for me for 3 stars.
Yeah, and
I
think
was
it's only
getting... The only reason I have 3 stars on the current current pure fiction is because Kafka Swan gets 40k at level 70.
And that's why I believe Kafka is a pretty good place for different type of contents, because she works decently nice also in single target to some extent if they ever force single target, but more importantly, she works nice in blast content and AoE content as well. So she has kind of flexibility for pure fiction and MOC, which is nice. And this is another Nihility unit. Yeah, Nihility units seem quite flexible, I would say, to some extent. Overall, except Silver Wolf. Silver Wolf is relegated to single target fights. If they do release, I would not be surprised they will force another quote-unquote endgame content with single target oriented fights to try to force you to spread your roster even further with potentially single target units.
We had a really fun boss fight event where you had to do the break stuff.
Yeah.
That was
have
fun.
you seen Imaginary MC actually with the break stuff?
If I seen an imaginary main character.
Yeah, hard
No,
mode,
I can't
with the-
imagine it.
Okay, fair. But it has to do with break effect, basically. Seems a very interesting concept, subject to change, obviously. Like having like a special extra weakness bar that you can break with your teammates or something like that, from what I remember.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah, I think it's really cool. And I think they come out probably in 2.2 or something like that. We'll see how it ends up being.
Yeah.
But yeah, yeah, another thing, kind of very important. What's your opinion about MC gameplay, like what you have in this game, compared to Genshin?
Are they different?
No, I mean, let's say Hydro Traveler compared to, I don't know, Fire Trailblazer. Do you think it's kind of like one got shafted more or less?
It's a give and take. There's a good one and a bad one, like every so
fair.
often. And they're all
Physical
always,
MC.
they're always kind of bad.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I think we will probably use Imaginary MC for at least break teams or something like that. Could be interesting. We'll see how it ends up. Maybe they'll make it stronger, or maybe just gonna be cope. Who knows?
We'll see. Maybe a Pyro main character in Genshin in version 4.0 is gonna be the dude.
I would hope though. I would hope so, because I really would like to play Traveler again. Like back in the day we played Dendro. It was kind of fun to play Traveler again. It was kind of cool. I think it would be nice to have that option, but we shall definitely see. As for this game in Starrail, like I said, with Acheron, they just keep it like Acheron. I'm not even sure. Like she has she has blast attacks and AOE basically, I believe. Yeah. So like Nihility seems to be the path that has the most flexible characters.
Just kind of don't really matter, do they?
Not really. Yes and
the
no.
erudition characters, they're supposed to be good for like the AoE content, multi-target.
Yeah.
Xing Shui is a blast character.
Yeah, she's an exception. I agree. There are some exceptions. She could easily be destruction.
Dill is basically the same character as Xing Shui, except they're on different paths.
Yeah, but I tell you the reason why they do this. They do this to balance the light cons probably, because then way can they limit who gets the light con. So I think it's probably for a balancing purpose, like we're gonna slap this character as this spot, because even Shui, if Shui was Nihility, she would have access to better light cons potentially. She
would have the night sleep well.
Exactly, and that's why they do it like, oh, we're just gonna make it distraction so you can have it.
Yep.
I think it's a balancing reason more than anything else.
Yeah, more than anything else. Technically, there's some identity, but there's not much.
True. Yeah, I mean, we shall see. We shall see how it's gonna end up being. But at the same time, with I think it's only gonna get probably worse with this. Like making a character, especially erudition characters, like they have to be perhaps careful, because erudition there are some cool, interesting lightcon for erudition, especially the free lightcon. It's kind of nice. Literally free 40% crit damage. So yeah.
Yeah. That's
Once again, erudition free lightcons, they give you pretty good ones, because like we got the new set of lightcons this patch for Memory of Chaos shop.
It's the way mandated. He wants to make sure everyone can play Himiko well.
Yeah, basically, because some of the other lightcons are kind of scuffed of the new ones that we got. They're like kind of meh, but then erudition once again, yeah, this is kind of nice.
Yeah.
So, well, we shall see how it goes. But definitely, I would not be surprised if they do some content where they force you to play single target to try to sell you single target units, because otherwise, I don't know how they're gonna keep selling hunt units in the future, unless if they have something like, let's say, Topaz, which has other utility with Nambi, follow-ups, debuff, and so on.
Topaz might as well have been a Nihility character.
Yeah, but they didn't want her, probably because of the light con access.
Except
and that's because
swordplay is also really good.
It's nice. It is nice, but I believe the Nihility lightcons are quite nice to have too. The thing is, for her specifically, her signature is nice, but at least you have the Herta lightcon, which is nice. It does provide you some crit rate, easier to build if you don't have swordplay. But another thing I noticed a lot from people about the Herta lightcon. I know you didn't get it. I know you went for pulse. I'm aware. But that thing.
Yes, I did not get any of the Herta like.
I know, because I mean, free-to-play or low spenders would generally go for that.
I didn't realize that they were actually good.
Yeah, actually they got nerfed from the beta. In the beta they had base stats the same as a 5-star, but they nerfed it, and now it's 4.5 basically. But nevertheless, the Herta lightcon, the Hunt one, provides a nice attack boost, but only happens when you defeat an enemy. So it's not necessarily consistent. And you're like, getting the last hit on Topaz, yeah, I don't know, like, will it happen? Will it not? I don't know. It's kind of, yeah. Some of the things can be a bit inconsistent.
If your chalk doesn't bounce to the next enemy, Numby will kill them.
Yeah, that could happen too. Yeah. But usually the chalk, I can't even pronounce it. Sorry. It will kind of destroy the enemy most of the time. But yeah. But personally, I play Hertha Lightcon on my ratio, and then I just go Topaz Swordplay or Final Victor, the new one.
Isn't Topaz technically geared with a lot of Lightcon options, even among Topaz, 5-stars?
I mean, now with Final, the 5-star option, her signature is the best. I mean, we can go over it actually, because she might get a rerun. People might be interested. Yeah.
I believe you can just use Dr. Ratio's Lightcon.
Dr. Ratio Lightcon, I believe one component will not work. It's when using ultimate to attack the enemy target. That component.
Oh, her ultimate doesn't attack the enemy target.
Yeah, it's a Numby. Yeah, that part does not work. So technically, Topaz Lightcon is very Topaz signature is very for her, kind of restrictive. But I've seen some people who play Topaz Lightcon on ratio because they don't have Topaz.
Yep.
And how do they have Topaz Lightcon? I don't know. Don't ask me, but they do. Okay, somehow.
They lost the 50-50 on the weapon banner.
Yeah, how? Yeah, I don't know, man. It's confusing.
You know, they implement all these systems. People still wish on the wrong banners by mistake.
Yeah, I guess it happened. Yeah, I guess it happened. But generally, most people will play with cruising in the Stellar Sea, or just go with, like you said, Swordplay. But from my understanding, apparently, the new Lightcon could be better than Swordplay if you have Swordplay like at S1 or low superimposition.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's what I heard some talk about that. I'm not certain though. But it is possible that perhaps it does overtake Swordplay if you don't have higher superimposition Swordplay.
Cool.
We'll have to test it out as well. But yeah.
Someone in chat says they have the Donghang and Bibber weapon without having Donghang.
That sounds like a big, massive skill issue. Why would you do that?
The real tech is to wish on the wrong. You know, one of my mods, he was wishing for Xianyun. He accidentally pulled Nahida C1.
Oh? Okay. I mean, it happens. Yeah. Just don't rush. Take it slow. Full slow, you know. Look at the screen properly, guys. Imagine reading. I know. It's a difficult skill, perhaps, but yeah. It has to be done. Yeah.
Poor Pweep.
Basically, yeah. Basically. Also, well, let me drink some water. I talk so much. Just a second.
You wish for Dance, 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 and you got the Black Swan weapon.
Actually, good point about Lightcon for Sparkle. Have you heard about the debate about Sparkle Lightcons?
I've heard of the debate of her E1 is better than her Lightcon because there are so many Harmony Lightcon options. And it just gives
but,
stats.
I mean, specifically, a lot of apparently CNTC is leaning towards past and future for Sparkle, the free-to-play Lightcon, the one that provides the 32% damage boost.
Oh, the Bronya one.
Not the Bronya one, but the free-to-play. Yeah, I mean Bronya uses that too. Sure. Yeah.
The Bronya art.
No, not the one with the Bronya art. Past
that's Memories of Past. What is Past and Future?
That's Past and Future is the free-to-play Lightcon. It's let me read it out.
This is Tingya, not Tingya. This is what is this? Who is this character? Who is this? Yukong. It's the one I use on Bronya. So
yeah. Apparently that's a pretty good one for Sparkle as well. Besides Planetary Rendezvous, if you're gonna play with Quantum Damage Dealer, Dance can still work, I guess, for zero cycle stuff, or if you wanna do it in shorter amount of cycles, but also. I guess Past and Future is gonna work worse for Jing 1 because it's not out of turn damage boost, like the Lightcon effect.
There's not a way to sort these by path.
You can erudition, harmony.
Where's the sort?
Oh, I mean, in the game, data bank Lightcon.
Okay. I'm actually just looking at my inventory.
Oh, okay.
Data bank.
I do it from the data bank. You can actually see the description of Lightcons in this game. Yeah, I don't know why in the other game I can't read the descriptions, but yeah. But basically...
here's something really interesting.
Do tell.
This is something that Genshin borrows from Breath of the Wild. None of the menus have text labels.
Yeah. No idea.
But there's actual reason for that. It is borrowed from Breath of the Wild because it makes cleaner UI. So if I looked at the Genshin archive... Equipment.
Yeah.
Oh, they have the names here. They shouldn't. Weird.
Oh, you mean like the beneath the pictures? Yeah, you do
Yeah,
have
beneath
it,
the
yeah.
pictures.
You-
Yeah.
yeah, you do. You
The
do have
general
that.
UI design, it doesn't have those. That's
Yeah.
interesting.
You can also read the description of icons you don't even have. Which
If you look at characters, it doesn't tell you this is
Oh, yeah,
Ganyu. The picture is Ganyu, and you recognize from the picture because the
Yeah, I
name
think-
technically becomes a redundancy.
they will probably, yeah, I mean, it's still nice to have it. They might change it, yeah.
I don't think they'll change it unless they start reusing icons.
Oh yeah, true. Corpa, gotta save money.
Well, no, it ends up being redundant text. It's not necessary.
That's
to
true,
have.
probably, yeah. But some people maybe have like color blindness or something like that could make it harder to discern and would be easier for them to read, for example.
If characters start looking like color swaps of each other, we've got a problem.
Hutao, Sparkle? Huh?
They're not in the same game, and Sparkle is Yoimiya.
I know.
Hutao would never.
Yoimiya and Cookie, if she removes the
Yeah,
mask.
see Yoimiya and Shinobu. She took off the mask. Have you ever
Yeah,
seen them in the same room?
Yeah, and if you don't see the colors, you're like, yeah, kind of.
Maybe. That's fair.
True. Also. Okay. But yeah, basically for Sparkle Lightcon, people mostly vouch for past and future for most of the situations. It seems, even from Cian apparently, from what I heard. The free-to-play, if you don't have her signature, of course.
Yeah.
Even over the Bronya Lightcon. Because, I mean, I suppose the energy in Bronya Lightcon doesn't do much. The skill point, sure, it's cool. And the damage bonus is very similar. Like, it's 30% to 32. I would say the biggest part that would play is the skill point from Bronya Lightcon. The only argument I would see is
Doesn't
like...
the Bronya Lightcon give more damage percent?
It's 30% at S1.
Oh, it's 2% less.
Yeah, but... Yeah. I would say the only argument I would see why would you stick with past and future no matter what if you have Bronya on the other team and obviously you want that Lightcon on Bronya, but if you don't have Bronya or you're not using Bronya, I would kind of use Bronya Lightcon on her. I think it should be better, but there are some like there could be some exceptions I guess from Dance angle, but or maybe Planetary Rendezvous. Because let's say we have S5 Planetary Rendezvous. I believe that's like what? 24% damage boost for everybody of the same type. So if, I don't know, maybe you have like more quantum damage dealers. But
Mono Quantum.
yeah, but even then,
Silver Wolf's off-field DPS!
I mean, you can actually make Silver Wolf DPS for a price of God know how many hundreds of dollars. You know, just get that E2, E4, whatever it is. Lightcon, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Lamau.
They nerfed her in beta. She used to have more of her damage in support, or more of her stuff in support, but they took it away to put it into her personal damage.
Yeah, and I think that's the angle they're probably also going to with Aventurin. It's like, oh, you want him to do more damage, get that E6 or whatever.
Well, they literally rebalanced Silver Wolf in beta to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, Silver Wolf was a damage dealer who also provided the implant. I think that would be very interesting. I mean, it's still single target, though. But yeah, that's how they cooked. Actually, yeah. Did you regret pulling Silver Wolf?
No.
Or do you?
Well, I 36 star with Scylla, so I can't say I regret pulling Silver Wolf.
Okay, just asking, yeah, because I have Silver Wolf on both of my accounts.
Do
same with
I
Torch, same
want
with Push one.
Ho Z1? Yeah, I'll get it on the rerun.
Yeah, we want definitely make.
I want it.
You have already Ruan May Lightcon, I assume, yeah.
Yeah, I have the Rome like.
At least you get the skill point from there. Could be worse.
Yep.
Imagine without, oh god, rip your skill. I tried it. I tried the Kafka Black Swan DOT team with no Ruan May signature and Hoku is 0. The skill points...
It feels really awkward to heal.
Exactly, because when I play with Locha, the same variation...
It's a lot more comfortable.
My skill points look like 4-5.
Yep.
Not 0.
You could use Black Swan skill every time.
Yes,
you have to use your
Black Swan spam
attack.
skills. Yeah,
Yep.
basically.
That's spamming the skill is better in AoE. You can make a pretty legitimate argument that a character like Locha is better in that team than Ho-Ho because of that.
True. You could have an argument, but at the same time, if you do get the Eidolon, which is more cost effective, like it does cost more, it would kind of fix the problem. But it is more expensive. So technically, for those who already have Locha, you could just stick with Locha instead of getting you one Ho-Ho. Would be probably cheaper.
Yeah.
I would say, if already happened to have Locha.
What do you think
saving
about
money.
stacking enough speed buffs to not run speed boots? How much damage do you think
It
you
actually
lose?
works.
Yeah.
Actually, surprisingly, I tested this out right now with my blade, triple HP, no speed boots, with E1S1 Bronya. Bronya is like 161 or 62 speed thanks to Ruan Mei. Pretty good actually. I mean, Bronya will constantly advance forward blade because she acts multiple times, so blade doesn't really fall behind. However, if I had E2 blade, E2 Bronya, then we will also get the 30% speed, so you could make your, let's say, blade 135 speed without speed boots.
Yep.
Which is kind of that's why E2 Bronya can be ridiculous, because you literally can forego speed boots and still have your characters at 135 speed with Bronya E2. So it makes it much like very more damage without losing the speed, basically. So yeah, it's nice, but most people will go like Bronya slower than your damage deal. Let's say you go, I don't know, Bronya 134, and damage deal 135 if you have Glamour, Firmament, whatever. Like most people will aim for that. Getting 160 Bronya to pull off a damage dealer who's like super slow with no boots, it's not easy to get 160 speed. It's
It's not.
Like,
it's
the only character that's gonna alleviate this problem by 10 speed, it's Ruan Mei.
It's Ruan Mei.
If you don't have it, Ribozo, it's gonna be like the only reason my Bronya is 160 speed, it's because of Ruan Mei. Otherwise, I could never see that number in my life.
Yeah, I don't have a 160 speed on anyone besides maybe Kafka.
Yeah, but yeah, I just tested for slow blade basically with no boots, which worked still pretty fine. Yeah, by still having a lot of stats. For Kafka, I believe I play her 163 speed. I was able to get that much, and Black Swan is 164, thanks to Ruan Mei. Which it's okay. I mean, it's okay for wave content. Like it's fine for wave content, because when there are new waves, like you're on top, you spam like you start with Black Swan first. It's kind of okay, but it's far from needed. You don't need it. No. It's like you can literally play 135 speed. Let's say we have 146 Black Swan, and then you have Kafka, I don't know, 100 something above her or below, around that. You still get 3 stars just fine. This is more about like if you want to hyper optimize to get like squeeze more cycles or something like that, but never a necessity. Because I believe a lot in the community, people are talking as if it's like, at least it's giving impression to players, making them think it's a necessity. Like, oh, you must have this much speed, like 160 or whatnot, otherwise you can't do it. Or 150. Yeah. Like when with 134, you could do it just fine.
It's not a problem.
135, I mean, yeah. Basically.
When using skill, target's eye speed increases by 30%. Wow.
Yeah, that's the E2.
Too.
Yeah, that's E2 and plus S1 Bronya. That Bronya, yeah, pretty good, but E0 Bronya, very big difference of how the character
E6
is.
makes her actually buff Jinglu. Oh,
yeah, that's just, yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true, yeah.
Gross.
Yeah, that is true. Just get E6, I suppose.
Just get E6 and you'll actually buff your Jinglu.
I'm sure people did it at the start of the game. They like, whales probably must pull on standard banner to get E6 Bronya, for sure. I wouldn't be surprised.
Whoa.
It happened, yeah. There were like a lot of people who were pulling on standard banner, just like back in Genshin.
People pulled, at least back in Genshin, yeah. But also, people wanted to pull for the 300 guarantee.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. There were people who did that, yeah. Did you do that?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I think I did end up doing 1 pity on the
okay. What did you select from the selector, by the way?
Oh, I got my first Brawny from the selector.
Oh, okay. I haven't selected anything yet on one of my accounts. I'm waiting for either if I get the Himeko or not, because I really like to have Himeko. I like the character. Also for fiction, it's fun. I have 0 Bronyas, or E2 Wealth, perhaps. On my free-to-play account, I'll get E2 Bronya. I was just that lucky. So I'll just select E2 Bronya. Yeah. My free-to-play account is super suck. Like, luck suck. Like, my paid account is scuffed.
Ooh.
So, yeah.
I have a lot of Jeopard. I have a lot
Nice.
of Jeopard. I have E4 S2.
Wow. I mean, E4 actually my Gepard has 90% effect res at E0.
I don't know. I don't think I don't do anything, but I have them. I have most of them.
Fog. I mean, E4 Gap is nice. It does provide you 20% effect res for your entire team, and you can easily build Gappy 100% effect res.
Yeah. Surely I won't have to pull the light cone for Aventurine.
For which character?
Aventurine.
Probably not. I mean, there is a new free-to-play Litecoin that I don't know. It does.
I just
provide
want to
some
use
effect
Moment of
res.
Victory. Just...
Fair. I mean, I think you could use for Aventurine. I don't think you need to get his Litecoin whatsoever.
Yeah, no.
Should be fine.
This weapon, it just gives you death. Oh, which is
Yeah.
what his shield scale on. It should be fine.
It should be fine. And
I assume Adventurine's light cone will give him a little bit more personal damage and it'll give him energy regen.
There is already a free Litecoin that does increase your personal damage based on defense, a free-to-play one, and also effect res by 24%. So either way they go about it, you'll have the options anyway.
Yep.
So that should be fine regarding that. But as for my standards, I got 2 Bronya Litecoins and 2 Bronies on a free-to-play account, and
Ooh,
Selector
nice.
is still available. So yeah.
Congrats. You're
Lucky.
you've successfully gotten that extra 2 damage percent to be better than Memories of Past.
But just yeah, exactly. But yeah, but that's the thing, yeah. And the thing is with I believe, like you said sometimes on stream about Bronya, perhaps it is kind of like a Mona situation to some extent.
it is
Do you
Mona.
remember talking about that?
Yeah, I very much likened her to Mona, where at the
I
start of the
believe-
game everyone was like, Mona makes the biggest nukes. Look at how Mona carried the speed run.
I believe this to be correct as well, because for Mona, like for Bronya specifically, before Ruan May, like now with Ruan May release, more people are like looking around and like, okay, they're releasing other OP supports or very strong supports that will and can overtake the old ones, especially standard character. So I would not be surprised in the future, there will probably teams where you won't even really play Bronya with those new teams. They're just going to be like newer, stronger stuff.
Yep.
Of course, you'll still be able to use it, but not necessarily as best in slot.
Probably.
That's what they could do that. Like
That's
easily.
like at the end. This is a gotcha. They phase out characters, specifically supports.
Yeah.
That life.
But I think supports get harder. Like supports, at least the 5-star event characters, usually have a pretty good shelf life or sustainers compared to damage dealers.
You
in typical gacha games.
But you never know when one of them is Albedo or Venti.
True. Okay, fair. But
Like
I think in
at the end of the day,
typical,
you never really know. It's not. It's fair to say generally they do, but it's also not
Yeah.
impossible for them to just get left
absolutely, I agree with that. But I would say for many gacha games in general, who are even more paid to win, usually the damage dealers get phased out the quickest.
behind.
Usually.
I don't know how much of that is the case in Hoyo games though.
Yeah, Hoyo has a different philosophy, at least with Genshin and Starrail. Yeah, absolutely. It's not the same as other typical gacha games. Because now, Starrail is a turn-based mobile game, basically. And it does directly compete with other turn-based games, gacha mobile games. And those, I would say, are much, way more focused on like actual power creep, where units are getting phased out very quickly, even for single-player story or single-player content.
It becomes. It is hard to phase out characters directly because of how many options there are for teams.
But they can make it more annoying or obnoxious if you still play the old stuff.
That they can do. Yeah.
I think they're very good at that. You want to play Circle Impact? Here is the most moving boss you can have that moves everywhere around the map.
Hey, Raiden has a really nice non-circle impact team now with Chevres.
Yeah, basically.
Chevres, Sara, Xiangling. It's real good.
I wish I had her. I didn't get the single up with Chevy, so it wasn't.
I hope she's on our Lucano banner.
Yeah, I hope so too. I'll definitely pull her. Yeah. Do you hope Arlecchino to be a main on-fielder
I don't.
DPS?
I want off-field pyro units, but I'm pretty sure she's gonna be another on-fielder.
I know, because I know a lot of people, even I talked about, they're like, we want on-fielder pyro DPS, but I'm like, we have so many of them. Can we get something off-field?
Hoyo says no.
Yeah, I know. But just like, yeah. It doesn't happen.
It doesn't happen.
I wish it did, though. But people, I guess they want waifu on the field mostly. Oh yeah, speaking of characters on the field, from what I remember, Wuthering Waves has only 3 characters to switch, not 4.
It's Tower Fantasy.
Yeah. I mean, even one of my mods, when he saw the Spiral Abyss gameplay of Wuthering Waves, he commented the UI or whatever reminded them a lot of Tower of Fantasy.
Yeah.
So
I've kind of like tongue in cheek. I've kind of been tongue in cheek, like trolling my chat and saying it's tough too.
Okay, fair. I mean, sure. I played Tower of Fantasy for 1 day, for an hour or 2, and then dropped it. Yeah.
Yep, that's exactly what I did.
On stream, even.
I saw a chest that was locked to time, and I was like, okay, I quit.
Yeah, the game was very not responsive as well, and also like to point out, speaking about responsiveness, do you believe, like, did you feel this? You probably do. In Genshin over the years, especially like let's say with Fontaine, do you feel like the netcode or like the responsiveness of your character swapping and movement is a bit more choppy than what it used to be? Do you get this feeling or not at all?
You know, there's an interesting example. I don't know if you remember this. In Genshin 1. After Genshin 1.0, I think it was Genshin 1.1, 1.2.
Yeah,
maybe 1.3. They broke ledge collision. For a very long time until they fixed it.
Really? I don't remember them.
Ledge collision was better in 1.0 than it was in one of the later updates.
But I do remember that 1.0 had a different feel to movement or like smoothness. Like they changed also some graphical settings or something in 1.1. I swear, like maybe I'm just tripping, but it felt to me like 1.1 kind of reduced the quality of some things, like graphics or something, compared to 1.0. Or maybe just strip. Maybe I'm just tripping.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Or maybe they forced, lowered graphics when we updated to 1.1. Yeah.
Regarding server stuff, no, I think Genshin is still doing fine. One of the things that I complain about is, so a lot of inputs feel sticky. It's very, if you are on a sack weapon, it's very difficult to not use 2Es.
True.
Like, it's very difficult.
Yeah, it's
if you play Saknaida and don't want to use that second E, too bad, you're using it anyway, scrub.
Yeah, I mean, personally for me, like the movement and especially character swapping, or even like swapping and then using a skill, it feels like there's some kind of delay or like not as responsive as it used to be over the years. I don't know.
I think they might have changed how inputs get queued.
But basically, maybe when they added new areas, like Fontaine and whatnot, it's maybe also more demanding and, I don't know, spaghetti code or something?
I don't know.
No idea.
I do think they might have changed input queuing.
Maybe, yeah.
And that could just be it. If you're doing stunning auto attacks, it's actually really hard to use your E-skill. Very similarly, if you do use Nuvulet's auto attacks, it's really difficult to do his charged attack after like an N1.
True. But, another thing I wanted to ask, because you said the things that you don't like, you wish they changed or improved in Genshin. Is there anything specifically you would like to see?
Yes, I want less rewards in menus and more rewards for actually doing the things. Just given to you on the spot in Starrail.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to go into a menu. I don't want to go into a shop. I want to complete the Spiral Abyss and get my shit.
Fair. It's basically extra steps.
It also makes the events feel really bad when you have to go into a menu to get the rewards.
Yeah, there is no claim all button either. You have to like separately click one of each.
So like the limited time rewards, the fact that these are limited time rewards and you have to go in and click them all. Why doesn't it just give you it for doing the stage?
I
just
think
give me
it's
the
probably.
rewards.
I think I know why.
It
makes
it feel really bad when you do complete the stage and you see how little you get.
True. But if it was more given or people click, cause the new daily system. Some chatter is saying because of the new daily. Why? Because of the new daily system.
In Genshin?
No, in Starrail, I assume. They did change the daily system. Like you don't have like in Starrail they changed the daily system. Yeah. You just play the game and it's done by itself, but you have to click still to claim.
I'm going to they let you do the event after. I don't care. It's not my problem. That's not my.
I think the reason maybe they do this as well. Maybe it's a psychological reason when people are like, you want, like, you're cashing out rewards. and you like visually see, oh, I'm getting
You
a lot
won
of
big
gems.
at the casino.
Yeah. Like, let's say you did the event entire one go, and then you claim everything at once. Some people could like have a feel-good emotion, like, oh, I'm getting so many gems at once, you know, clicking on the screen. Like, yeah, I mean, these gacha type of games, systems, they'll always employ tricks to induce, to make you spend more money. Like, just like a casino. They have like lots of psychological tricks left and right. Audio, visual.
I was complaining
you name it.
earlier about the lack of what are these resources even called in Honkai Starrail?
Which
the
one?
character XP.
Character XP books, yeah, if you don't have Battle Pass, you will not, yeah, I noticed them running out of quite a lot of also weapon XP.
Yeah.
Because here you can't mine, yeah. So if you're free to play with no Battle Pass, you relatively run quite quickly out of the weapon materials if you level quite a couple of weapons for swapping around and whatnot. Yeah, the Battle Pass helps a lot with that. But if you're not on a Battle Pass, it's very noticeable how you run out of weapon and XP. And character XP, yeah.
It really, they should give you more for doing stuff. Quests give you, it's like 80,000 credits, 80,000 to 100,000 credits, and 4 at character XP.
Yeah, I think maybe this is another way to induce people to potentially, oh, you run out of XP books, please refresh stamina if you're gonna get it right now, you know, to induce people to
the thing
spend
is,
jades for refresh.
At the spending your resin or your, I don't know, stamina on ley lines or the golden calyxes.
Yeah.
It's genuinely the worst thing you can do with your resin. Because
Exactly,
these are theoretically resources that aren't supposed to cost any resin.
Exactly, but if the events don't give enough resources and people don't want to wait, they will potentially try to rush by doing it or even refreshing stamina. And even if you're using quote-unquote free jades to refresh stamina, eventually you will run out of...
Yeah.
Exactly. Later you will pay for it. When you will want that character, you won't have the gems. Gems will be more induced to pay for it. These are all tricks and hooks. I even know some people who are like, oh, I bought the skins in the game for free in some other game for gems, and then they didn't have the gems for characters, and they swiped for characters instead.
Yep. You end up
so
paying
it
for
ends up like you're hooked, you paid anyway.
Yep.
Yeah.
If you ever plan on wishing, you're paying that full price. It's not free.
Yeah, exactly. It's like just another way, yeah. To make Battle Pass feel more mandatory. Yeah, also, speaking of Battle Pass, what's your opinion about the Battle Pass light cons being kind of overall underwhelming compared to Genshin weapon options?
I think this Erudition one is very good, isn't it?
Yeah, it's nice, but you do have the free Erudition light con as well, which is like 40% crit damage and 24 attack percent stat stick, which, I mean, obviously that one is really good at S5, but it just won. Like, I think, at least from what I remember, like, in Genshin overall, the Battle Pass weapons have way more better options overall compared to what you have in Starrail. Over the years, at least. Even before they added the new ones.
Additional damage.
Yeah, it definitely feels kind of like, why would you use this?
A lot of the 1.0 original Genshin Battle Pass weapons are all still like that. Solar Pearl is a very useless weapon. Solar Pearl.
True, but you don't have like 6 or 5 of them like that.
Yeah.
You have like maybe 1 or 2 you had back in 1.x series.
Yeah.
Or 2.x series.
I feel
like,
bad for anyone who gets baited into thinking Solar Pearl is good for Wanderer, by the way.
Yeah, I never.
You'd think it would be. But he doesn't do skill or burst damage.
Yeah.
He has to wait to re-up this passive in the middle of his flight.
True, but also, didn't you speak about, I remember, especially when Risley came out, that it's like literally kind of the same gameplay? Risley Wanderer?
Yeah, Risley also doesn't have E-skill or burst damage in the middle of his normal attacks.
Yeah. I do like Risley quite a lot. He's fun.
Yeah, he's fun. His sound design is great.
Yeah, I play him at C0, so thank you for showing the C0. That works great.
Yeah.
By the way.
You do not need to see, like, you don't need to see what...
I know. I mean, I saw how you did it.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, that's cool.
The ultimate just irony about that is, if you want to talk about, like, actual damage return from C1, Nevalets was better the entire time.
Oh no. I like Novelette quite a lot too. I like Kamehameha Wave. I kind of like Dragon Ball too. So
Well, that's just
Right
the
up my
ultimate
alley.
irony about people saying you got to get the C1. It's necessary for the character. It's
Yeah.
necessary.
yeah,
Alright.
I don't think. Yeah.
Genshin also has really good craftable weapons. Yes.
True. Yeah, you do. In this game, craftable weapons. Yeah, they don't exist. Just the shop. Yeah.
After a crit hit,
I mean,
dispels
they-
one.
yeah.
What is this weapon for? Return to
It doesn't make
darkness.
sense. Yeah, this weapon is literally for hunt units, by the way, which are usually single target, and it's only one instance as well. So
It's
Even
also
as a crit rate-
32% chance.
yeah, it's a fixed chance. I mean, at least it's like by being a fixed chance, it's not affected by enemy effect resi, from my understanding. But it's still copium. It's
1 in
it's
3
whatever.
chance if you crit.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And even if you do multi-hits and you do multiple crits in a multi-hit, it's still one trigger per instance. So I don't know. It's and that's a S5, by the way. S1 is 16. Like that's literally $50 for a 32% fixed chance. So yeah, when I was telling you the battle pass weapons are kind of copium here, you get the point. Then you can look at the preservation light.
I think Carve the Moon, Weave the Clouds is technically good.
I will use that on Sparkle. I will test it out. That was 5, yeah.
Yeah, although
I'll test it
it's,
out.
at the start of battle, it's random, yes.
Yeah, it's random. You can get lucky.
you-
Just get crit damage every time. It can happen. You can
You
get
have to
crit
win.
damage back to
Yeah,
back.
you have to win Sith Fish.
Yeah. And it's completely RNG. Yeah, but the RNG is different. That like I tested this title already. You can keep getting the same buff. Like
Nice.
you're gonna be in a situation where it's also gonna rotate between attack and energy, and you never see crit damage.
You know, how do you feel about
That
light
could also
cones
happen.
having art of characters they're not good on?
I think the lore reason for Lightcons, it's basically just a memory of something that happened in the past, and they just put that thing, that the memory itself, that memory or whatever it's called, in form of
Right.
this Lightcon. Yeah. So technically, the
Right.
characters the characters you see on the Lightcon necessarily might not have nothing to do with the character holder itself. It's just an event within the past or a memory of what occurred stored within this.
Like, I'm
Light cone.
specifically looking at this destruction light cone from the battle pass that has Blade on it. This weapon does nothing on Blade. It would actively be bad.
Yeah.
It
doesn't.
would actively. If you
It
wanted the
doesn't.
Blade battle pass light cone for Blade, you've griefed yourself.
Yeah, exactly. This is like, remember back in the day when you had standard banner in Genshin and it was Diluc and Jin on the picture, and people
Yes.
thought that's a Diluc banner and they pulled there or something, yeah.
Dude, look, best DPS in the game. You gotta pull for it, yeah.
Yeah, true. But that's kind of the thing that happened. Yeah, and I believe maybe it happened here too as well with some casuals. But
At least this one is actually good on Xing Shui.
yeah, the erudition one is fine. Yeah, the erudition one is fine. I'm getting that next to S5. I would say realistically it's the erudition lightcon and maybe copium, maybe the harmony lightcon, but everything else it's kind of
12% energy generation for all allies. Could be really good. You
yeah. You just have to get it.
just have to get it.
It's a really bad RNG.
I mean, at least all the only 20% attack is kind of scuffed. Maybe it was 40.
Yeah. It's from Garden of Recollection, they're one making lightcons. So basically the faction of Black Swan, they make these lightcons. Like they put the memoria into this lightcon, the memory. And then you can read the description of the lightcon, what it's supposed to be. Of that moment or whatever was happening.
Interesting.
Yeah. Just check
So
the Nihility
Kafka was
lightcon.
a moment when she was eating dinner. Dr. Ratios is when he took a bath one night. When he took a...
Yeah, who saw the, like who was gripping on the guy? Like what the Black
Very
Swan?
interesting.
Yeah, I mean it's that faction. Maybe Black Swan, was going over the walls. Like they can go through walls and stuff. They're like they don't have a physical body. Basically, the Black Swan she doesn't have, so she can just go through walls and stuff. But have
This
you
is
seen the
actually just
Nihility?
Kafka eating dinner. That's the
Yeah.
that's the story. That's the
Yeah.
story.
Yeah. What's up, yo? Dinner date. Yeah. Basically, dinner
All right,
date.
fair enough.
Surely. But have you seen the...
Sparkle is also a memo keeper, so maybe that's
No,
the
Sparkle is not the
explanation.
memo keeper.
thought she
I don't
was.
think so. Sparkle is part of Musket Fools.
Yeah, but I thought
It's
she was
basically-
a memo keeper and masked fool.
No, I think she's only a Mask Fool. But she did, maybe she collaborated or worked with some ammo keepers in the past, or
I don't know.
perhaps. I don't think so, no. She's pretty much masked full. The clown faction, basically. The Rick Astley faction. Yeah. The trolls.
Healing one's thoughts is as vital as the maintenance of one's health. He's actually just
Yeah.
taking a bath. That's the story. He's actually...
Yeah. Basically, the moment, the Lightcon captured the moment of that.
The moments of him
And
bathing.
who captured this Lightcon while he was in the bath? Who's the creep? I don't know. Concerned. I have no
Probably
idea.
Sparkle.
Probably, surely. But yeah, you should see. Yeah, by the way, have you seen the Nihility Battle Pass Lightcon?
Yeah, so the Silverwolf one.
We will meet again. Yeah, like what it does. Oh my god. Like,
It
I don't
gives
know,
you
man.
an extra 98 attack scaling on your damage.
Yeah, and it's also a random enemy that has been attacked.
Oh,
So it's also, on top of that, it's random. Let's say you hit 3 enemies, and that attack will randomly hit one of those 3.
bruh.
Like, huh? What are they cooking? I don't know, like
Amazing.
this. Yeah, this is like the first time where it's like, you get, like, if you're getting the battle pass, it's mostly for the resources. Not even for the weapon at all in this game.
Oh yeah, Ruan May's
Besides
is...
the erudition.
Ruan May had sex with herself in the mirror. I mean,
Surely.
what? I mean, that's the
Not-
story. That's the story.
Oh my god, concerned. But yeah. Yeah, I'm actually kind of tempted to potentially get Ruan May Lightcon on a rerun, yeah. Because I kind of like that skill point thing. I think it can be quite useful.
Yeah, one skill point. At least it's every time you ult burst.
Yeah,
time you
I think
ult.
it's
Unlike
a quite...
Miss Brunya's.
Yeah, Brian has a cooldown, and it's very painful when I always have to open the menu and recheck: is it on cooldown? Is it ready? Keeping that track of that, yeah. Bronya Lightcon balanced around E6 S5. Sure, welcome. Nice balance.
Sure.
Yeah, great balance.
It had. There's no reason for this to be every 2 ults. 1 skill point every 6 turns. Why?
No, yeah. I tell that to Miho. Apparently because of E6. I'm not sure about that. That's just one of the chatters telling me, but I'm not so sure.
Branya
kinda
is
like-
balanced around her ability to yoink your skill points. Yes,
Yeah.
she is.
It's the energy plus her energy 4. What's E4 actually? It's the follow-up attack.
No.
Yeah, but the follow-up attack only works if it's a wind weakness enemy. Wait, you have to attack a wind weakness enemy so Brony gets the follow-up attack.
Just play
Otherwise, it
Silverwolf.
doesn't work.
Just play Silverwolf.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about that. But kind of sus. I don't know. It's not like I will ever C6 Bronya. I don't even have a C6 standard character in Genshin, 5-star standard. My highest
I
one
think
is
I have
Jean.
all of the original ones now.
Yeah, my highest I believe it's Jean C5, and I just got it like recently in the past 3-4 months. I got like 2-3 copies of Jean or something like that.
That's
Or
close enough.
past half year, yeah. Otherwise, I'm pretty like I still have C0 Chichi. It was from my rerun from the start of the account. Never got her again.
What was Yanqing cooking?
Yeah,
He's
have
having
you
a
seen the
dream.
Yanqing?
He's having a dream.
Yeah. What's your opinion about Yanqing kind of questionable scarf design?
I don't own him.
Oh, you never played him? Okay.
I
oh,
don't.
wow.
No, I don't have him. I got the light cone, but I don't have him.
Yeah. Probably for the. Yeah.
So I don't know.
It's kind of like, yeah, like I wish I knew his kid because it's kind of over the place what they did with him. It's kind of sus.
I thought he gives himself a bunch of crit rate, but he has to crit in order to get it or something.
Yeah, but also he has follow-up attack on a fixed chance. How much is the fixed chance for Yanqing, guys? Let me remember. His fixed chance, I believe it's... is it like 60% fixed chance to perform a follow-up attack? So you can't even make it guaranteed that he will do the follow-up attack. And also, if he gets damaged, you instantly lose the buff. Like any peep
Errors.
of damage,
Basic
you lose...
attack or skill does not result in a crit. Increases their crit rate for 1 turn.
Yeah.
This effect can only trigger once every 3 turns.
Yeah.
So
also
it
the
just
item is
has no
kinda-
passive. So it just...
Yeah. But But specifically, they, as the playable character, did him kind of really dirty.
They gave
Yes,
him
like some-
Royal series for a 5-star weapon.
Yeah.
They give him the Royal
But the thing is, he needs to have the buff active to get the extra crit rate and crit damage buff. But you can lose this buff anytime he takes damage from anything. Like a little gust of wind, he loses the crit rate, crit damage buff. From
Awesome.
From his skill. And also the follow-up is not even guaranteed. It's a fixed chance. It's actually basically a slightly better coin flip. And also exclusively single target. So they really they limited him so hard, but they did not give him enough damage to compensate for the restriction that he must not take any form of damage. Literally, he's relegated to be played with a shielder if you don't want to lose the buff.
Yeah,
So
you
I
have
don't
to
know
just
what
make him just. You'd have to make him do more damage than anyone else.
Yeah, and that's the problem. He just doesn't have that.
He's a standard.
Yeah, his follow-up attack decided his damage performance, exactly. And also the energy. He adds more energy with follow-up if it happens, and his ultimate is super expensive too.
Yeah.
So I don't know what they cooked with. And oh yeah, fun fact. The voice actor of Yan Qing in English is the same as Deya.
Groovy.
Smile. Yeah, Groovy did. But yeah.
I think there's actually she did the groove dance. I think there's a video. Of it.
Really?
I think
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, I'm hard stuck at C1 there. Yeah. Hopefully I'll get more from standard. I just pulled her C0 back in the day. Surely I'll get C2
I've
one
lost
day.
two 50-50s to Dia.
Lucky you. I mean, because I would like to get her C6 one day. I like to play her. It's fun.
Yeah.
I like to punch. Here is his scope. Yeah. Also, thank you for showing me that team yesterday with Furina.
Farina
Bennett, and
Farina
Shanley,
Bennett,
yeah.
Shanley. Yeah, it's great.
I'll use that next to this.
Very good
I
Dia
mean,
team.
it's already up. Yeah, I'll play that.
You can play it with Lenny. You can play it with Dia. You can play it with Clay.
Don't have Lini, unfortunately, but yeah.
You can play with anyone.
Like you said for Lini, lots of people talk about him, but not many people pulled him.
No one plays him. No one plays.
No plays him. Yeah, exactly.
So,
exactly.
like, despite Lenny being a very good character, can you even call him meta at by some criteria? Like,
True. Yeah.
that's why I go a lot on these tangents of meta is really subjective. It depends on what.
Yeah, depends also from what
opinions
game.
are.
Generally, the definition of meta means most effective tactic available, but a lot of people will use
No,
meta
it's a
for-
shorthand for meta game, which is game within the game.
Yeah, I mean,
it's
for
like
Genshin
revisionist
and-
history to say most effective tactic available.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes, that's not
Yeah,
the
I would
actual
say-
definition.
Really? Okay, that was most effective tactic. Okay, fair. So
No.
it just means whatever is popular or what?
Yeah.
Flavor of the month. Okay. That's the word we used to use back in the day.
Well,
Like in some other games.
it is in reference to meta games. So like,
True, yeah.
you could say the game within the game is Spiral Abyss.
Yeah. It's a
But, yeah.
backronym. Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, just making sure. Yeah, feels boomer, man.
Did you know the national team in Genshin Impact is named after the Vape Nation meme? That's why it's always in the form of a vaporized team.
Really? Huh?
No.
That's a chatter. That's a chatter.
That's not the actual reason. No, that's not.
No?
But there, I just made up a fitting definition. We backfilled
Yeah,
it.
fair.
We backfilled-
Baited. Got it.
It's actually
Yeah.
in reference to. Okay, so it's a Chinese cultural thing. So
Yeah.
a national team that for China
remember
is the team that they would send to the Olympics every year. So the national team of or the Chinese or in reference to Chinese national standard, like it's the very best that the nation is putting
The
forward.
best of the best from the country itself that would go represent the country. Yeah,
Yeah.
I actually knew this one because you and some other commentators already said that many times in the past. So,
Yeah, but I've decided from now on it's a Vape Nation joke.
Yeah, speaking of team
now on,
names,
it's-
you know what's interesting? In Starrail, you don't have team names, really.
Good.
Not really. Please don't. Come on.
Good.
Don't. Like, you don't, I mean, besides Mono Quantum, I mean, which is like just for Quantum anyway, like,
That's-
you don't really
yeah.
have team names. There is no like, hyper, what was it called? Fridge. There is no like some, what was the, like, all kinds of these names. Yeah, I don't know why we have these.
What, you don't like Arcana Shock?
No. I just want to
Shockana?
call- No, please. Or what was the... Yeah, Morgana. Oh, God. Yeah. Yeah, I never understood about Morgana. Like, what was the point of like Diona in the team anyway?
You don't like Frozen Blade Jinglu?
Jiggly. Yeah, Morgana League of Legends. No, no League. I don't play League.
Morgana. So in
Okay.
the story is it's a pun because you could combine the for characters from all the names. In Chinese, it's Ben Morgana.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, but
similar pun. There are actually two origins for international.
yeah.
Wanda is Tartaglia plus Kazuha in Chinese,
Interesting.
which is also the name of an international hotel chain.
International hotel chain. Oh no. Okay. Yeah. I know about
But also,
internet thing.
there's a joke. The English side of the name is the joke is it's the first team with all 4 characters of actually from a different nation, because the joke is everyone would go, why is it called national if 2 of the characters are from Leeway?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a fair
And
point,
one of them is
yeah.
from Mondstadt. One of them is-
Bennett, yeah.
They're not even all from the same region. How could it be national? Or 2 of them are from Mondstadt, actually.
True. Actually, do you think, speaking of Genshin, do you think they will release more characters in the future where they will completely move away from Circle Impact? Like,
Yes.
no Bennett, like, all the way.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for that
We're
personally.
getting there.
What's up, Andre? Yo, what's up?
What was the last circle character?
Yeah, good question. Yeah, I was just, like, I really don't, like,
Dia.
I know Bennett is
Dia.
great. Fair, I know. Sure. True. It's, but at least you can reposition Copium.
Oh, also Chiori.
True. I
Gaming.
just hope
Yes,
Yeah, I just
Gaming
want,
is tied
like-
to Bennett.
I just want to personally play characters that are more mobile. I don't like the circle impact when the game is releasing enemies that move a lot around. I just want to kind of shift, you know, at least with the units for that.
Yeah.
It's much more smoother and fun, at least for me to play.
It's also just more... Okay, have you played a lot of Raiden?
Actually, not really. I used to play her quite a lot back in 2.x, then I dropped her to Hyper Bloom Slave for 3.x, and now occasionally bring her...
I was going to say, if
for
you play a
Hyper
lot of Raiden Bennett, you know how her all of her attacks move her. And she auto-targets 2 enemies. She will slide herself out of the circle.
Yeah.
More often than not.
Yeah.
It gets
I mean,
very...
I heard it's also
slightly-
problematic with the
it's very aggravating.
knockbacks and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I'm not really a big Raiden player personally. I just got D0 back in the day and C0 and that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, I've also never really been.
True. I mean, I remember that stuff back in the day. Raiden. Yeah. But yeah, but she's fun. I wish. I mean, I would probably replay again. I would play more Raiden if I had Chevrus.
Yeah.
If I had her, I would definitely play Raiden again. But right now, not really. I'm mostly playing like Risley or Nuvilette or Navia, some Dia. Okay, like some Hyper Bloom with Nahida, whatever. Like just
Very
make it easy,
contemporary.
yeah, I like to go with the new stuff,
Yeah.
mobile stuff generally. So I don't have to, you know, I'm not like I don't want to like keep retrying because enemy moved away, and obviously skill issue I have. I'm
Yep.
kind of rusty. I don't play as Genshin as much.
Plays Honkai
I still
Starrail.
play- Yeah, I mean, I stream Starrail primarily. I would love to stream some Genshin too. Hopefully, people would like to watch that too. We'll see.
Yeah.
Well,
We'll
would be nice, yeah. Especially if I don't get in Wuthering Waves better, because there is no content.
Woo.
I ran out of content in Starrail.
It's gonna be Starrail is literally taking 2 weeks off.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
And Genshin is going to be in a very slow patch.
Yeah, we're gonna have content, I guess, next week for 2.1, you know, pre-release stuff, I guess, but that's about it. And then every Monday for changes, and I guess the new Memory of Chaos, which is gonna come tomorrow, like for Asia, technically. It's gonna be ready tomorrow. They get it first, so...
There's also what is it, Dragon's Dogma 2 releases at the end of the month.
Pog. Yeah, I
I
don't think
think.
I'll be able. Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to stream that. I don't think people would necessarily watch me play that.
I don't think
know.
people would watch me play it either. I might play it. I might play it off stream
Yeah.
though.
Yeah,
Depends if I finish the Persona 3 remake.
yeah. I kind of am super busy because I do my own YouTube, like video editing, timeless, and everything. So it's more tough. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's like
I'm very bad at editing. I don't even try.
yeah, yeah. I mean, if I had more time, I wouldn't mind working with you. But right now, I am kind of like on my own, and I'm definitely looking for someone. Not because like I don't know how to do it, just to have more time so I can focus on doing other things too.
Yep.
Basically, but
Streaming takes a lot of time.
yeah, it does. I stream every day, basically, like you.
Yeah.
And that's why usually when I end my streams, it's like when you start, yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much for all the raids, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, I do want to support you because, like I said, I watched you back in the day, even before I was a streamer, and just wanted to, like, give back and support you.
That's awesome. Thank
As
you.
well, yeah. No, not even, yeah. That's about it. So,
I think it's been 4 hours.
Yeah, I mean, I can
This is a
talk
good
a lot.
chat. This is a good.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank
We
you.
can talk more in the future as well.
Yeah,
if you
absolutely.
want.
I'd be happy to.
So yeah, me too. So yeah, take care.
If
Have
you
a
are gonna
wonderful-
keep streaming, I think I'll raid you.
No, I'm not gonna. Actually, I wanted to raid you instead.
Oh.
Yeah. Please, I haven't even had lunch today. Come on. My plan was like to raid you, and while I'm making lunch, listen to your stream. Yeah. That was my
Awkward.
plan.
No, you raid circle?
Yeah, that was my plan. Yeah.
Ugh.
But it's up to you if you want to keep playing more, or I mean, streaming more or not.
Time is it? Nah, you write someone else. It's fine. You can write.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Alright, we can do that. But thank you again, once again, for the talk.
Thank you.
I hope we had a great time, because I do. I love to talk with people. Pog, have you also? I also hope the chat had a great experience as well. Hopefully.
Yep.
So yeah,
Thank you. Ooh.
thank you as well. And I already did the shout out earlier, so it doesn't matter.
Moz, can we get
But,
another shout out for Razor_CT?
It's okay. I will shout out again to you as well. There you go. There you go. But thank you again for this opportunity. But more importantly, I really wanted to talk with you because I felt like we could talk a lot about cool things.
Yeah, that was awesome.
So yeah.
Thank you.
So thank you. This is, by the way, my first podcast in life as a streamer I have. Yeah, I've been streaming almost.
I mean, streaming is it's having a conversation with chat,
exactly,
especially
yeah.
as a smaller streamer. It's just talking.
Yeah, and that's one thing I love to do.
Yeah.
Talking, debating, all that stuff. So yeah.
Yep.
So
Thank you.
once again, thank you, and
Take care.
See you soon because I'll probably be in your chat anyway.
Yeah, we're gonna
stream.
Archeron and Aventurine and Mockery set.
I will watch that. Yeah,
there's gonna be a lot of
take
stuff,
care
boy.
and
Take
see
care.
you around.
Yeah,
See
see
you
you
soon.
around. Thank you.
Thank you too.
What do we raid? Yeah, I think I am done for now. We'll do a viewer risk stuff tomorrow. Great Kanta. Have a nice day. Thank you so much for watching.